Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. Night fell over the city. The girl ran down the corridor. A loud scream of a man was heard from the door. She opened the door and asked what happened. The guy clenched his teeth and asked for a healer. He stretched out a trembling hand to his leg, his shin darkened and covered with veins in a network of veins. Tears flowed down his cheeks. The guy asked to get him a healer. In the evening, a few hours earlier, the sun was still shining in a circle. The wounded guy hobbled along the street. He held his shoulder, walking heavily forward. He smiled widely, looked up and said that he was saved because he got to the settlement. Ruth frowned, squeezed his shoulder and cursed the wolves, thinking about what he knew about them moving in groups. But the guy imagined 2 angry wolves and finished the thought by saying that, as it seemed to him, there would be fewer of them. The boy remembered how he fought the beasts and thought that there were about 30 of them and that they were already stronger than him, but also they attacked in groups and he couldn't handle them. Suddenly his body trembled. He frowned and said that he needed to heal, but first he would borrow money from the Adventurers Guild. Night fell over the guild building. A blue signature shone on some document. The girl said that it was a payment confirmation. She smiled and added that the amount he borrowed would be deducted from his next reward. The wounded man stood in front of the counter. The blonde added that she looked pretty bad and it would be better if he recovered. The boy thought that he certainly needed to recover. The brunette behind him overheard their conversation. The red-haired boy said that his head was spinning. He went outside and wondered what would happen if he died before reaching the church. He frowned. Suddenly someone called out to him from behind. The guy looked back and saw a brunette from the guild, who asked him if he needed a healer. At this time he smiled and said that he did not need to go so far for this. Ruth could not understand who he was. The man touched his chest and asked permission to heal the stranger for a small reward. He smiled softly and added that the guy could pay for the hair after healing. Ruth was confusedly silent. He frowned tensely, thought that the stranger was very suspicious, after which he said that the brunette should at least show his healer sign. Ruth imagined various people associated with different areas of healing, and thought that due to the fact that healers earn huge amounts of money, many fakes appeared. He imagined the healer symbol and thought that it was a special sign given by the Adventurers Guild to distinguish the real ones from the fake ones. And he looked at the brunette, thought that some people who don't know about it try to show the real badge, and then asked the stranger what he was doing because he had already asked to see the badge. The brunette smiled widely and said that he told the guild that he couldn't heal, so they didn't give him a badge. The red-haired youth turned around and said that, according to the mortal, he doesn't know how to heal, but he is a healer, so this is some kind of madness. The stranger carefully examined him. He took a step forward and said that early on they were inflicted by claws. The red-haired guy didn't look back at him. The brunette added that, apparently, it was a strong creature, judging by how he was torn. Ruth hobbled on. The stranger added that they looked fresh early, which meant it all happened somewhere nearby. The red-haired guy shuddered in fear and imagined the silhouette of a wolf, hearing the words that the wound to his right hand was inflicted early in reality by a black-maned wolf. The brunette looked at his ankle and said that it must have happened because of his leg, which he ran into a branch. Ruth turned to him, not understanding how he knew about everything. The stranger smiled broadly, bowed his head and said that although he did not have a sign, he earned money by healing people. He read his chin and began to think about the fact that if a man went to a priestess, he would need to spend 600,000 gold, but a healer adventurer would only take 300,000. So, Ruth asked him what he was getting at. The brunette smiled broadly, presented the coins and said that he would cure the guy for 150,000 gold. The red-haired youth thought that he really was a swindler. He went on his way, angrily saying that he was a charlatan who should not live his life like that. The stranger said that the holy power would not help him. The guy called it nonsense. The brunette raised his hand and said that it would be extremely painful. Energy swirled around him. The guy began to dissolve in the air and said that if Ruth's wounds suddenly hurt in his sleep, the guy would be able to find him because he stayed at a hotel nearby. The red-haired guy frowned slightly and said that they even lived in the same hotel. In the church, the priest put his hand in front of him and created a magic circle. Ruth was devoured by golden energy. The wound on his shoulder began to tighten. The blonde closed his eyes, prayed to the deity and said that with his help all the guy's wounds were healed, and the fee for the treatment was 620,000 gold. Ruth was upset when he heard this amount. The priest asked the deity to protect the adventurer in his future endeavors. The red-haired guy went outside, stretched his neck and said that although priests are expensive, they are definitely effective. There was a rudimentary injury on his leg. He thought that he did not feel completely healthy, but he was sure that he would get better soon. That same night, the man screamed very loudly. His leg turned dark and trembled. The guy looked at his leg, tears. He could not understand what was happening. The young man fell out of bed, begging to get him a healer. The girl asked him to wait. Tears dripped from his face onto the ground. He thought that he had already been healed by the dear priest, so he did not understand why this happened. He looked ahead tensely. Tears came to his eyes again. He remembered the stranger's words that the holy power would not help, and if he got sick early in his sleep, the guy could find him. Ruth looked up and told the girl that other healers would not work and that he needed the guy who could not heal. Suddenly, the young man realized that his words did not sound absurd and said that the stranger could at least leave his name. Suddenly, the brunette's voice rang out, who said that he had already said that it would hurt a lot. The girl and the red-haired guy looked back at him. The brunette said that he was lucky to be in this hotel. The guy smiled and said that the healer who could not heal had arrived. He walked into the room and said that he was glad to meet again. He sent the girl out the door, saying that he could do it himself. The brunette leaned over to the guy and asked if he felt better after such an expensive healing. Ruth replied that I couldn't and it was obvious, then asked if he really was a healer. The brunette smiled contentedly, hearing the words that the guy was in damn pain, so he was asking to do something about his leg. He made a gesture with his fingers to the boy and said that he would do it for 300,000 gold, but he would ask for payment in advance. Ruth looked him in the face and exclaimed in surprise. The healer said that the guy could ignore it if he did not want to be cured. The boy sank to the ground, extended his hand and said that before that the guy had said 150,000. Ruth got tired of rolling on the floor in pain. The healer made a gesture at him and said that the price had increased because the situation had become 3 times worse. The guy grabbed him by the robe. The healer said that if the patient thought it was expensive, he could call another specialist who would give him the sword. His weapon was lying on the dresser. He added that this was all he could give at the moment and that the healer could get at least 200,000 gold for it. He looked at the blade and was surprised that they would give 200,000 gold for it, after which he said that he had been treated roughly, but apparently the guy really appreciated this sword. The blade began to dissolve in his hands. The guy said that this time he would do the treatment for 200,000. Ruth looked at him in surprise, noticing the disappearance of the ball, after which he thanked the doctor. His affected leg was lying on the bed. The healer suggested moving on to treatment. The guy asked if he could die because of this. The doctor touched his ankle. The guy screamed loudly. The brunette said that if it was something fatal, he would kidnap the patient and cure him. The red-haired guy lowered his head. The healer said that, as he can see, there are things that cannot be cured by holy power, and one of them is poison. Ruth raised his eyebrows in surprise, hearing these words. The brunette threw him a small pea. The young man asked what it was. The healer presented a bush of berries and said that it was black lingonberry, the leaves and stems of which contain poison, capable of paralyzing when it gets on a wound. He looked into the eyes of the patient and added that this is one of the reasons why black-maned wolves live near them. Ruth imagined how the animals bite him. The doctor explained that the wolves drive the prey into these bushes to calm it down, and in this way it helps them a lot. The guy grabbed his head and screamed loudly, asking the doctor not to tell him that he would never be able to walk again, and then asked if there was anything he could do. A bottle of dark liquid appeared in the doctor's hand. He put it on the table and said that there was one way. The guy frowned tensely, turning to the doctor in a trembling voice. The healer picked up a knife. The guy was scared but asked him where he wanted to use it. 3 bottles of antidote lay on the table. The healer said that the remedy should be applied to an open wound. Ruth's leg was perfectly intact. The doctor said that he would also like to treat without touching, as much as possible, but now there was no other way, and although he did not know who it was, his priest did an excellent job of healing. Ruth introduced the blonde and said that the doctor was right. The brunette said that there were no other ways except for an autopsy. The red-haired guy looked at the shiny blade. The brunette said that, as he had said earlier, he did not know how to heal, not that he did not want to, but that he could not. He smiled calmly and added that he did not have anesthetics, so the guy could scream as much as he wanted. Her knife was directed to the wounded leg. Fluttered, and the guy looked at it in horror and said that he was not ready for surgery yet. The brunette made an incision and said that it would only get worse if the patient moved. He poured the antidote into the wound, thinking that it was normal for a healer to use healing, but the doctor opened the second bottle and said that it was necessary to repeat this again, and the guy could be patient or just pass out. He smiled widely, imagined the magic circles, and wondered if everything should always be normal, because if he did not know how to use healing, he could try any other methods. Seong Hyan remembered how the system assigned him a new class, and thought that 3 years ago when he opened his eyes, he was inside an unfamiliar cave, and he had seen a similar scene many times. The guy looked in front of him in surprise. A giant mouse opened its mouth and headed towards him. He thought that everything there was exactly the same as before. The young man swung a broken piece of wood and thought that monsters were appearing everywhere. Bats were attacking people around. The guy, splashed with monster blood, looked at the sign with the designation of his new class. He wiped his face and thought that this was probably not Earth, and he was in another world. The corpses of monsters lay on the ground. People wondered what to do, because they needed to somehow figure out how to get back home. The brunette thought that fortunately he was not the only person who was dragged there from Earth. The boys gathered in a small room. The girl scratched her head and asked how they could already think about going back when they had just started. One of the boys replied that he needed to go back as soon as possible because he had a family. Seong Hyan lowered her gaze. A glow appeared in front of him. He thought that the situation was like fantasy books, especially this stats window. The system showed his stats. He looked at his class and wondered why there was a question mark at the end. He looked at the woman, who said that the girl was right and they needed to figure out how to survive. The boys looked back at her. The woman added that although the monsters were terrifying, but if they worked together, defeating them would not be that difficult because each of them had already received their own class and skill. Seong Hyan raised his eyebrows and thought about the skill. He opened the ability window. The guy looked at the slash skill and thought that this was not it. He looked at the God of Languages skill and also decided that this was not what he needed. The next skills were an observational look. The guy again thought that this was not it. His hand shook slightly. He could not understand what was happening. He looked at the table incomprehensibly and thought that his class was definitely a healer, but he did not have a single healing skill. Rays of light penetrated through the windows. The brunette wiped his hands from blood. Ruth was lying exhausted on the bed. The guy said that they were finished and Early would heal quickly, but he should not move for 2 or 3 days. The red-haired guy shed a tear and thought that he was still alive. He began to bow to the healer, saying that if it were not for his help, he would have already died. The brunette said that he had already said that it was not fatal. Early on the guy's leg was neatly stitched. The healer thought that Early looked better, so he was able to heal without the healing skill. The red-haired guy scratched his head and said that he was very ashamed of himself for cursing at the stranger yesterday and calling him a charlatan. Seong Hyan smiled widely and said that it was okay because he often hears such things and is already used to it, because no one can believe a healer who does not have the skill to heal. Ruth looked at him in surprise and decided that the stranger was also a kind soul. The guy narrowed his eyes slyly and said that he was very pleased to see how people who said such words begged him to save them, so this is the reason why he works. Ruth smiled confusedly and decided that he was hasty in talking about a kind soul. The brunette went down to a local restaurant. The girl who was in the room looked back at him. The guy asked her for 1 hotel set. Seong Hyan sat down on a chair, reading a book. He thought that he should fill out a journal while he was driving. The guy picked up the first one. On one of the pages there was a description of the weather, place and patient. He thought that after arriving in this world, he had developed a new habit. The guy imagined a forest teeming with monsters and thought that the place where he was dragged was full of monsters, and everywhere was fatally infected. His image in his head changed to flying monsters and garbage floating in the water. The guy decided that the place where it was impossible to survive was the continent of Azul. Mermaids, embraced by a dark aura, swam towards the kingdom. Giant worms dug up the ground next to human-like monsters. The guy thought that therefore, in order to find a way to return to Earth, he began to keep records of daily events. Suddenly, he looked back at the girl's exclamation. Julia cut out a finger and took her hand. She trembled in fear. Hearing the voice of a brunette who approached her, the guy asked if she was okay. The boy raised his hands and asked her to examine the wound. The girl said that everything was fine with it. The boy closed his eyes and thought that he was already tired of such arguments. He activated the observation look. His eyes suddenly shone with blue light. The ability detected a cut on the girl's finger and reported that an abnormal condition was detected. The boy thought that nothing serious, because he just needed to stop the bleeding. He smiled, extended his hand to her and said that if she hurt her hands, she would not be able to cook food. The girl lowered her gaze and apologized for the hassle, after which she asked him to examine her hand. The boy took her palm and used the bleeding control skill. The food was on the table. The boy said that he had already finished. The girl thanked him. The system announced the accrual of 1 point. The healer thought that, as he thought, this treatment brought 1 point. He opened the counter. His account had 103 points. The brunette thought that since he had accumulated so many points. The young man smiled and decided to spin the roulette for 5 consecutive rounds. 3 wheels of fortune appeared in the air in front of him. The system announced the activation of the roulette and the spending of the current points. The results of the roulette were 20 gold coins and 2 strength points. He trembled in irritation, thinking that gold should not appear in this roulette. Suddenly what did you notice? The last result gave him a new skill. Seong Hyan opened the window with the description of the distribution skill, thinking that increasing the effectiveness of potions by 30% this is quite useful. He went outside, took a small healing potion and thought that since they were done with food, he should try it. He crushed the bottle with his hand and activated absorption. The system announced the absorption of the potion. He raised his hand, near which energy began to gather. The guy used the distribution skill, as a result of which his physical strength in the area of application was restored. He looked at his hand with a smile and said that he could also use it on patients, after which he thought that this was much better than just pouring potions. The young man clenched his palm. Suddenly his hand trembled sharply. The stranger was frightened but looked at him, screaming loudly. The guy in the cap fell to the floor. He jumped to his feet, grabbed the sword and asked the guy who he was. Seong Hyan apologized to him. The boy asked if he thought that a simple apology would be enough. The healer looked away. The guy added that he suddenly attacked him. The brunette said that she restored his physical strength, so we can consider that they are some kind. The stranger touched his body. His physical strength value was at its maximum. He approached the cabaret, smiled broadly and said that it turns out he is a healer. Seong Hyan crossed his arms. The guy put his hand on his cap and said that he had never seen such a skill before, so he did not know about it because he came from the village. The brunette said that he understood it, after which he wondered how the boy could know about a skill available only to aliens from another world. The stranger spread his arms and said that it must be fate, after which he offered to join their party. The brunette asked if he was talking about the adventurer party. The boy raised his hand and confirmed this, saying that they were just recruiting healers. If the man joined them, there would be 4 of them. This is the perfect number for the party. Seong Hyan took a step forward and asked what their mission was. The boy imagined monster rats and said that they were going to hunt rare monsters. An ominous look appeared in his imagination. He showed the healer 2 fingers and said that as a reward he would receive 1,200,000 gold. Hello thought that the reward was pretty good. He raised his hand, smiled and began to think about the fact that there was no healer in their party and maybe he should join them. Meanwhile, in the Adventurers Guild building, the wounded man approached the hooded guy and asked if he could show his abilities as a healer. Martbello slightly raised his hand and created a bright golden glow, after which he said that it would be enough to be the only healer in the party. The bright sun hung over the Adventurers Guild. The guy with a wound on his forehead frowned slightly. Seong Hyan put his hand on the boy's shoulder and spoke to him. The guys stood opposite each other. The healer said that, according to the guy, there will be 4 of them. The man held his head and said that he thought. The healers looked at each other. The man finished the sentence by saying that they brought several healers at the same time. He looked at the notice board and said that the reward for the quest was 1,200,000 gold, but the more people they had, the less each of them would get, and then asked if that was okay with the 2 of them. The guys looked at him and said in one voice that they were okay with it. B looked at the hooded boy and thought that he probably wouldn't back down, but maybe he wanted the same thing. The squad leader shook the brunette's hand and introduced himself, and the healer introduced himself back. Martbello glared at his competitor. The man stepped on the grass. Their squad was walking through a dense forest. The hooded guy looked at one of the team members in surprise, who said that he felt safe since they had 2 healers with them. Martbello looked at the brunette and thought that he would never forgive him for that. The boy remembered how he created a magic circle and said that he can use basic healing and even advanced healing, blessing, God's shield, first aid, antidote, recovery and cleansing light, arrow of light and other divine skills, and that's all. The guys spun around him, admiring what he heard. The brunette said that he can do something too. He smiled softly, activated the distribution and said that he can do this. The guys exclaimed in surprise. The boy was irritated. He frowned, bit his finger and thought about how to give dare to brag about some random trick that he had never heard of. Seong Hyan looked at the leader, the guy behind him, and at first an ominous aura. The brunette asked what their target was. The man introduced a rodent and said that their target was a sewage rat. The divider said that he did not know that there was such a rare species among rats. The man smiled widely and said that the rat would fetch 1,200,000 gold. Seong Hyan looked at him blankly and asked what he meant. The guy raised his hand and asked if that meant that they had never hunted a rare monster. The man replied that it was true because they had never seen one like it. He looked at the second healer, who replied that he had been doing the job for less than a year. The brunette looked at the group and said that they would need a lot more potions to fight the rare monster, so he had better prepare after they returned to the settlement. The squad leader raised his hand and said that he should forget about going back after they had come so far. Martbello touched his chin, smiled and asked the guy if he had taken enough potions. Somewhere it was his direct responsibility, but the mind was so scared it could go away. The brunette chuckled at his words and said that in that case he was leaving. The group looked at him blankly. The boy raised his hands joyfully. The leader asked him if he was sure, because he couldn't change his mind later. Seong Hyan replied that he was sure they would lose the battle, but he could help them. He showed 3 fingers and set a price of 300,000 per person. Seong Hyan walked away from the group. The guys began to discuss where Rick found this healer. The guy in the hood waved to him and wished him luck, surprised that the pancakes were running from the rats. He presented a blue bead and said that he would take this thing instead of him. The guys hid behind the trees. The man said that he found an opponent. The rat raised its head. Its whole body was covered in a dark aura. The man again named its price. Martbello approached him and said that they could not worry about their characteristics. The leader agreed with him. The guys rushed into battle. The healer activated his spell. The rat looked back at his opponents. The man rose into the air, raised his hands above his head and wished death to the monster. His fist hit the ground with incredible force. The man split a small patch of earth and wondered where the rat had gone. The rodent moved behind the archer. The young man turned around in fear. The monster let out a loud squeak. The energy around it was raging chaotically. The healer covered his face with his hand and thought about what kind of aura this was and why it was ending so quickly. The guys tried to resist the monster's oppression. Rick asked the healer if everything was okay. The boy replied that everything was fine, but they needed to hurry. He created several shining objects and said that he would impose an attack boost. Before he could finish the spell, the guy was scared but looked ahead. Furiel and Rick stopped in shock, not understanding what they saw. A huge horde of small rodents headed after the giant monster. They were rushing towards the archer. The monsters pounced on him. The boy screamed loudly. The rodents also pounced on the leader of the group. The man shouted the name of the archer. The healer held a blue potion in his hands. The rats continued to attack the guys. The boy thought that this was incomprehensible to him because they lost very quickly. Rick began to run away. The healer turned around and thought that he was a coward and was running alone, after which he said that, besides, he had run out of little. And suddenly a dark portal appeared in front of the running guy. Rick ran through it with his eyes closed and shouted that he would save the guys in the next life. Suddenly he noticed that he was running straight at Martbello. The healers wondered why he was rushing towards him. Rick frowned in fear and said that he had definitely run from there, after which he thought that this meant that they were locked in this field. Martbello noticed how the rats pounced on the guy. He closed his eyes and cursed loudly. The potion bottle suddenly shattered in midair. The brunette appeared next to them and said that they must really be in trouble because he knew this would happen. A light aura swirled around Martbello. The brunette's hair fluttered in the wind. He said that they should have thought of everything. Varum raised his hand, embraced by the glow, and said that no one would give them so much money for one rat. Xiang Haiyan smiled and said that he would agree to 500,000 gold from one person. The rats raised their muzzles to him. The boy looked at him in surprise. I don't understand how he came to them. The brunette with a calm expression said that they would attack them soon. He looked back at the healer and asked if he could use the shield of God. The boy grabbed his head, cried and said that it was true, but he had no mana left. The brunette thought that he had completely lost his mind. Xiang Haiyan took the mana potions in his hands and said that if that was all he needed. The system announced the absorption of mana and the activation of the distribution skill. The boy put his hand in front of him. The energy was sent to the healer. The system reported that the potion's effectiveness was increased by 30% due to the use of the skill. The boy opened his eyes in surprise, thinking about his mana being restored by the skill. He remembered how people told him that there was no skill to restore mana since it was needed to use the skill itself. Then he remembered how the long-haired boy added that the boy should not try to take the easy way out, since the only one who could do that was the great god. Martbello looked at the birch tree, seeing a large magic circle behind him. He lowered his head and asked who he was. The boy frowned deeply, looked up and began to list the names of the gods. Suddenly he fell headfirst into the ground and called himself a slave, saying that he had been too rude to the boy, after which he swore never to tell anyone what he had seen that day. Xiang Haiyan looked at him blankly and thought that if he told him the truth, the boy would probably be so embarrassed that he might pass out. The rats began to sniff around. They headed towards the men lying on the ground. Martbello hit one monster and ordered them to fuck off. He put his hands in front of him and prayed to the deity. A golden aura began to hover around him. He asked for permission to use the great sacred power. Suddenly, a god's shield appeared in space, from which shock waves began to emanate. Xiang Haiyan turned to him, holding the rodent in his hand, and thought that the boy was not lying about what he was good at. The boy looked at him and said that he managed to do it. The brunette replied that now he could do what he wanted and not distract him. A vial of green liquid appeared in the guy's hand. He crushed it and hit the rats. The big monster frowned angrily. The small rodents flew past his face. The guy thought that the reason why this quest costs so much money. Xiang Haiyan frowned and finished his thought by saying that the reason is the trap. The mana around the rat began to lie more. The monster activated dominance. The army of small rodents headed into battle. The guy thought that this is a special skill of rare monsters that allows you to collect and subjugate your kind. The guy remembered how Rick was unable to escape and thought that if the adventurer gets scared and runs away, the monster catches them in a mini dungeon with the ability of the Master of Space. The brunette smiled, raised his hand and decided that this is why he prepared the pesticide of this world. He imagined 2 bottles of potion and thought that it was peppermint concentrate. Xiang Haiyan dashed forward. The rats, under the influence of the flows of potion, began to fall to the ground. The guy thought that peppermint is deadly even for small animals. The guy walked towards the main monster and added that such a quantity would not be enough to kill 100 rats. Suddenly, he pushed off the ground. The guy rose into the air above the monster, took a knife in his hand and gathered energy in his hand, activating the distribution skill. He swung the knife, put his hand in front of himself and said that everything would be different with this skill. He grabbed the monster by the skin and thought that now its defense was weakened. The next second, the guy stabbed the rodent in the head with a knife using dissection. The energy around the monster began to hover chaotically in the air. The rat let out a loud scream. The guy rested his foot on its forehead. He looked at the place of the attack and frowned tensely. The monster hit its head on the ground. The guy lay on the floor in front of the rodent. The monster looked at him angrily. The young man thought that he was using the dominance skill again. The boy folded his hands in front of him, prayed to God, and thought that he should not distract the hero because he ordered not to do this. Suddenly he opened his eyes and noticed that there were no rats. Small rodents began to climb the guy's body. The young man took a potion of healing in his hand. Martbello frowned and said that he would use healing. The guy crushed the bottle and said not to do this, after which he used the distribution skill. The system reported about the restoration and health of the effect of the earth of regeneration, and that the restoration will continue for a certain period of time. The guy's health level did not move from its place because the damage received caught up with the restored one. He thought that his characteristics were still fine, and now he needed to finish with the monster before the effect of the potion disappeared. He brushed off the small rodents. The main thing is that the monsters headed towards him. Grabbed the guy by the leg. She missed his skin. The guy grabbed the monster's fur. He struck her on the head. The monsters threw the guy aside. The system reported that the abnormal bleeding condition caused by the monster's bite had cancelled the regeneration effect. The guy was surprised by this coincidence. He reached out to the wound, smiled, and said that rare monsters are quite smart, then used the hemostasis skill. The rat looked at him and used the dominance skill. The system announced that the guy would be weakened due to the skill's influence, and the damage and water consumption would be doubled. The brunette frowned and decided that this was too much, because if the monster emptied the opponent's mana reserve by half, then no one would be able to use skills normally. The rat rushed into battle again. She looked angrily at the guy. The young man turned to her. He ducked, ran up to her, and said that he did not use mana. The guy struck her and used dissection. The blade of his knife pierced the monster's neck. He pulled it back. The rat was boiled on the ground. Xiang Haiyan carefully stood on his injured leg and said that his legs and arms were in place, and his ankle looked bearable. The mana around him began to dissipate. The guy said that he thought he would really die this time. Suddenly, he noticed something. The system reported that the boy received an achievement due to defeating a rare monster alone, so he could get a reward. The guy smiled happily. Martbello raised his hands and began to praise the boy. The boy pointed his finger at the system window and thought that almost everything went to hell, but fortunately, this guy cancelled the healing in the middle. Suddenly, lucky drums appeared in front of him. The guy was surprised that the reward was also a roulette. The boy received a new throwing skill, granting plus 100% slowness and 100% damage, as well as 25% additional effects. The guy put it on his shoulder and said that he expected something better, after which he noticed the words about additional effects. He kept his eyes on that line, thinking that if he threw poison with a 1% chance of instant death, the probability would increase to 26. Xiang Haiyan looked down and thought about what it was. The healer ran up to him and called out. The brunette said that the boy had tried hard. Martbello smiled widely and said that it only worked out thanks to his grace, so he would keep this secret until his death. The brunette suggested skipping this nonsense and waking up the people. The boy agreed with this. A bright light lit up the space around. The healer used resurrection. The guys lying on the ground suddenly came to their senses. The leader of the group grabbed his head and asked what happened. And suddenly he saw the face of a monster in front of him and screamed loudly. The illusion was dispelled. He saw the sinister face of the brunette, who asked him about how he slept. The man screamed loudly. Xiang Haiyan lowered his head. The man asked about only killed the monster. The guy asked him in response about whether he thought that the monster died of old age. Furiel well raised one eyebrow and thought about whether the guy really conquered this monster alone. The brunette wiped his face and said that each of them owed 300,000. The man said that they would pay him. The guy turned around and went to the rodent. The guys looked after him incomprehensibly. He drove the knife into the body and thought that there was something left. Time smiled and added that this is why he went. There was a purple pea on the ground. The young man said that he would take it too. The system announced the receipt of a rare item. Gold coins poured into the bag. The guy said that now he was a little ashamed. He took the bag. The team leader said that they were grateful for saving him. Xiang Haiyan replied that he learned about this quest thanks to them, so he wants to buy them a drink. The archer exhaled heavily and said that tomorrow they will go to their home village, so they need to be with a clear head in the morning. The guy was surprised by what he heard and asked what it meant. The leader said that the three of them came from the same village. The man crossed his arms, exhaled, and said that they almost got a joint funeral, trying to make some money, so they will not be adventurers anymore. The brunette lowered his eyebrows and agreed with him, thinking about how adventurers can quickly make a large amount of money, but the guys said goodbye to him. The man said that they will leave now, but the guy can buy them a drink next time. The young man finished his thought by saying that they are accompanied by an equally high risk. The brunette waved his hand at them. Next to him stood a boy in a hood. Xiang Haiyan turned to him and made the same offer. The boy said that he does not drink. Martbello flinched in surprise at the offer to pretend that they do not know each other from now on. The boy smiled widely, folded his arms and agreed, saying that this must mean that the boy needs to hide his identity for now. He hid his face, walked away, and said that he was still not good enough and he needed to train more to witness the true rise of a great god. Xiang Haiyan looked after him in confusion and wondered if he had just turned an ordinary boy into a sleepwalker. He exhaled, turned around, and said that there was nothing he could do about it. He picked up a purple pea and added that he needed to appraise this item now. The warm rays of the sun fell on the appraisal building. A long-haired man with a lens on his eye greeted the boy in the artifact appraisal shop. The boy looked at the shelves and thought that the items obtained during the monster hunt were sealed in crystals, so they could only use them after they were unsealed. He approached the counter and said that he came to appraise a new item. The man agreed to look at it. He extended his hand to the pearl. The appraiser looked at it in surprise. The brunette narrowed his eyes and thought that, apparently, it was better than he expected. The man took the bead in his hand and said that he would begin the appraisal. Suddenly, a glow began to emanate from under his hand. The man narrowed his eyes. He removed his hand with the bead and said that he was done, after which he said that it was a C-rank artifact, a small life amulet. The guy looked at it in surprise. The man showed 2 fingers and said that it was worth about 80,000 gold, but if the guy sold the item to the store, he could give 120,000 gold. The boy took out a flask with a green liquid. He dripped it on the bead. The man asked him what he was doing. The pearl did not produce any reaction. The boy shook the liquid and said that it was a potion of Latasia, and that it was famous in the north because it was a substance that had a strong reaction when in contact with blood. He took out a knife and said that he killed that rare monster with it. Xiang Haiyan dripped the potion on the blade of the knife. A slight light began to emanate from it. The boy said that although the knife looked clean because it was washed, but there was still blood on it that they could not see. The man frowned nervously. The boy added that this meant that this thing that came out of the monster's body should react even more strongly than this knife. Xiang Haiyan smiled and closed his eyes. He grabbed the man by the hair and said that someone could have replaced it. The next second, the boy slammed his face into the table. Dust rose into the air. The sausage with the potion fell over and the liquid spilled. The man grabbed his bloody forehead. The potion that fell on it began to shine. He looked at the guy and said that the young man was making a mistake. After all, they were in the Adventurers Guild room, so he can send a signal for help. Xiang Haiyan raised his eyebrows in surprise and remembered something. He slammed him on the table again and thanked him for the reminder. The man almost lost consciousness. The guy's hand began to shine. He activated the hemostasis skill. Xiang Haiyan smiled ominously and said that it reminded him that he forgot to introduce himself. The man thought that since the bleeding stopped, it was most likely. The brunette smiled and introduced himself as a healer. The appraiser quietly asked for help. He imagined the silhouette of a hunter who had torn off a monster's head and thought that there was a saying on the continent that if a person was going to fool a healer, he had to make sure he didn't get caught, because there were 2 types of healers, the ones who brought artifacts that were extremely powerful and the madmen who hunted monsters for fun. The man with the bandaged head closed his eyes and thought that the people were right, because a healer beats his enemies half to death and heals them to beat them again. He looked away and added that, however, he didn't feel any divine power. The boy took the bead in his hand and asked if he understood correctly that it was actually a B+ rank artifact. The appraiser confirmed it and said that it was a B+ rank artifact and an A rank mental focus ring. The boy looked closely at the bead. The man added that this item was worth about 6,400,000 gold. The brunette smiled and looked at the man, thinking that he tried to buy it for 120,000. The young man opened the description of the item, wondering why this thing was so expensive. The system said that the ring allows the wearer to be in incredible concentration, gives an increase in mana, increased damage, increased speed of casting spells, and an increase in mental resistance by 50%. The man raised his hand and said that as the guy already knows, the wizard is finished if he panics. The young man was surprised by the 50% increase in mental strength. He looked at the artifact with a smile and decided that it was a great thing. The appraiser said that it is quite useful in different situations, that is why it is so expensive. The guy looked at him and said that the man should unseal it, and he will also take the replaced amulet. The appraiser agreed to this. Night fell on the city. Rays of light came out of the windows of the tavern. There were many people inside. The guy looked down and thought that he had earned enough to drink, but the man in the hood recognized the guy's voice and lowered the mug. The brunette slightly flinched when he heard someone talking to him. He looked back with a smile and recognized Junho. The man took off his hood and said with a smile that it was indeed Xiang Haiyan. Junho put his hand on the table and said that a lot of time had passed. The men sat opposite each other. The brunette guessed that about 2 months had passed. He looked into the eyes of his interlocutor. The man said that he was lucky today, because he had earned a decent amount this time. The young man asked how much he had received. The man covered his mouth with his hand and said that he had earned 2 million gold. He raised his nose and said that this was amazing, so the guy can order whatever he wants, and he will pay for it. Xiang Haiyan said that in that case, beer would not be enough. He showed the man the mead and said that he needed to try this. Junho exclaimed in shock when he saw the price of 1,900,000. The boy laughed slightly when he heard the words that it was too expensive. He put the menu on the table and said that it would be on him. The dish and drinks were brought to them. The man said that the boy really did an amazing task. Seong Hyan poured the drink into a glass and asked if something lucky happened to him today. The man looked into the boy's eyes and asked if he really needed to drink this stamina potion. The boy remembered pouring some of the potion into the jug. The man said that he probably gets tired thinking about stamina and stats. The boy shook the bottle and agreed with him, then thought that stamina is a stat different from strength, so he doesn't need to use the potion since it can be restored by just resting for a while. He looked at his stats and added that he couldn't use skills without it. Seong Hyan looked in front of him and thought that from the beginning he only lacked mana, and he thought that it was because he wasn't from the continent, but Junho was talking excitedly. The guy finished the thought by saying that other interdimensional travelers had mana. The men raised their glasses with smiles. Junho asked if it wasn't better to have stamina instead of mana than how he had to survive. The young man replied that it had its advantages. Betel yamens were very expensive. The man smiled widely, raised his glass and offered to drink to those like them who lived on the continent. The guys clinked their glasses and said that they both had poor abilities. After some time, the man got drunk and said with a smile that now he understood why it was so expensive. The guy warned him and told him not to drink too much. Seong Hyan reached for the snack and suddenly stopped, looked at the interlocutor and said that he wanted to ask him about something. The man asked him about what happened. The guy looked around and said that there were a lot of people around, so they needed to turn off the God of Languages skill. Junho assumed that this was really important. The system reported that the ability was deactivated. The guys plunged into silence and misunderstanding of the language of others. The man asked him about what happened and whether he found out how to get home. The young man replied that his comrade expected too much from him. The man brought the glass to his mouth. Seong Hyan said that he received a new skill and something strange was happening to him. He opened the description of the throwing skill and said that this ability with a black star. The guy lowered his head. The interlocutor asked if there was a star next to the skill name, after which he said that he did not have such abilities. The young man replied that he also saw something like this for the first time. A soft light spread throughout the room. Seong Hyan said that this ability was much better than the usual ones. The man suggested that he should also kill a rare monster alone. The youth asked him if he knew anything about it. The man replied in the negative. He suddenly raised his eyebrows in surprise, waved his finger and said that he thought someone he was in a party with mentioned a skill with a black star. The youth looked into his eyes and asked who he was talking about. The man replied that he thought that guy's name was Jaeyoung. Seong Hyan said that the man couldn't just decide what someone's name was. The man remembered how his previous ally destroyed a monster with an attack school and said that he was the same as them, a traveler between worlds, but the difference between them was that he destroyed everything on his own. The man looked at Jaeyoung in surprise. He said that's why he asked his ally what he ate to become so strong. Junho imagined a huge magic circle and finished the sentence by having his ally tell him that he has a skill with a black star. The man remembered how he was lying under the rubble looking at his ally. He said that on their last day, the stranger started screaming. Jaeyoung looked at his shaking hands and was happy about something. The man said that he said something about the fourth skill. Junho approached the interlocutor and said that this could be a way to go back. The guy looked at him in surprise, thinking about what he heard. The men went outside. Junho thanked the guy for the drink. He hugged the jug of mead and said that one day he will earn 4 million and buy him 2 bottles. The guy said that he would be grateful to him for that. He smiled widely. The man said that he wanted to go back to the hotel, then asked where the guy should go. The young man said that he wanted to go buy potions. They said goodbye. The man said that it was time for him to go. Seong Hyan looked down and thought that if what the other person just said was true, then getting the fourth skill with a star. He remembered the description of the skill he got and finished the thought by saying that it should change something. Seong Hyan remembered how they were sitting at the table and decided that he should get these abilities too. He imagined the mysterious Jaeyoung. Didn't think that, but it might be a hint on how to find the way back home, but in any case, he needed to understand how the guy got 4 skills. He remembered the image of the blushing man with a smile and wondered how he could forget to tell such important information. Seong Hyan put his hands on his waist, exhaled and decided to do something good to earn points. The morning sun rose over the street market. Passers-by looked at the guy in confusion. He put up a sign saying that he would treat for free, but could accept an exchange. The boy leaned on the sign with a smile and greeted the passers-by. The hooded boy approached him and asked if he was a healer. The boy answered in the affirmative. Seong Hyan was moved aside, hearing the words that someone knew him. The red-haired girl looked at him with a grin and said that he was an oddball who could not get the healer's mark because he could not use healing. The boy looked at her with a calm expression. People began to discuss that this basically looked strange. If you think about it, the boy looks like a scammer because no one who cannot use healing can be a healer. The square quickly emptied. The boy thought that this was expected. The girl approached him and apologized. The boy turned his gaze to her with a smile and greeted her, thinking that his real clients were not adventurers. The girl looked at him in confusion and asked if he really accepted the exchange. The young man finished his thought by saying that his clients would be exactly such people. She was holding a basket of potatoes in her hands. He said that he had some potatoes, but she was not sure that it would be enough. The girl looked at him happily. The guy agreed to the exchange with a smile and asked what her problem was. The girl untied the bandages and showed the wound, telling that she had cut herself with a tool while working in the field. She turned pale in fear and said that she knew a man who cut his finger with a garden hoe, became very ill and died. The young man imagined the silhouette of a man lying in agony and thought that tetanus was a terrible disease because people do not have a vaccine. The woman extended her hand to him. The guy decided to examine it. He activated his observation gaze. The ability told him that the abrasion was caused by a hoe, and that 2 days had passed since the wound was received, and that an infection was possible due to the use of old bandages. The guy with a calm expression thought that, fortunately, it was not tetanus. He raised his hand, smiled, and said that it was nothing serious. The girl put the basket on the table. The guy handed her a jar and said that this remedy would cure her. The girl looked at the medicine and said that this potion looked strange. The young man explained that it was a balm. He smiled slightly and said that she just needed to apply it after breakfast and dinner and also use clean bandages. The next second, he fell silent in confusion, hearing the words that she did not have clean screws. The girl looked after him. The guy asked her to wait for him a little. He took 10 bunches of grass and decided that he could make the bandages himself. The boy turned the grass into white cloth using the creation skill. He took the scissors and said that while he was doing this, he should make some in reserve, after which he thought that it was difficult for an ordinary person to buy bandages, since they were expensive. The girl happily looked at the bandaged hand and sincerely thanked the boy. Seong Hyan waved his hand. The girl bowed to him. He decided that this was a good start. He looked at the system window and thought that the points had been received. Suddenly, passers-by paid attention to him. The residents approached him and began to ask if he really took an exchange for an examination, after which they began to ask to examine them. The boy smiled slightly. The glasses and patients began to fall one after another. Each of them thanked the boy. In the end, the boy scored 172 points. He got tired, wiped his forehead, smiled, and decided that it was really worth it. Seong Hyan remembered the battle with the rat and thought that hunting monsters was also not bad, but he opened the system window and finished the thought by saying that it was much better to calmly treat people in the settlement. Suddenly, something knocked down his potion box. The guy hoped that he would only see such patients. The young man looked away, hearing the words that this was nonsense. The blonde guy approached him and asked if he called this dirty tent a shop. The blonde put his hand on his belt and asked for potions. Seong Hyan looked at the overturned box. He smiled, deeply angry in his soul, and asked the guy what potions he needed. The blonde guy threw himself on the table and said that he needed any remedy that he made himself. Seong Hyan insulted him. The stranger frowned in disdain and said that it was damn cramped in there. The guy thought that he must be from a noble family and then wondered why he was in this small shop. Seong Hyan reached for the bomb and said that he didn't know what he was looking for, but he handed him the jar and finished the sentence by saying that this was all he had for now. The knight looked at the guy in surprise. The nobleman touched his chest and said that the healer was quite lucky for a potion maker, and then introduced himself as Richard Yerv, one of the 3 sons of the family. The guy looked into his eyes and thought that this was a rather influential family in this area, and then asked what brought him to him. The knight shook his head and said that there was nothing strange about it. He looked into the brunette's face and said that the head of the family wanted to hire him. Seong Hyan thought with a calm expression that such a proud family had come to him. The blonde looked back at the knight and said that they could do such troublesome things themselves. The man apologized and said that it was an order. Richard threw a bag to the healer and told him to take it. The guy pointed at the bag. The blonde frowned angrily when he heard the question about what it was. He asked the brunette in response if he really didn't know what it was. The knight lowered his head and said that it was an ingredient needed to make a cure for Tess. The young man took out some plant twigs from the bag, saying that it was an infected area in the west. He imagined a huge space, half infected, and said that the edge was actually a very beautiful area. But now, although they do not know the reason, it was suddenly heavily infected. The ground is rotting and exuding eye. The knight introduced the commander and the ruler and then said that their lord, who owned these lands, was fighting the monsters with his army in order to stop the spread of the infection. But Seong Hyan smiled and asked if he understood correctly that the leader had come into contact with the infection during the process. The knight turned away and said that one of the estate's employees told them that he had received a potion from the guy. The blonde looked away in displeasure. The knight added that at the moment, the cure for the poison was brought from an extremely remote place, but it was quite difficult. The brunette smiled and thought that this was why the young master had come in person. He was lost and thought that the bomb was better suited for treating contact with the infection than the liquid potion, and now the only person who could make it was himself. Xiang Haiyan looked at the knight and asked if the man wanted him to make the potion. The blonde said that they spoke the same language after all. He raised his hand and said that if the boy could impress his father, he would get a beautiful shop instead of this dump. The young master pointed his finger at this and said that it meant that the boy would receive a blessing that someone like him would not be able to pay for in his entire life. Xiang Haiyan called it the great part. The blonde crossed his arms, closed his eyes and said that if the healer understood, he could start making the potion. The brunette smiled and politely refused. The knight looked at him in surprise. The blonde boiled with anger. He looked at the guy with irritation, grabbed his head and asked him about what he had just said. Richard jumped up from his seat, hearing the same answer. He frowned angrily, looked at the guy's face and said that this was not something that a potion maker like him could refuse, because it was a privilege given to him by the head of the family. Xiang Haiyan put the bag down and said that they had found the wrong person, because he was not a potion maker in the first place. The guy looked at the bag and thought that he could get a lot if he took this job, but then he would have to continue working for them. He remembered his 172 points and thought that he needed to earn them. Richard looked at him angrily. The young man smiled and thought that the young gentleman should be more polite when asking for a favor. The blonde frowned irritably. Someone was hurrying to the tent. The blonde was surprised that the guy called himself a healer. The guys turned to the resident who came, who asked the guy for help. Luol on his sister's back with a bandaged hand. He turned to the doctor with tears. The girl blushed, being unconscious. The guy analyzed her condition. The system reported that she had a bone wound and bleeding. Her finger was cut by a sharp sickle, which could cause death if left untreated. The young man with a calm expression thought that the cut literally went through blood vessels, nerves and ligaments. The finger was barely holding on. The boy was scared, but he looked at his sister, and he said that they first need to wash the wound because there are a lot of foreign substances from the sickle. Luol looked at him and asked if he could help her. The blonde chuckled loudly. He looked at the healer and said that this was ridiculous and he couldn't control himself anymore. The young master looked at the injured girl and said that a potion maker can cure a disease or poison, but he can't do anything about a wound because this kind of thing. He opened his palm and activated the healing light. The guys looked at his hand. The blonde said that only a healer like him can heal this. The brunette was surprised that the master was a healer. He looked at his face and asked him to grow her finger back. Richard said that he didn't need to do that. We all frowned tensely. The master said that this commoner didn't have enough money to pay him. He dispelled the spell by clenching his palm. Vladimir approached the guy and said that if he apologized to him for being so impudent and obeying their order, then he would show mercy and heal the commoner. Xiang Haiyan looked at the girl and thought about whether he would really heal an ordinary person. You nobleman would not do that unless he had gone crazy. The brunette smiled maliciously and thought that, apparently, the guy really needed this potion. He turned to the patient's CP and said that there was no need to do this because he could handle it himself. The blonde clenched his teeth in rage and asked how he was going to do it. Xiang Haiyan took out the first aid kit and said that everything would be quite simple. He smiled and added that he would sew the finger on. The guy washed the wound and stopped the bleeding. He put the empty bottles on the table and thought that it was not in vain that he had prepared the saline solution in advance. Xiang Haiyan picked up the tweezers. The blonde chuckled loudly. He smiled widely. We all looked at the healer in fear. Richard said that a person is not a doll. The brunette mentally asked him to get lost if he was going to distract him from work. The blonde closed his eyes and said that he would bet his lucky necklace that he would fail. Xiang Haiyan decided to make his bet. The young gentleman looked at him in surprise. The guy said that he would take the necklace and the gentleman would treat ordinary people for free for 3 days and also provide them with food. Richard frowned angrily and called the guy a charlatan, after which he agreed to the conditions. He looked at the face and said that if he fails, then prepare the potion they need and will never again claim to be a healer. Xiang Haiyan agreed with a smile. He looked at the patient and thought that he said that he would sew on the finger, but it would be extremely difficult if he used ordinary thread. He waved the tweezers. A shining thread stretched out from the needle. The boy used the thread creation skill. He looked at the needle and thought that with the help of a mana potion, he could create a thread that was suitable for surgery. He used the observation gaze and analyzed the structure of the girl's hand. The blonde looked away in displeasure and thought that the boy did not dare to waste his time, so he would make him regret it when it was over. Luol exclaimed in surprise, and thereby attracted the attention of the gentleman. The brunette's eyes reflected the girl's hand. He thought that there were some rules that he had learned while living as a healer. The young man used the hemostasis, observation gaze and stitching skills, and then thought that the 5th rule of survival for a healer is that you can't wait for a good skill to appear. His thread twisted through the air. The boy deftly stitched up his finger. He wielded 2 tweezers at once. His thread was spreading through the air. The young man finished his thought by saying that he needed to use the skills and knowledge he had at the moment. A bright light emanated from him, and energy was gathering around the girl's wound. Fingertip transplant. The hero waved his tweezers. The operation was extremely difficult, but with the necessary skills, there was nothing he couldn't handle. It would require extreme concentration to connect the severed nerves one by one, but rare items would help him. The brunette turned his attention to his ring. Mental strength had increased significantly due to the effect of the mental concentration ring. The others watched in amazement. Now he needed to stitch the skin. The healer was sweating. His stamina was almost exhausted. There was just a little bit left. Kang Seong Hyan cut the glowing thread. There was a neat stitch on the patient's finger. Her brother was crying with joy. The nobleman was shocked. The protagonist thought that he might have fainted if it had taken a little longer. He took a sip of the stamina potion. Full recovery increases the speed of recovery of the patient. The skill full recovery was applied. The healer passed his hand over the girl. Everything is ready. The blonde gritted his teeth. Richard pushed the guy away and went to the healer. He shouted that his finger could not move after that. The brunette calmly looked at him and offered to check it himself. The nobleman swore and demanded that the hero step aside. Resurrection. He extended his hand to the patient. A golden light appeared. She opened her eyes. The brunette asked if the girl could hear him. She silently turned her gaze to the healers. Dr. Kang asked her to clench and unclench her palm. The girl did so, moving all her fingers. The brunette smiled. Richard was amazed. The hero turned to the blonde. He asked if he remembered what they had recently talked about. The nobleman stood in a stupor. The healer asked if he would not keep the promise given on behalf of the great Yer family. Everyone looked on in surprise. The nobleman threw the amulet on the floor in irritation and cursed. The brunette watched Richard leave. The hero said that if he was going to give something away, he should do it politely. Item: Necklace of Luck, increases luck when worn. The man picked up the amulet. The guy thanked the doctor and pinched his sister on the cheek. He asked if the nobleman would keep his promise. The healer chuckled. The man thought he would, because his father would be strict about it. The brunette asked the patients to spread rumors about it. He suggested telling them that if people went to the town square, they could get free treatment and food. Bitsball Hotel. Julia leaned on the table. She asked if Dr. Kang knew about the rumor. The man was leaning on his hand. Bottles lay in front of him. The girl noted that he looked very tired. The brunette said that the young master of the Yer family opened a free clinic in the town square. There was also free food there. A lot of people gather there. The hero sat at the table. He said it was wonderful. The girl was worried that the number of patients at the healer would decrease because of it. The man smiled. The brunette replied that he could handle it because it was enough for him that many people could receive free treatment. The girl looked at him with a smile. She thought that he was a kind-hearted man. Meanwhile, the hero imagined how hard it was for the nobleman now, and this filled him with happiness. The brunette put a basket of potatoes on the table. He suggested that the girl use it for cooking. The brunette beamed and promised to cook something tasty that would help restore energy. The man smiled. He thought that he would not be energetic today. 10 roulette spins. 200 points will be spent. Roulette results: health +1, 1 gold, stamina +1, 1 gold, health potion, mental strength +1, stamina +1. The roulette failed the hero. He looked at the notification windows and thought that it would be strange to receive skills as often as last time. Life Force Crystal. Inventory expansion. You have gained additional space in your inventory by applying the expansion. The man examined the crystal. It is an ingredient for endurance equipment. Junho approached the hero. The healer asked if the man was also staying here. The interlocutor said that this place had the most delicious food. Junho handed the hero a card for enhancing the crystal. He said that the brunette could take it. The brunette was delighted. The guy thought that his interlocutor was a generous person. He accepted the card and thanked him, noting that the man could sell it for a lot. The interlocutor looked at the hero's ring in surprise. He asked if the healer would continue to use it or sell it. The healer replied that it was needed for a while, but it was difficult to sell it because the ring was quite expensive. The man in glasses sighed and offered to recommend a store. The protagonist became interested. Weapons store. The healer went inside. Equipment was everywhere. A man with a beard turned to him. The brunette said that he wanted to sell some items. He put down an amulet. The merchant said that the crystal in this necklace of luck had a crack. The healer was surprised and remembered how the nobleman threw it. The interlocutor was ready to buy the amulet for 3 million gold. The hero nodded and mentally thanked Richard. Seong Hyan held out the ring. The merchant looked at it and said that it was quite a rare item. The man decided to check the history of recent transactions. The brunette decided to look around for now. He examined the weapons and came across a crossbow. He extended his hand to evaluate its effectiveness. The healer thought that it would be good to have a long-range weapon. Suddenly, a bright light began to emit from the crossbow. The guy was surprised. On the system plate, "Get it, at all costs." The healer was amazed. He had received countless messages so far, but he had never encountered a message that seemed to be sent by a person. The brunette turned around. He felt like someone was watching him. The hero flinched. The merchant called him. The bearded man approached the brunette and asked if everything was okay. The guy replied that he was thinking. He looked at the crossbow and asked if it was some kind of special weapon. The man replied that it was Freaka's crossbow found among the relics. The merchant took out a pouch and said that the weapon came with a bag. He threw a coin into it. If you put the item inside the bag, it will turn into an arrow. The brunette became interested. The owner took the crossbow and fired. Then he turned to the hero and said that you can shoot even 5 times in a row. Seong Hyan thought that the weapon was expensive. He asked the merchant about the price. He was told that the price was about 15 million. The brunette realized that he could not buy it. The seller put the crossbow down and offered to buy it for 14 million, but right now. The healer asked how much he could get for the mental focus ring. The bearded man replied that based on the transaction history, it was purchased for 6 million gold. He was willing to buy it for the same price. The brunette rubbed his chin. The man thought that even his last reserves would not be enough, considering the receipt of 9,600,000 gold for the ring and necklace. He looked up and whispered 4 million gold to someone who could keep an eye on him. Silence in response. The doctor looked away in annoyance. He thought that he could have thrown in some money since the stranger wanted him to buy a weapon. The merchant turned to the guy. He offered to reserve the crossbow for the visitor. The brunette was surprised. The man smiled. He said that he was sure that the healer would quickly earn a lot of money since he brought such items. The hero smiled and asked the merchant to register the reserve. The brunette understood why Junho recommended this store to him. It was night outside. Before leaving, he took another brooch with an enhancement ornament, Adventurer's Guild. The hero pinned the brooch to his robe. Item, Vitality Brooch, an item that increases stamina plus the possibility of improvement. Adventurers' job is to offer their talents for service in order to receive points and money. The specialists crowded in front of the notice board. The brunette thought about it. He had planned to borrow some money from Junho, but he himself was broke. At their last meeting, the man asked if the hero believed in their ability to return home. Then he told his friend that he had some leads. After 3 years of silence, someone spoke to him who led them to this place. The guy thought that maybe he would be able to talk to him if he got the crossbow. First, he needed to work. The brunette squeezed his way to the board and tore down one of the ads for healers. A guild employee was looking at him. She approached him and said that these tasks were only for licensed healers. They could not register the guy. The man smiled at her and said that he was just browsing. The girl was surprised. She noticed that all of these ads were in progress. The healer was happy to see one of them. A doctor was needed to stop the bleeding from a patient's leg. The brunette looked at the address. Julia was sweeping the floor. The protagonist approached her. She turned around and asked if he had left anything. The guy replied that he was looking for someone. He entered the room. The elderly priest was looking at the girl. The man said that he would heal the wound and let Mr. Ivor grant her his mercy. The brunette was surprised. He thought that the man would not be able to hire an ordinary priest. Perhaps he was a traveling priest. The blonde was holding the patient's hand. She looked at the man and said that the girl was tired. The priest asked to untie the bandages. The hero's eyes lit up. He used the observant look skill. The girl's leg was bleeding. Abnormal condition, bleeding due to infection. A wound caused by a cut with something sharp. Traces of thin teeth were found on the wound. The priest extended his hand and a glow appeared. He said that he was releasing her. The brunette abruptly extended his hand and stopped him. The man turned around. The hero smiled and introduced himself. He apologized for interfering and said that his healing would be useless. The gray-haired man looked at the guy with disdain. He asked if he knew what kind of healer he was. The blonde stood up from the patient while the brunette looked at the priest. Seong Hyan said that he misunderstood him and that he was not talking about the man's abilities. The girl clarified that the hero was a healer. The patient was shaking. The blonde said that the guy should understand her partner's situation. She was serious. The girl demanded that he not interfere and leave if the brunette was only going to say strange things. The adventurer got angry. The hero said that such healing would not work here. The blonde pushed him into the corridor and shouted at him to get out. The door slammed. The man grinned and thought how stubborn they all were, and let it not be said later that he did not warn. The girl asked the Holy Father to continue. The patient was pale. This healing would not work. The priest was perplexed. He repeated the healing spell again. Why was it not working? The leg continued to bleed. The man was shocked. The blonde was panicking and asking what was happening and why the blood was still flowing. The patient was getting paler. The adventurer looked at her partner. She hoped that the priest of the church would be different, but everything was the same as with the previous healer. Her eyes filled with tears. She wondered if none of the healers could heal her partner. The patient turned to her. The blonde ran closer. The patient was breathing heavily. She reminded him that the brunette said that she could not be healed this way. The girl suggested that perhaps he could cure her. The blonde hesitated. The adventurer said that the guy looked suspicious. The patient took her hand. She asked to call him, worried that she would not last even with potions. The blonde noted that her hands were cold. She looked resolutely at her friend and agreed to bring the brunette here. Julia was wiping dust from a painting. She turned around at the sound. The blonde ran up to her and asked if she had seen the hero. The brunette was sitting at the table and watching. Julia pointed at him. The healer smiled and asked if the treatment was going well. The girl clenched her fist. She said that the guy was right and the priest Hughes's healing had not helped. The blonde approached the hero and asked if he knew what the problem was. He answered in the affirmative. He smiled and asked that after everything that had happened, she wanted him to heal the girl. The adventurer was embarrassed. She explained that she had misunderstood his words and thought that the treatment was not working because the healers were not capable enough. The girl bowed low and asked to save her colleague. She closed her eyes and thought that she had no shame in asking him after her rude words. The silence dragged on. The girl raised her head. The man was already heading for the door. He asked what she was doing. The brunette smiled and said that he had to hurry to examine the patient. The blonde was touched. In the patient's room, the guy noted that they should have figured out the cause first and then contacted the healer. The priest was confused. The brunette looked at him. The patient was sitting on the bed. The hero told the man that he had already mentioned that the healing would not work. He asked if the girl was poisoned then. A purple light appeared around the priest's hand. He said that he had studied hundreds of types of poisons in order to master the art of detoxification, and he was proud of it. The man guaranteed that this patient was not poisoned. The hero listened to him and thought that he was shamelessly bragging about his skills. However, he replied that the cause was not poison. The healer looked at the patient and asked her name. She introduced herself. The guy began his examination. He asked how the girl got this wound. She answered that she was attacked by rock moles a week ago when she was going to the Hind settlement. They are not particularly strong monsters, and at first it was just a minor wound. The blonde looked at the hero and said that it was strange because she had been attacked too. The brunette asked if they had gone to the settlement immediately after the attack. However, after that, the girls were chased by goblins in the jungle and then by crocodiles in the Mika swamps. The priest was surprised to think that they had gone through many different trials. The healer smiled. The man looked at him in confusion. Lizzie said that they had barely made it to the settlement, but her colleague's condition had suddenly worsened. Xiang Haiyan asked if the girl's wound was causing pain. The patient looked at him and asked again. Her eyes widened. She replied that it did not hurt at all. The priest was amazed. He exclaimed why the girl was talking about such an important fact only now. Lena replied that she had not noticed it because of her dizziness. The man began to sweat. He suspected something strange, but this looked like black magic. Black magic is a technique related to black mana as opposed to holy power. Hughes became serious and said that the healing would not work if the girl was cursed. The hero smiled and shattered his theory. He said that if it was a curse, the healing would have done even more damage. A potion appeared in the guy's hands. The skills distribution and absorption were used in succession. Rays of green mist touched the patient's leg. The blonde and the priest were shocked. The blood stopped flowing. Lizzie exclaimed that the bleeding had stopped. The healer smiled and said that it was a concentration of tentral mint. There is nothing better for catching insects than a potion made by yourself. The patient twitched and asked again. There were small bites on her leg. The guy pointed to a tiny mark. He said that the Mika swamp that the girls passed through is a natural habitat for various insect monsters. The hero asked if the girl's wound had been neglected while they were crossing the swamp. Lena looked at the brunette and replied that the wound had not been treated immediately, just like her colleagues. The blonde thought about it. The healer asked her where they had been wounded. The girl replied that she had been wounded on the back of her hand and face, while her friend had only been wounded on her leg. The adventurer was struck by inspiration. She exclaimed that her friend's wound was the only one that had come into contact with water. The brunette agreed with her. He said that the source of the infection was inside the swamp. There was a foreign object inside the girl's leg, so it was obvious that the bleeding would not stop. The priest looked at them. He said that he finally understood what was happening. The blonde leaned against the bed and asked if it was over now. However, the guy replied that it was only a temporary measure. He took out a knife and said that the fact that the wound did not hurt at all meant that the insect had the skill of anesthesia. This is a fairly high-level skill for this type. The healer sharply cut the patient's leg and said that among such insects there is no one so weak that they will die just from taking a single medicine. A whole monster began to crawl out of the cut. Lena looked at her leg. It was sharply hit with a katana. Among such insects there is no one so weak that they will die just from taking a single medicine. Something appeared on her leg. The girl was shocked. Suddenly this something flew almost all over the room. Everyone around was horrified. But the insect fell behind the men. Hughes turned and asked what it was. Xiang Haiyan armed himself with a knife and said that they should destroy it right now. On the floor lay a disgusting creature. The guy noted that it was quite unpleasant. It was a black swamp leech, a leech-like monster living near water. Suddenly this monster began to grow. The priest threw back, looked at it. Everyone jumped and got scared because it started to run away. It was already approaching the sewer. The guy thought that this creature was trying to escape through the sewer. He shouted for everyone to grab their weapons faster, and he took off. He ran straight after it. He swung. At that moment, the monster tried to shoot him from its mouth, but the guy parried the blow. His hand was shaking. He thought that since it had been feeding on human blood for a whole week, it was expected that it would be strong. The leech was approaching him right. Then it started moving in the opposite direction. The boy turned around and thought that even taking into account all these factors, wasn't it still too fast? The monster was still moving towards the sewer. That's when Lizzie suddenly ran forward. She jumped on the cabinet. She grabbed it. She looked at the monster and screamed that she would not let it get away. And she threw the cabinet right on the floor, blocking the sewer and hitting the leech. She sat on top of this cabinet and asked if she really thought she would let go of the creature that tried to kill her friend. Well, that moment the monster appeared right in front of her and called her by name. The girl was shocked. For a second the brunette had already kicked her away. The leech flew into the wall. He approached her and swung. Then he stabbed her right in the face with a knife. He thought that since this monster uses the sucked blood as a source of strength, if he continues to attack, he will lose all the blood and dry up. The guy pressed hard on the knife. Then he jumped back. The leech began to shrink. He thought that the monster was already much smaller than before. She was shaking her tail, and she looked around the room, and she saw the window. Then she began to move towards him. She broke the window with her tail. The brunette did not expect this. He thought about it and mentally apologized to the housekeeper. The leech escaped from the window. He looked out thinking that if it got out through the city canal, they would not be able to find it. Then he jumped out after it and thought, if he lets go now, then everything is lost. He crushed the potion. Shards fell around. New skills were unlocked. The skill distribution and absorption is applied sequence. The effect of the potion mint tentral is increased. The leech was enveloped in magic. The guy continued to run right after it and struck. Your blood flowed. It began an abnormal state, bleeding. The blood inside the target's body was almost gone. He looked and thought that he had almost done everything. He swung again. Now if he strikes a fatal blow. He struck. The blades flew to the side. His blade broke. The priest at this time began to read a prayer, and what light! Everything around lit up. The leech was imprisoned in chains, and he continued, ordering them to appear. Then he grabbed the chain and shouted that it took him quite a while to cast the spell. He added that he couldn't hold it any longer. He had to hurry. He shot up, smiled, and said that it was just in time. Then he saw a piece of his knife and thought that it had bought him some time, but he couldn't use the skill cut without a weapon, and the broken blade wasn't suitable. At that moment, a new weapon flew into his hand. The blonde threw it out of the window and told him to use it. The monster tried to break free. At that very second, the chains broke. The young man flew straight at it. He struck. The monster flew into pieces with it. It was all over. The leech was lying on the ground. The man came up and asked if Leon was dead. The guy replied that yes, he was sure. Then he raised the tail of the turnout and said that they had caught him only thanks to this man. If he needed it, he could take it. To which the Holy Father replied that he didn't want to touch something so dirty. The guy replied that he would take everything then. Lena examined the stitched leg and said that the guy stitched her leg with thread. The blonde came up and added that it happened at the speed of a sewing machine. At that moment, the brunette wiped his hands and said that when he sews and uses a magic thread, the speed increases, so her leg will not hurt for some time. The girl smiled and said that she was so scared, she thought she would die, thanked him. The guy smiled back and said that he was just doing his duty. He sat down and said that the Holy Father should now go and report. He came up to him and added that he should report that he failed the task. The man looked at him in bewilderment and asked again. The guy smiled and explained that it was so that he could get a reward. They, Adventurers Guild, the man said that he was here to report and about his task. The girl asked in surprise if it was true that he had not improved. Hughie lowered his head and said that yes, he had failed. The girl thought it was impossible. She looked at him and said that he was one of the highest ranking priests of the church. He could take a position even higher in the church if he wanted, but why him? At that moment, a brunette was standing behind. The girl shouted that it was him again. The guy was whistling, and she thought it was the quest destroyer Xiang Haiyan. At that moment, the blonde came closer to her and said, "Does this mean, as they said, she can cancel the request?" The girl in horror thought that this was again a loss of reputation, a budget cut. Well, she still looked at her and answered that this was an acceptable reason. The blonde was happy. She put a seal and said that according to the rules of the Adventurers Guild, they would return half of the amount they were paid. I convey with my eyes the report. The current quest will be cancelled. The young man stood aside and said that he could not take a quest for official healers, but he could freely take quests that the guild had cancelled. He remembered how sometimes people would tell him things like that he had no conscience. Why did he interfere with other people's quests? People were unhappy. Everyone pointed at him, saying that he did not even know how to use healing. He smiled and replied that he understood why they were angry with him, but then they should treat them correctly right away. He closed his eyes and also added that this is why he works as a healer. They handed him a bag, told him to take it, there is not much here, but asked him to accept it as a reward for helping them. The brunette took the bag from the blonde's hands, and she added that she also included half of the amount that the Adventurers Guild returned to them, to which the guy replied that he really needed it. He then handed her the weapon, said that he had to give her the dagger, but the girl refused and said that he could keep it too, the dagger he used broke anyway. This dagger was not simple, he made it from blue silver ore, it is very good, the villagers of her village made it for her when she said that she was going to become an adventurer. The young man looked at him and asked if the girl was sure that he could take something so important. At that moment, she grabbed her head, remembered how she threw him away, and said that she also wanted to apologize. She smiled and said that there was nothing more important than the life of her comrade. The guy smiled, said that he understood and thanked her. Leaving, he said that he would give them a 10% discount if needed again. Well, he also asked not to get hurt too soon, to which she answered well. He looked at the bag of money, 650, a total of 700,000 gold. He walked down the street and thought that his reserves for a rainy day amounted to 2 million gold. He needed about 2 million more gold to buy a crossbow. He also needed to leave some in reserve. The boy looked at the map, he had 5 roulette spins. On the screen it was written that the roulette was activated, 100 points would be spent. The young man closed his eyes, in front of him only notifications appeared that the roulette results were gold, and so 4 times, he thought that this was a gold rush. He looked at all this and thought that he needed money, but this was too little, he really wanted to get 1 skill from the last spin. He imagined the air skill, it allows the user to brew a potion with the corresponding attribute. He imagined this potion, the air attribute, so it must be a wind potion. He smiled and thought that was not bad. He approached the ball, now he just needed to. He went inside and asked to forgive him. Something was happening in front of him, judging by the voice, it must have been a doctor. Well, the one in front was the pharmacist Lafay. He said that if he needed anything, he could just take it. But at that moment the guy said that he was not here to buy, but to sell. Pharmacies, what he did aside, and said what was he waiting for then, let him give his goods quickly. The young man was a little surprised, what kind of seller is happy with a client who sells instead of buyers? He put the remains of the leech on the table and said that he received it not long ago. The woman put on gloves and said that it was a black swamp leech, someone went to the swamp. Well, that received an affirmative answer. She started looking at the leech and said that it was cut in half and had a lot of scratches around. She couldn't give him a good price for it. But then something surprised her. The guy was playing with a flower with teeth and asked how much it would cost, about 30,000. Well, at that moment she said she could give 3 million. The young man turned around in shock and said that she had said she couldn't offer a good price. He assumed that she just liked leeches. The girl replied that of course that wasn't true. She picked up her teeth and said that he looked closely. The color of her teeth was different from the rest. Leech teeth are usually black. This is a rare specimen of black swamp leeches. He imagined a leech and a huge rat. A rare mustache is a kind of mutated monster. It is stronger than normal and has special abilities. The girl turned to him. The guy said, "Isn't this just a rare monster?" She explained that there are important differences. She lifted it up and said that the remains of a rare monster without a relic are safe as an ingredient. On the other hand, the remains of a special kind can be used to create artifacts. She came closer to the guy and said that special kinds of river and still have not been properly studied, that is why they are so expensive. And he smirked and said that it is no wonder that Miss Pharmacist favors her so much. She looked at the guy and asked what his decision was. He smiled and said that of course he will sell it. They shook hands and the deal was made. She said that this is why she likes the young man. And he replied that this is why he likes her too. He entered the building, walked forward, put a bag of money on the table, said that this is the full amount and the blacksmith can check it. The man looked at him and asked if he really already collected the amount, and the guy replied that he really needs this crossbow. It is still in stock, right? The man replied that of course, but he needs a couple of minutes. Brought him a crossbow and said that it was him. The guy thanked him, took the crossbow in his hands, smiled and said that it was mine now. An inner voice asked if it was time, he should show himself already. At that moment, the brunette hung and looked at the air. He mentally continued to have a dialogue with himself, and the man looked at him and thought that this strange guy was staring into the air again. Night, hotel. He went into his room and thought that if just getting a crossbow was not enough. He opened it, raised it up, the crossbow lit up with a blue flame. The young man decided to save it in his inventory. The screen showed that he had finally done it. He frowned and thought that this is it. A huge screen appeared in front of him. He would be surprised. The screen began to lag. The guy did not understand what was happening here. The screen said what kind of strange, you and yours, abandoned, and received a status. Strange words were covered with symbols. He looked at it and understood that this notification informed that he had completed the task, but what about the rest? He looked away and thought, what do they mean by this, that there was a system failure? He gritted his teeth and said that it must be a joke. He remembered about the crossbow, he even got it as he was told to do so. Then he raised his head and screamed that it was enough to watch and it was time to show himself so that they could talk. Suddenly, something started to happen on the screen. The guy was surprised again. A star appeared. He thought that it was a black star. This and the icon probably symbolized the one who was watching him. Then a word appeared on the screen. Okay, he just looked at it. You will answer. All these words were separated by a barcode. The young man continued to watch. On the screen was written for 5 questions. He remembered how he got to the continent. Around people were fighting bats. There were many corpses. Everyone else who came with him either survived or died in the caves. She remembered them arguing. There were many disagreements between them, discussing whether they should stay here or find a way to return to Earth. He watched the whole crowd and said that no matter what they did, they would need money. Everyone else agreed. The guy moved his hand to the side and said that then how about finding a well-paid job that suits their skills after they split up and adjust to this world. He stood with a line of people. Those who wished to return to Earth would find a way to do so. 3 years passed. He looked at the screen and asked, was it really true that after all this time, he could only ask 5 questions? Finally, the opportunity to find out how to return had arrived. Then he looked away and thought that the message was getting shorter. Was this thing bound by certain restrictions? He tried to say something. He needed to think carefully. He remembered the girl, his comrades, and asked if this was the entity that brought them to the continent. The screen showed an affirmative answer. The guy frowned and thought that he thought so. Then he raised his hand and asked who the hell he was then and what he was doing. But the answer was yes again. He looked at the screen and did not understand why the answer was like that, so it could only answer yes or no. Time passed. He asked if there was a way to return them to Earth. Again, the answer was yes. Then he asked if anyone had managed to return to Earth. The answer was no. The guy thought, could it be that no one had managed, so even his friend was not able to return? He pulled out a notebook and thought that the only way to get more information from the questions should or should not this. He said that he doubted that he had brought them here for no reason. He started writing something down and said that he should have had a goal, although it seemed that he had not been able to achieve it yet. He listed several options on the paper, turned to the screen and asked what exactly he wanted from them, the Earthlings. There were 2 answer options written on the paper, collecting points and collecting items, or using skills, gaining more power. He was thinking about the same thing, that there are exactly 4 answer options that can be obtained from the status window. He looked outside and added, if the answer is number 1, then the answer is yes. If it is number 2, then the answer is no. If the answer is not on the list, then do not answer for 5 minutes. The answer was yes. The young man was surprised. He continued to look at the window and said, the last question is what is more important. If yes, then points. If no, then items. The answer was yes. The brunette put his hand to his forehead. He understood. So, in fact, this bastard brought them here so that he could use them as slaves to get points. The guy got angry and smiled. It's extremely annoying. But looking at it objectively, if he's the only one who's been able to learn so much, then he's the closest to achieving his goal. He folded his arms and was pleased with himself. Then he raised his hand and said that what he was doing was none of his business, but he needed to know who he was so he could find a way to return to Earth. He imagined the god of the continent and asked if he was him. He smiled and added that he might have run out of questions, but he would have answered this one if he were him. The screen began to dissolve. If he wanted help, he should show his sincerity. The points were absorbed. The points earned were 52. The guy was shocked. The shackles were being absorbed. There were already 32. Then 12. The guy didn't understand what he was thinking or doing. The points were being absorbed, and there were only 5 left. He started screaming for the screen to give him his points back, and then 0 points appeared on the screen. The young man threw up his hands. He grabbed his head. He looked at the screen and thought that everything he would kill him, god or not. A new task appeared, to collect 5,000 points. The reward was marked with an asterisk. The main character took his chin. He thought that the skill with the asterisk was a reward. Such a task system had not yet existed. He looked down and thought that since it took his points and gave him a task in return. The screen began to lag again. He had to use glasses to control the system, and something incomprehensible appeared on the screen. The guy thought that it looked like communication would be difficult for the time being. He raised his hand and added that great, he would do what the screen asked for this time too. Well, he also added that he expected a worthy reward. He slammed his fist on the table and said that although there were many names he would like to call him now, a roulette demon, a slave trader, an evil entity. He looked at the screen again and said that since he was directing them, he would call him admin in the future. Morning. He was sitting having breakfast. He was eating his sandwich and thought that the smell of this grilled rabbit sandwich was disgusting. Yesterday's harvest was quite abundant. It showed that he had received a new skill, Freaky Crossbow, can summon a crossbow at will. The crossbow is now his, the shape can be changed. He looked at the action window and thought that the reward was an exclusive skill for the crossbow. It would be nice to use it with the rest of the skills. He clicked on the roulette. The roulette was added to the status window, 50 points per spin. Received an item, a coupon for 5 free spins of the roulette. He looked at it and thought that there is an exclusive roulette for the crossbow. Wow. He decided to try it and clicked on the use of the item, a coupon for 5 free spins of the roulette. The spinning began. It continued. The guy looked at it and waited. The result of the roulette was displayed. Characteristic additional damage +1, characteristic additional damage +1, characteristic attack speed +1, skill fatal pocket freaky, other, soul points, increase points. He continued to eat and thought that although it is only applicable to the crossbow, but down with him the increase in characteristics and skills, besides, there is no more annoying gold. Y remembered the crystals and thought that it does not even give him additional points for each soul point he gets. He would like every scroll to be the same. A man with glasses came down there and said that he wants to sleep. They greeted each other and smiled at each other. Junho raised his hand. Seong Hyan called him over and said that there is something he needs to tell him. Dae, that's right. The guy with glasses approached the brunette and asked if it was true. They were sent here only to earn points. The second replied that if you sum it up, then yes. That you lowered your eyes and said that they are some kind of slaves. Why did you turn away? And he threw himself into the arms of the brunette, said that he was glad. He thought that he would die before he set foot on his native earth again. The young man asked him to stop crying and listen to him. He patted him on the head and said that as he heard from his approximate explanation, they needed to hurry up and earn points. Then he replied that it was difficult to earn points, right? The guy replied that yes, although all he needed to do was to treat the wound. He also added that firstly, regarding the wounds he had inflicted, he remembered how he had beaten the girl. Everything consisted of a blow, treatment, blow, treatment, blow, treatment. He also remembered how he had treated with the power of thought and added that his own wounds. They did not count, however, it was acceptable to treat a wounded comrade. He added that if he treated his comrade at any time, he could earn money quickly. The man did not understand what his help consisted of. The guy raised his hand, looked at him and asked if he could become his assistant. He narrowed his eyes and thought that they should make a makeshift team. The dimensional travelers who know about the state window system are suitable to be his assistants. Among them, he is the one he can trust to a certain extent. The guy thought about it, and the protagonist continued to think that no matter how much he thought about it, this mister is the only one who can help him with this right now. Junho thought. He smiled and said that okay, of course he will help him since he asks. The brunette smiled and thought that he already knew that he would say yes. Then the man swung the knife over his hand and told him to let him sacrifice his body, and the doctor asked what he was doing. The knife was already approaching his hand. He said that he was investing himself in his earnings. Then he raised his bloody hand and shouted that he should heal him immediately. Heal him and earn a lot of points. And the doctor smiled and said that there was no point if the wound was self-inflicted. A furious cry of disappointment was heard in response. Technical problems. The man looked at his bandaged hand and said that he understood. They need to hunt monsters. This should work. And they did not go. The guy turned and asked if it was too fast. And the brunette replied that people should be diligent. They need to go inside. The girl welcomed them to the Adventurers Guild. But then her eyes widened. She realized that it was him again. The guys walked and smiled, discussed something, and she thought that he was a quest destroyer. It had not been that long since he was here. To her, he looked like a demon. Just look at his face, excited at the thought of destroying another quest. And we were met by a dissatisfied forest. The guy in glasses asked what the hell the guy did if she was looking at them like that. He replied that something happened. And she stood and thought that she should not let him destroy another quest for the healer. They approached the board. He suggested to see what they could do. Suddenly he saw something and said to look at it. There were several tasks on the wall at once below the ridge. They noticed it. They looked and decided that the number of monsters there had increased. Suddenly a girl came up from behind and said that now the pixie zone for monsters is there. She raised her hand and explained that this is why they regularly issue quests to clear them out. This season they can use the main camp set up by the Adventurers Guild if they are interested there. The brunette turned around and thought that the main camp, there will be many adventurers there, making it an ideal glasses factory, and replied that it is a good quest, they will take it. The girl was happy about this. She put a seal and said that they registered them for this quest, also wished them luck. And now they are already in the forest. Welcome to the camp halfway to their destination. They were met by guys in uniform. The guy introduced himself as Barcelo. There were people walking around. He said that in the camp they will be rewarded according to the number of monsters they catch. Although the western part they went through is safe, in all other places there are many monsters, so they will have to prepare well. He introduced a large number of different monsters. From now on, patients will come regularly. The guys were ready. The brunette asked if his friend was ready. He answered that of course. It was time to get gold. Stones were flying in different directions. They were fighting monsters. It was necessary to get rid of the iron crats. The guy with the crossbow looked away and thought that they began to follow them as soon as they left the camp. The screen showed that he was using the skill bag of fate, also checking the inventory of the crossbow, creating arrow stones. The crossbow reloaded automatically. He fired. He smiled and thought that thanks to this skill, he did not need to carry all the materials for the arrows in his inventory, and even higher damage than he expected. Suddenly, a mole crawled out of the ground right at his feet. Junho noticed this and screamed. Claws were already flying at the doctor. He noticed this. A friend suddenly flew in and protected him with his body. He shouted for him to ignore him and continue his hunt. A window lit up, a bag of fate. He created an arrow using a small potion of strength. The young man was pierced by arrows. He turned and asked the brunette if he really had just been hit by an arrow, and he replied that it was the arrow potion. He had just proven that it was normal to be hit by such an arrow, after which the guy with glasses asked not to experiment on him anymore. The battle continued. One by one, they killed the monsters. Their corpses lay everywhere, and so they brought them to the camp. The man asked if it was true that the two of them had caught them all. They were steel moles. The doctor replied that they were not iron moles. No wonder Mr. Kim had been hit. The man remained silent, but thought that he had been hit instead of him. The guy smiled and looked at his notebook and said that they would close their account right now. He had to wait a second, to which he received the answer that he could take his time. The guys stood next to each other. Everyone around was whispering that these guys had done it, how many they had caught, who these two were working as. They were at least not ordinary adventurers. The soldiers around were smiling and saying that if they were good adventurers, they must not have money for a healer since they were wearing bandages. The young man with glasses was unhappy, and they did not eat. He thought that they should not judge by him. They talked over dinner. They did not even know what a distinguished healer he was. The main character turned to him and thanked him for his words, and the guy asked him if he should be angry at this. He had to show them his skills. But the young man smiled and said that there was no need to be angry in order to deal with such people. He opened his eyes and said that besides, it was high time for them to appear here. His friend did not understand who he was talking about, but then he saw them. The guys noticed him and started shouting, "A healer? They are looking for a healer." People were looking for a healer, did not approach everyone in a row and asked if they could get help here. The number of wounded people increased significantly with the onset of night. The young man with glasses jumped up and said that the doctor now had to earn points, and he replied that everything was fine. They were suddenly surprised. There were a lot of patients here. He had his own patients who needed him. He saw how people treated other people. He came up and asked if this patient would mind if he took a look at him. The healer turned around and asked who he was. These two were standing in front of him. He realized that they were those guys. He smiled, and the protagonist thought that these were the bastards who laughed at them and said that they must not have money for a healer. The young man looked at him and said that he was not so incompetent as to need his help. But at that moment, the guy on the ground was lying in a dying state. The doctor said, "Why is his patient in such a state?" He leaned over to the patient and thought that at least they gave him decent care. It seems that the attack was aimed at the arm and shoulder. He looked at him carefully. The observer glance skill was activated. He started scanning the man. Description of the condition: decomposing purulent paralysis, traces of wild animal bites all over the body. There was an open wound, but it looked like he had recently recovered from it. The others stood in shock and asked if he had found anything. He put his fingers to his shaking hand and said that it looked like he had been bitten by wild animals. It was also noticeable that his hand was in a state of paralysis, judging by the numbness. His friend thought about it. The parallel most likely meant that he had been bitten by a hound. And the second healer said that they should not make him laugh. Paralyzing poison does not make people writhe in pain like that. The brunette took out a knife and said that the paralyzing poison of the hound is truly unique. He made an incision and added that if several conditions are met, what is it? He looked at the hand and said that the flesh was all rotten. This is the effect I had before decomposition. He stood up and was asked what to do. A crossbow began to appear. He aimed it straight at the boy and said that they needed to do this. Everyone around him started shouting that he was a bastard. Was he going to stop? They guys were originally a couple of lunatics. His friend tried to stop all the people. The doctor asked him to get rid of the strangers, and he shouted for them to stop distracting the doctor and go away. He loaded his crossbow, thinking that if he wanted to deliver the potion to various parts of his body quickly, then this was the best method possible. Air cards activated. He was able to create a potion with the corresponding attribute. The skill of the bag of fate was activated. The arrow of the air potion was created. He shot at the boy. He began to sparkle. It was a 5-fold combo of wind arrows. Everyone else was horrified and shouted that they could not watch this. These guys have definitely gone crazy. How can they just go and kill a person? The doctor lowered the crossbow and asked to kill. The wounds began to heal. The boy slowly came to his senses. The doctor suggested not to call a completely healthy person dead. He began to breathe, and the doctor explained that he was hit by an arrow and he was fine. Moreover, even the poison was neutralized. Everyone around was in shock. The brunette exhaled and said that the hound, weak against the air attribute. He introduced this monster and added that even the poison they use is susceptible to air, so if they treated this man so that air was constantly available, he can guarantee them the poison would naturally evaporate. Junho thought about it. Then he pointed to the second healer and said that the boy's condition was so serious because this healer closed his wounds. The doctor smiled and said that this is exactly true. If this healer was a little smarter and did not close his wounds, I bet nothing like this would have happened. The second healer stood in horror. He was put in his place. The guy turned and asked if he was right. The others started talking and saying that it seemed like the truth. When he determined the healing method at a glance, he was right. He should have just left him alone. At that moment, the second healer ran away, and the doctor's friend noted that it was great. The guy was lying bandaged on the ground. He looked at the doctor, who told him that now his hand would be completely healed at any second, but he still needed to be careful until his body was completely restored. The guy replied that he would follow the recommendations and thanked the doctor. At that moment, his friend came up and asked if there was anything strange here. They were talking. This guy is here. Why did he come alone? Where did his group go? Now that he said this, his words make sense. It is impossible for someone to hunt alone at night. He sat down next to the guy again and asked where the rest of the group was, and the guy replied that they were suddenly attacked and they split up. He grabbed his head and screamed that it was impossible. He was the only one who survived. He continued to say that he shouldn't have run alone. Those hounds just came out of nowhere in a pack. The boys were shocked. They noted that it was strange. They usually don't attack in such large groups. The doctor thought about it. He thought that something was definitely wrong. Perhaps a sudden increase in the number of monsters and the disappearance of a group of adventurers. It must be a rare monster. Only in this case this story makes sense. He said this and looked at his comrade. Then he added that it looks like they are all imprisoned in a mini dungeon. Night, lantern. They were walking through the forest. The guy asked what to do if they are all dead. The doctor answered that he hopes not. They took a step forward and heard something. It was those same dogs. They looked at each other. The doctor said to turn off the lamp. His friend shouted that he understood, and they saw how the dogs attacked the blonde. She took out a crossbow. The air arrow potion was created. Shot straight at them. The guy fell to the ground. The doctor ran up and asked if everything was okay, but then his comrade called him. He saw a mountain of corpses and asked him to come there. He came up and said that apparently they all ended up in a dungeon, and they were all dead. The city of corpses lay before them, partially gnawed bones. He thought about the fact that the corpses in the stomach and people looked like they had not decomposed for some time. He looked and added that he did not think that they all died recently. The comrade turned to him and asked, "Don't dogs prefer fresh meat?" He also added that he was sure it was not typical for them to collect bodies like this. The protagonist frowned. They were standing in the forest and he said that there are those who eat rotten meat too. The movie was approaching the monster. It was all ablaze with red flames. It was a huge dog, half decomposed. A rare monster, a decomposed hound. It is undead. He remembered this card in the game. It is a dead creature that moves again thanks to the effect of black magic, an existence that all priests look at with disdain. He raised the crossbow and smiled and added that everything has become quite problematic. His comrade asked if they can win. The dog was approaching them. It began to howl. A whole pack of the same ones came running to them. The guy they saved was in shock. Well, suddenly Junho ran up to him. He started to fight off these monsters with his ball and shouted that they wouldn't get through. Well, one of them attacked from the side. The doctor shouted at him to duck. New cards. The destiny bag skill was activated. The wind potion arrow was created. He started shooting from a crossbow at these monsters. His comrade was lying on the ground and thanked him. He started to aim at him. He didn't understand what was happening. He fired. A new card as a result of using the wind potion. Your air attributes have been improved. The doctor smiled and said that it was his vaccine, and he asked to warn him next time. Night. Another wolf attacked the brown-haired guy. He said that these damn wild dogs, there are too many of them here. He bit him, but at that very moment, the guy killed him with a ball and screamed that the wind potion's enhancement was amazing. In the background, the doctor was also killing one after another. One dog was sitting to the side and doing nothing. He wondered what she was up to. She had not moved from the spot since she gave the signal to attack. She looked scary. He thought it looked like she was waiting for her pack to die. This could not be. The young man continued to fight and shouted that this was the end of it. But suddenly something began to happen. The wolves were enveloped in energy. It was necromancy. The doctor turned to his friend and said that this was a hound, a necromancer. He answered, "How can a dog use this at all?" New wolves appeared. He shouted that this was bad. If this continues, there will be no end to them. And the young man replied that the necromancy skill will be dispelled as soon as they kill a rare monster. He also added that they cannot approach him. The dog continued to watch from the side while its trews protected it. The guy said that because of these fucking creatures that get underfoot, they can't do anything. The guy with glasses looked at him and asked, "Does this mean that they will win if they get closer to him?" The doctor answered in the affirmative. He took a step forward, smiled and said that it means that it's time to prove himself. The brunette looked at him and thought that this is true. Even though he looks like a pathetic wizard from the outside, he is a real class. New card, skill mass aggro. The guy raised his hand up. He wanted everyone to look at him. Then he screamed that the speed of the attracted monsters increases. This means that he will most likely die. The dogs were approaching. He ran forward and shouted that he believes in the doctor. While they were attacking him, the doctor was very grateful to him. He looked at their leader and thought that now it will not be difficult to deal with him. According to the pharmacist, he remembered how she held the leech and said that the source of the rare monster's power was its relic. He looked at it and added that if he had to meet special problems in a rare monster, he must find its relic and destroy it. The doctor ran straight at the beast, turned on his observation gaze. He began to follow it and found it. He swung, thinking that the relic was on its neck, and slashed right at it. The throwing skill was activated. He took out his crossbow and began to aim. This was his chance. The destiny bag skill was activated. The wind potion arrow was created. But suddenly from the bush jumped out a dog and bit him right on the arm. The young man thought that the leader left one in reserve. He was in shock. The arm flew to the side along with the crossbow. The crossbow was to the side. The wolf looked at him and mentally conveyed that he was a stupid person, daring to touch his relic, and pounced on him. The guy turned around and saw a huge mouth of a monster, which at that moment told him that it would eat him alive. The ballet skill was activated again. The crossbow disappears, and the young man smiled and said how good. The crossbow was summoned. In the other hand, it appeared, and the guy shot it right in the mouth. He added that in fact he is ambidextrous. The wolf began to destroy and scream. They were lucky in the battle. The guy screamed for the mangy mongrel to die. Night. He thought about the fact that he really managed to cope with him. He will never do this again. He lay on the ground and wondered where his palm went. At that moment the hemostasi's skill was activated. The young man they saved came up with it and said that it was here. The doctor thanked him for bringing it, and he answered that he should be grateful to them, asked to let him heal him. He asked if he was a healer. The guy said yes. His name is Cadel. The doctor turned away and said that he would be fine and could take care of himself. Instead, could he look over there? There were still survivors among the corpses. They were begging for help and asked someone to save them. The guy said that they definitely needed to be extracted more than him. The young man answered him that there were more survivors, and he understood. Then he went to look for his comrade, and then he heard his voice. The guy was lying under a pile of corpses and asking for help with a smile. He shook himself and said that he thought he was about to be crushed to death. It seems that they both somehow managed it. At that moment, the doctor raised his severed palm and waved it. His friend looked at it in shock, asked him not to do it again, and he said that it was done quite easily, considering everything. Then he looked at him and said that they should slowly start heading back to camp. There was a lot of healing to be done. The guy with the glasses adjusted his shoulder and said that sounded like a plan. And what about clearing out here? And he said he was going to call them. People were approaching them. It was a whole squad of priests, the Order of Ivor. Main camp, night. The doctor held his hand and thought that first he needed to straighten out the position of the torn wrist. Zuba held a needle and thread and thought that he would sew the two pieces of flesh back together using his mouth, even if it dangled while it held on. He started sewing and thought that he could do it quickly with his other hand. Then he held up the reattached arm in front of him and said that the full restoration had been a success. And his comrade watched this and said that he really did it all himself. Well, then he remembered the guy and asked why he didn't ask that friend named Cadel to heal him, to which the doctor replied that he didn't like to rely on other healers. Someone from the street said that the priests had arrived. The brunette jumped up, ran and said that he was moving out, to which his comrade replied that he was going to get some sleep. The priests would take care of everything themselves. In front of him stood the priest Cardinal Echelot from the Church of Ivra, a parish in the settlement of Hind. The doctor said that his whole body said that he was a priest, his divine power. And out loud he said that it was nice to meet you, he was a healer. The other priests began to whisper, they were shocked. This was the same guy, why did it turn out to be him? They were afraid of this guy. At that moment, their leader shouted that they should be silent and be quieter. He looked at the guy and told him to forgive them. They had not heard of him in the Huey's coverage. And he himself thought that this man, a healer, had deceived a priest of the highest rank. The young man became embarrassed and said that he understood, and also asked if everything was okay with that priest. Night, they continued to talk, suggested to get straight to the point. Where did the monsters appear? The guy suggested to follow him first. People were sick. They came to a field full of corpses. It was some kind of nightmare. The priest walked forward, said that just thinking that something like this would happen here. He raised his hand and said that the first team should clear the area of Black Mana, the second team should search the area, the third team should move the bodies to the camp. Dead dogs lay on the ground. Finally, the fourth team should collect and burn the cella. Everyone shouted that they understood. A huge fire flared up around. It was a sacred flame. They watched it from the side. The first time he saw the undead fight, it was impressive. The doctor said that the body can rise from the dead if they are not with their wives. Suddenly someone turned to him. It was the priest. He came up and said if he could take a look at the rare monster. He said that of course he could. They approached the monster. The blonde leaned over and said it was horrible, and the doctor thought the smell was really unpleasant, but it must be black mana. He then turned to the boy and asked if he could leave this creature to their church. He looked at him and asked again. He explained that he would like to take this corpse to the church in order to find the root cause of the undead. He raised his hand, called another priest and said that of course he had no intention of simply taking it away. In the box was a strange flask. He explained that it was holy water created by the church. It was called the holy water of dawn. The boy who was standing next to him was shocked. He cried out if they really wanted to give him the holy water of dawn. The doctor asked how valuable it was. They pictured the church, the priests praying. The holy water of dawn is holy water created by placing pure water on the altar at dawn. Prayed over for a year. It takes a lot of effort and devotion. Even though it's in a bottle, it exudes divine power. One bottle can purify hundreds, if not thousands of undead. The priest said that if they give the corpse to them, they will pay for it with this holy water. The guy standing next to him whispered that this is not something he can buy with money, and he walked away smiling and thought, since he also destroyed the artifact, he thought he would be at a loss. Then he took the box and said, if you want it, of course he must give it, asks to accept it. The priest thanked him. He looked down and said that he also says this on behalf of the parish settlement of the church. They thank him for his hard work in finding corrupted creatures in order over them in a personal battle. They all looked at him. A huge crowd of priests thanked him, and the guy replied that he was just doing what he had to. At that moment, as the priests talked and said that he was the one who would even target the undead if they gave him money, the brunette smiled and said that he was just a healer who could not stand this evil spirit. Morning, the doctor was trying to wake up his friend. Barcelo was standing next to him. He said that the head of the Adventurers Guild branch was here for him. The guy looked at him in shock, and now they were sitting over a cup of tea, and the man said that he heard his story. He folded his hands, smiled and said that he had rarely defeated a monster. He was really proud of him. The head of the Adventurers Guild branch was called Rowan Hersher. The guy replied that he was flattered that the head had come to visit in person. The man laughed and said that he could not help but come after hearing such good news. The boy tensed up and thought what kind of joke was this. He looked at the man and thought that being incompetent, he was just a greedy person born with a silver spoon in his mouth. An upstart who showed off his family's strength. It couldn't be that his gaze fell on him, who had a bad reputation in the Adventurers Guild. Church, obviously he has some kind of plan. The man snapped his fingers and said that he was grateful for his service in protecting the peace of the settlement, and prepare him a small gift. In the box was another elixir. Barcelo was very surprised. He explained that it was an extract of the golden endurance mushroom. The man told him to tell him about the potion in that case, and the boy began to narrate. He said that if we talk about endurance mushrooms, they are used as ingredients to create endurance potions. Golden endurance mushrooms are the rarest of them, because it is a rare item that increases your maximum endurance. The boy was shocked. He rushed and immediately drank this elixir. A new card appeared. Increase in characteristics. Your maximum stamina increased by 3%. The doctor wiped his mouth and said that the dear and respected branch manager also thanked him for everything. The man smiled and said how good it was that he liked it, but at that moment, the bottle broke. This young man threw the bottle aside and said, it can't be that he visited him only to give this. He looked at the man from under his brows and said that he was quite exhausted now, so let's not waste any more time. The man lowered his eyes. The boy clarified whether he needed the holy water of dawn, right? Then he smiled and said that he liked it, that he was a quick learner. He put his hands on the table and said that this is not an item that can be recouped just because you have money, so he wants to offer a deal with something he cannot buy. This is a traveler between dimensions. The boy looked down. He did not understand what was being said. The man looked at him and asked with a smile if it was true or if it was he, the traveler who came from another world. The boy looked at him warily and thought, how does he know about travelers? How much does he know? He raised his cup and said that it was so unpleasant. He imagined all these people and said, just think about how travelers between dimensions and with special abilities are not treated properly just because their origin is unknown. Not only can they not achieve high positions even if they prove their abilities, there are healers who have not received official confirmation. The doctor smiled and asked what he meant. The Yakin man smiled and said that if he hands over the holy water of dawn, he promises him the sign of a healer and the sponsorship of a family. The boy was shocked. He looked at the man and said that according to the rules, he cannot become an official healer. The man got angry and replied that he thinks the rules are a problem for him. He introduced a man in beautiful clothes and a healer's cloak and said that he would receive recognition of the healer's experience from outstanding noble families if he accepted the offer. He could even apply for the position of royal healer. In other words, rising alone, his life would lead. Well, the guy just chuckled at the phrase about the royal healer. The man continued drinking tea and said that the holy water of dawn was worth it as he saw it. Wai looked at him again, thought that if he got his hands on it, he would be able to move from a bigger and richer tiny little provincial town. He also thought that making one idiot an official healer was not a problem at all. The guy thought about it and said that in that case he would refuse this offer. His opponent definitely did not expect this. He asked him again in shock, and the doctor answered there he would refuse. Then he put his head on his hand and said, does he really need to resort to bribes to get recognition? He already has enough achievements and a healer. The man thought he was being impudent, then asked what about sponsorship, presented mountains of gold and said that there were not many opportunities for someone to receive sponsorship from his family. To which the brunette responded with a sweet smile and said that from what he heard, it seems that the influence of Mr. Branch Manager on the family is not that significant. The advantage is unclear, so he will refuse. The man was furious. He screamed how dare the guy mock him. He could be heard even on the street. They asked him to calm down. Junho looked at something in surprise. He had a red crystal in his hands and he said that with these guys, they give out such things as a reward. The doctor asked what he got, and the guy held out the crystal forward. This is an item ruby stone, thirsty for blood, increases attack power. He thought about it, remembered how he talked to the branch manager, thought that he also profited well from the group rewards, and then he told the manager that since he defeated the undead together with his partner, and will not give them the reward. He smiled and said that he had received something good. The bell rang, the alarm of the invasion of monsters from the east, as well as from the north and south, the invasion of monsters. The monsters were approaching. The voice shouted that we must join the defense of the camp. Dear adventurers, you must survive the attack. They must leave them here to protect the settlement. The doctor suggested going there too. His friend agreed. The battle began. The monsters attacked. The guy shot at them with his crossbow, the bag of fate creating a stone arrow. His friend raised the crystal up. He shouted that compared to yesterday's problems, the crystal began to work using the skill vampire tendencies. New card, for a certain time, the attack power was increased. He began to kill the monster one by one and shouted that this was nonsense. The doctor looked to the side. There was a huge bear killing a young man. It was approaching. It was the main monster. Everyone shouted that they had to move forward to attack. This was the last one. They must do everything possible. They prepared their weapons, but the monster began to throw back one after another. He was very strong. The comrades looked at this with fear. The guy said that it did not seem like the stone arrows worked. The doctor replied that he had a premonition that this could happen, so he prepared something else. The creation of an arrow from the claw of a steel mole was activated. This arrow flew at the bear. Everyone started shouting that they had pierced its skin. They had to aim there. The guy in glasses ran into the bear. He turned and shouted to the doctor that they had to attack now. He pushed off the ground and flew straight at the bear. Throwing his blade forward, he activated the throwing skill. He hit the target right away. The bear fell dead. Everyone started shouting that they had won. They had protected the settlement. He turned to everyone and said that they had done a good job. The guys on the side were talking about how the last attack was amazing. It was a group that had defeated a rare monster. Junho walked and happily said that it was a great feeling. In fact, they had now become heroes. Then he asked the doctor what he was doing. It was time to go to the settlement, and he replied that he had collected quite a lot of points now. The screen said that he had 301 points, roulette, one try 50 points. The guy asked if he was really going to spin the roulette. Then he told him to stop. It would never give him anything if he spun. I wish for something. The second one answered, who knows. The friend tried to pull him up, but he pushed and said that maybe luck would be on his side. But what the guy said was that he bet his 100,000 gold that he would only get garbage. Roulette results: other arrowhead +1, arrowhead +1, arrowhead +1, arrowhead +1, extra damage +1. He got nothing. The friend smiled and patted him on the shoulder and said that he tried to stop him. At that moment, a young man in uniform ran up to them and asked them to wait a second. They turned around. The out-of-breath guy said that they were able to stop a big disaster thanks to them. They really did a very good job. The camp was quiet. The protagonist thanked him and asked if they were going to dismantle the camp, to which he received the answer that they decided to postpone it for a while until the gentleman priests finished with the investigation. Why he raised some paper and said that it was a special reward and you camp. It was a voucher to the tavern. And now they are already sitting in the bar, eating and rejoicing that it just flashed through their minds that they should drink to the victory. The doctor replied that he did not think that they would receive something like that. Then he added that he said that all the workers of the camp and settlement. The guy interrupted him and said, yes, that's right, usually they hire outsiders. The guy laughed. He called the brunette, who clearly recognized him. Ruth was standing in front of him. He said that he could not think that he would see him here. The guy in glasses asked if they knew each other. The doctor said that this was the man he cured a few days ago. The guy with red hair replied that they helped him a lot last time. He held out the bag and said that it was payment for the treatment, which he could not imagine then, and the guy had already completely forgotten about it. He stood in shock. He held it out and said that he would return it. He had been holding it all this time. The young man was happy and began to hug his ball. It was his favorite partner. He missed it. The guys whispered and giggled. He was definitely all right in the head, no one knew. He asked if they had stayed in the camp before. Then he added that this meant they were resting after completing their tasks. They answered that this was true. The guys were sitting at the same table and the young man said that if they had a little time. He held out a piece of paper. It was a request to assemble a squad. He remembered a huge seal on the ground and said that it turned out that a portal to the dungeon had recently appeared near the settlement. They said that they were going to enter it in 3 days, so his younger Kuzina asked him to join the squad. Then she looked down and said that however, he couldn't go because he had to pay back a debt. The guy with glasses put his head on his hand and said that he shouldn't borrow money from the guild even if he was starving. The brunette looked at his comrade and asked what they should do. The rewards of the dungeon were quite attractive, and he answered without hesitation that he was in favor. Of course they would go there. The guy with red hair was very happy and thanked them for their kind words, thinking that it was a relief that since they were there, he could rely on them. He raised his hand and said how funny it was to see them begging him to save them. Everything should be fine. 3 days later, a day. They were standing on the street. Junho asked if his friend was well prepared. He answered that of course, his wrist had already completely healed. He turned to him and said that he was also ready to receive 100,000 gold. The young man didn't understand what he was talking about. Then he screamed that it couldn't be, and asked if he really got it. But the screen showed that he got the return of arrows, can return one of the used arrows back to the inventory. The received arrow cannot be returned until the sun comes out again. He explained that he met with Mr. Cadle yesterday. He blessed him. Apparently he is a follower of Necromancy. Then the guy put his hand to his chin and said that his luck increased, so he thought maybe it will work out, and here it is. His friend was running to the side screaming that it can't be. He laughed and told him to come to his senses quickly. They were met by a girl. She said that her name is Tina Putain. They shook hands. The guy said that he is a healer and introduced himself, and also introduced his friend Tank. He was very depressed. The girl paid attention to this, but the doctor told her not to worry about it. Someone asked if it was true that he was a healer, in what sense. There were people standing to the side. One of them said that this man, his divine power is below the baseboard. Then they pointed to his comrade and asked why this man wears a robe. And he was indignant and asked what is so special about his clothes. They are valuable in their own way. The man stepped forward and told everyone to calm down. They came to help. They should watch their manners. It was Isle. The guy with glasses noted that this guy will get a little, then said that he is quite straightforward. Maybe he is the leader. But at that moment, Lacrimati behind him said that he is the leader. They offered to move on if everyone is ready. Portal. The guys stood right on it. They were blinded by a bright light. Here they were in a dungeon, this ancient dungeon. Shuire extended her hand forward and created a ball of light. They moved forward. Seong Hyun understood the head and thought that everything here was destroyed. Usually the destruction of stone occurs due to water and wind. The decay of the earth is deep inside. It should not be the wind, and he does not feel moisture either. He leaned his hand on the wall, imagined a black mage, and thought that then one can suspect the presence of black mana. He turned to the leader and said that he was a warrior, but he can also use healing. The guy turned around and said that this means that he is a physiotherapist. The man began to shout and rage that he was a monk. The girl hid behind his hand. She thought that people who use divine power do not show much reaction. Suddenly, the protagonist was distracted by something. There were huge monsters in front of them. This is a scarab. The girl stretched out hers and began to shout that it was disgusting. The battle began. They killed one after another, but their number was growing. Everyone was very disgusted to kill them, but they had no choice. Scarabs surrounded them. The guy with white hair turned and shouted that they can't fight with everyone. They need to break through and get out. The doctor turned and asked if Shuire knew how to use wind magic. The girl replied that she did. He crushed the flask. Use of the distribution skill, the effect of the mint potion increased. He raised his hand up. The energy began to spread everywhere. He ordered her to dispel it. She raised her staff, and with a gust of wind, she began to spread the potion everywhere. Managed to defeat all the monsters. The girl asked how they did it. The guys ran up to the others shouting that this is a professional secret, and the girl asked to say what kind of magic it was. The monk noted that they often visited all the monsters only together. At that moment, Isle came up and smiled and said that everyone was great. They should take a bottle before continuing on their way. Everyone started thanking him, and the main character looked at it and thought that it was a large mana potion. He was also handed a bottle. He said that they must be quite expensive. Is it normal to share them like this? And the guy said that of course, but he knows one pharmacist, so he can buy them for cheap. The brunette took it with a smile and said that she would be happy to drink it, and he thought that there was really someone so kind. Then he smiled and thought that although this seemed familiar, they continued walking forward. Suddenly, the brunette in glasses stopped and told the others to stop. There was a fork in front of them. The monk began to get angry. Sahida asked fearfully what it was, then said that she felt the left path. Black mana was blowing from there. She felt incredible power. The guys got angry. One suggested that it was a trap, and the second replied that there was no need to even think about it, they would go along the right path. But suddenly the doctor shouted that no, they needed to take the left path. He stood in front of a fork and was convincing everyone that they needed to take the left side. The monk turned to him. He thought that he hadn't heard what they had just said, that there was black magic that way. But he said that he knew, and that guy got even angrier. He grabbed him and started shouting that he knew, but he still wanted to go there and die. Maybe he was out of his mind. The others started trying to stop him, saying that he should at least be allowed to explain, that he should calm down, that they should listen to the guy first. And he kept shouting that nothing he said was worth listening to. What would they do if they listened to some guy who couldn't even sense black mana? Why did he explain that that was why they shouldn't have taken the people the newbie had invited? The girl was very offended by this. Then the other one lowered her head and said that she didn't want to go that way, and the magician didn't either because the priestess's words were probably more accurate. The monk said firmly that if he wanted to go to that sickening place, he could go there himself, and he pushed the guy, and they themselves went along the right path. The comrade went to the doctor and asked if he was okay. He said that everything was fine. Then he adjusted his robe and said that it did not matter why the girl did not follow her group. She gasped. She looked at him and said that she thought he must have some reason, since he was the one her friend recommended. The guy nodded and said that he was grateful that she trusted him. Then he turned to Isle and asked what about him. The guy stood and looked straight at him. He smiled and said that he just thought that he should trust the master healer too. The guys who separated from the group walked forward and discussed that nothing was happening. There were not even monsters here. They walked with the light ball and discussed what happened to that guy. The girl turned around and thought that she could understand the girl because they were party members, which she brought herself, but the guy, he also followed this healer. They stepped forward and wondered what that sound was ahead. Suddenly they found themselves in some strange seal. It was a trap. The girl screamed. They were thrown aside. They began to try to escape, but it didn't work. The girl was paralyzed, and at that moment a caul stuck in her leg. She fell. The monk tried to heal her. The leg was bleeding. They didn't come up and looked at her with fear. The girl screamed that her leg hurt, and they didn't understand what was happening. It got even worse. Then they realized that she had received a curse. Sahida was crying. Only priests are able to break this curse. At that moment the doctor walked forward. He looked at the guys and a smile said that he had said that this was the right path. Lacrimati turned around and saw Xiang Haiyan. They looked at the seal on the floor. The guy asked how he got here, to which he replied that he knew something like this would happen, so he prepared himself. Tina came closer to the seal and said that it was a sealed magic circle, but the seal was removed. The monk turned and said that the sealed dark spell generated on the divine power. The doctor stood and thought that it was a trap for priests like this guy. They looked ahead. The leader asked how he predicted this situation, and he replied that he did not think it was important now. He walked up to him with fury and said that he should know how to heal the priestess. If he came here knowing about it in advance, then he should do it right now. The young man looked at him and asked why he should. The blonde was almost at the limit. The guy explained to him that they were the ones who rejected the opinion of the team member and went forward. The monk said that he was petty, but at that moment the girl began to say that it hurt. He saw how she suffered. He closed his eyes and said that he had made a mistake. If he left her like this, she would die. He knelt down and began to ask him to help them. The brunette smiled and said that this was what he needed. He took his hand to her leg. Using the hemostasis skill, they began to ask how he planned to dispel the curse. His friend came up and said that they did not have anything like a holy spell. He raised the flask with holy water up and said that they did not have a skill, but they had powerful holy water. He remembered the monk who handed it to him and thought that this was the purest holy water. This can be understood just by holding the bottle in your hands. 1 drop is enough for a curse. After which he dripped it on her leg. Everything around was shrouded in light. The girl asked if he could somehow save the girl. They talked and thought whether it would be difficult for him. The monk lowered his head. He was told that the mister had a low level of divine power. It was a particularly strong curse. He was upset and said that the woman then. Well, at that moment, the brunette intervened in the conversation and asked how long they had been waiting. And the guy with glasses was already carrying the girl on his back. Her leg was stitched up and healed. They ran up to him otherwise or shout that he really cured her. Is she okay or girl? They have a patient here, a patient. At that moment, the protagonist smiled. The leader said that he had never seen such an artificial healer before. What a terrible mistake he had made. The girl with pink hair added why he was so angry. He knew it. And Isle just watched silently. They walked forward, returned to the left passage and headed along it. Suddenly, something appeared in front of them. It was a huge door, just the boss's room. The young man turned to the side and added, although there are even fewer monsters around here. The mage girl turned around and asked him, displeased, what he meant by just, they almost died. She leaned her hands against the door and told everyone to stay alert. The door began to open. A terrible monster with horns greeted them and said, welcome, pathetic victims. A dark voice greeted the pathetic victims. The party covered themselves with their hands from the flow of wind. Lacrimati stood behind Seong Hyan. In front of them stood a creature with long horns. The monster with a horned skull was the main monster of the ancient dungeon. The boy and the girl looked with frightened eyes, mentally noting its overwhelming aura. The rest of the boys also froze in horror, wondering if they could even stand up to something like this. A red light appeared on the bridge's palm. The boys readied their weapons as it told them that they would be honored to become a sacrifice for a great entity. The monster's eye shone as it said to listen carefully to its name. A beam of light hit the monster. The pair froze with a surprised face. Purple light began to sparkle around the monster. A piece of its skull flew off to the side while it muttered that this couldn't be happening. A bright flash was heard. The guy lowered the crossbow, saying that they were lucky, the effectiveness was great, as he promised. Seong Hyan threw the weapon on his shoulder and said that it was an arrow with the holy water of dawn. Looking at the remains of the monster's things, the guys asked what this was. Isle stood with the sorceress, asking what he just saw. The girl asked how he could get so much holy power out of nowhere. Junho looked at his comrade and asked why he finished off the final boss in one super move. The doctor replied that people who use their power at the very end are strange. He stretched out his hand. The arrow pierced the status luminescent. The return skill was used. Lacrimati perked up when the brunette noted that since the main monster was dead, this dungeon would soon disintegrate. The girl put down her staff and asked if she should draw a magic circle. Isle looked at the sorceress and asked how about drawing it after they explored the room since they still had time. He smiled sweetly and noted that maintaining a magic circle required a lot of mana. Shuire confirmed this. Glancing at the others, the boy said that they most likely already knew, but everyone was responsible for finding their own items in the boss room. Lacrimati added that since the dungeon might soon disintegrate, everyone should finish as soon as possible. Something caught the priestess's attention. She saw large blood stains and told her that it was an altar. She covered her face with a book and asked how many sacrifices had been made here. Junho said that they couldn't take things like that for themselves and that she should grab something precious instead. The doctor crouched down by the altar, mentally noting that he thought there would be something underneath. There was a box underneath the white cloth. The boy began to open it. His clansmen rounded up when he heard a scream. A purple portal appeared, and zombies started to crawl out of it. The team grabbed their weapons, telling everyone to get ready. The blonde concentrated his strength into his fist. He slammed his fist forward. Junho kicked one of the monsters away and noted that for a physical therapist, he was fighting pretty well. The stone on the girl's staff glowed and she said that they just needed to suppress them with force even if they were undead, so they had to aim for their heads. Explosions from her attack began to ring out one by one. Yellow beams pierced the zombies. The brunette shot stone arrows at them with his crossbow. Looking at the falling monsters, he mentally noted that the undead should not be able to move when the boss is defeated. He wondered what was going on. The dungeon was littered with corpses. Looking at them, the guys noted that it was all over. Seong Hyan turned around abruptly, remembering the remains of the main monster. Moving the things with his foot, he mentally asked if there was poison in it. Junho began to fall while the guy called out to him. He caught his comrade. The brunette turned around. He saw that all of his comrades were lying on the floor. Touching the man, he mentally noted that they were unconscious and not dead. Remembering the destroyed boss, Seong Hyan assumed that it was just a clone, and in that case, raising his crossbow, he began to create stamina arrows. Charging his weapon, he mentally noted that this meant the main boss was among them. 3 arrows flew forward. One of them was blocked by a sword strike. The other 2 pierced the girls' bodies. The doctor began to apologize in a gloomy voice for shooting so suddenly, and then noted that they were healing arrows. Isle was looking at him. While the blocked arrow was disappearing, he said that he thought it was an attack, but they restore stamina. He asked if that wasn't unusual. The guy confirmed it and said that he was very lucky that he got caught like that. The rogue smirked and said that he thought it was some kind of misunderstanding. Standing in front of Seong Hyan, he said that giving to the agile is his nature and he defended himself purely on instinct, so he considered it a coincidence. The doctor looked at him and said that it was really strange that when everyone else fell asleep, he was the only one who was okay. The white-haired man with a smile on his face noted that the brunette, in turn, was also okay. The guy said that he had thought about it too. Recalling the large bottle that evaporated in his hand, he said that it was because he did not drink the mana potion he gave them. The white-haired man pursed his lips. A blade appeared in Seong Hyan's hand. He took off. Then, he slashed at his opponent. The bandage on Isle's dagger came off. Black and purple energy began to flow out from the blade with hieroglyphs. The protagonist asked if it was true that rogues usually do not use weapons imbued with dark magic. He smiled wickedly and finished him off, which is probably only the case if he is a real dungeon monster. Isle's eyes reflected his face. The white-haired man raised his head, saying that he saw that this time he had caught a very smart person. Black clothes began to appear on him. The apostle of the buried god Isle Croa appeared before the protagonist. Seong Hyan frowned, thought he was just a scammer, but he really was the boss. The guy twirled the dagger and said he couldn't make excuses anymore. He pointed it at the doctor and said that no one could figure out who he was until now, but he was good. He said he was going to offer him as a living offering no matter what. The apostle smiled madly and said that he was doing exactly as he had been doing until now. He drove the dagger into his hand. Spilling blood, the boss said that this was all in his name. The brunette put the blade in front of him, wondering how many people he had killed. Isle took a step. He decided to break away. The protagonist frowned, realizing that he was getting closer. He blocked the attack with his dagger. A crossbow with stone arrows appeared in his hand. The white-haired man cut the arrows. He hit the crossbow, shouting that he had chosen him. Standing close to Seong Hyan, the apostle said that he was a carefree rogue until he made him special. While striking him several times, he said that he wondered how happy he would be when he sacrificed him. The guy with shining eyes said that it would be the same as with his allies that he killed that day. The protagonist dodged the attacks, realizing that he was a complete madman. His eyes widened. A red light began to appear. A scarlet seal appeared behind the monster and he said to stand still and accept death. The doctor realized that all this time he had been drawing magic circles with blood. He stood in the middle of the seal. Giant hands began to appear along its perimeter. Isle smiled madly and asked to become a sacrifice. The hands completely covered the brunette. A bright light shone inside. The white-haired man covered his face because of it. Seong Hyan appeared in front of him, saying that judging by the way he used the blade, he really was a rogue. He held the weapon and smiled, saying that he was really surprised. The monster clutched his weapon, asking if the black hands had disappeared. He shouted that it was impossible while creating a new seal. The white light flashed behind the doctor again. The apostle froze with a surprised face, saying that it couldn't be because the power of a god bestowed upon him. The protagonist said that he had already realized that he was insane. Remembering to return the box, he said that he was interested in the thing hidden under the altar. He held a yellow sphere and asked if it was his. Isle's eyes distorted in horror when he recognized the sphere of Lord Kirkrastel. The brunette smiled sweetly, noting that it was indeed a sacred relic of a god. In his hands was the sphere of Kirkrastel, an item that increased magic defense and resistance. The doctor's gaze darkened as he said that there was no way the power he received from the god would work on his sacred relic. The white-haired man clenched his fist, shouting that he was sure there was a strong seal on it. The boy thought that even if it was the seal of a dark wizard, it was just black magic. Remembering the bone boss, he smiled, mentally noting that of course it disappeared from the divine power of the holy water. The apostle bared his teeth and asked if he realized that he had gone mad. Imagining a pure altar, he said that the god he served may be forgotten now, but he will soon be reborn. Rushing forward with a dagger, shouting that it was all because he would do it. Seong Hyan parried his blow with his crossbow. He clenched his teeth tightly as Isle demanded for the orb back. He wondered how he could still use his rogue skills. Squeezing the yellow sphere, the guy said that if it was that important, he threw it up and said to catch it. The white-haired man raised his head and ran. The doctor thought he knew he would do that. The system noted the use of the thread creation skill. The apostle reached for the object that was tied with a blue thread. The protagonist grabbed it and put out a crossbow with stone arrows. He made an accurate shot. Isle, glowing purple, turned around. He found himself among many long thorns. While he was sitting inside them, the guy mentally noted that these were not only attack skills, but also defense skills, and it seemed that now he was going to start healing. Squeezing the dagger, he shouted that he would not allow this. The protagonist cut the thorns. He held a couple of branches in his hand. Approaching the monster, he loaded the crossbow with arrows of black thorns. There was horror in the eyes of the white-haired man. After the shot, there was a flash. There were bloodstains on the floor. The apostle sat on his knees, muttering about his sphere. The brunette laughed that he still had the strength to speak. Looking at the sphere in his hand, he thought that the crazy followers were not able to restrain themselves at all. The rogue smiled widely, saying that Lord Kirkrastel told him. Looking at Seong Hyan, he imagined the girl behind him and quoted that the gaze of an indescribable presence was felt above them. He asked if that meant that he was the same as him. The protagonist looked at him darkly, realizing that he could see the administrator of the status window. He said that he did not believe in God, but he could not deny that he had powers that he could not explain. The white-haired man looked with empty eyes, muttering that one day he too would yearn for more. As the apostle collapsed, the boy said that he was not a crazy follower like him. Turning around, he mentally noted that for now he had no choice but to cooperate, but he did not plan on worshipping the administrator. Walking away from the body, he said that he thought it was time for the others to wake up. The guys began to wake up, noting a headache. The protagonist approached his comrade, noting that he had woken up. Junho asked him what happened to them. The red-haired girl screamed with a frightened face. She saw Aile's bloody body. While the girls looked at him in horror, the doctor said that there was no reason to be surprised, considering that he was the real boss. He smiled sweetly and said that they were all alive thanks to him. There was a dirty altar nearby. The assembled squad noted that they found it hard to believe what was happening. Seong Hyun said that there was no doubt about the tight mage that he felt from the white-haired man. Junho waved his hand and asked how the brunette knew that the rogue was a bad guy. The protagonist replied that as a rule, people who look too nice are not to be trusted. Crossing his arms, he began to list that they smiled too much, were kind for no apparent reason, and used overly polite expressions, so they should be kept away from them. The man frowned, thinking that the doctor had literally described himself. Seong Hyun walked up to the sorceress and told her to continue forming the exit magic circle and make it as big as she could. Looking at him, the pink-haired girl mentally noted that the holy power comparable to that of a high-ranking priest, and that determination. She thought that she didn't understand why he was hiding his power. Shuire frowned and agreed, thinking that she was almost certain that he was an inquisitor of the order, so she should show her best side. She saluted him and asked him to leave it to her. The boy shifted his gaze. A priestess was standing nearby. She jerked sharply when he asked if she could talk to her. Looking at the many bodies, the protagonist said that human death was not something to be surprised about on the Azul continent. Looking at them along with the others, he added that however, leaving them like that just like that sounded doubtful. Junho asked, weren't these guys summoned monsters? Introducing the trapped flying souls, the doctor said that usually the mass summoned by the mass dungeon are the same in appearance, but these bodies have unique features. Thinking about the apostle, he said that most likely these are the bodies of adventurers that Aile sacrificed. The girl folded her hands and noted that she actually wanted to say the same thing, and as a priestess of the order, she cannot turn a blind eye to this. The brunette looked at Sahida and thought that she was too shy to speak out. He asked if they could do anything to help. The brunette raised her hands and said that she would like them to pray for the deceased as well. A yellow magic circle appeared under the bodies. The girl prayed to the great Ivor in a bright yellow light. The others also folded their hands in prayer. Looking at the bodies, the priestess prayed for salvation for these souls. The doctor closed his eyes, mentally asking for their resting place since he had already dealt with that liar. A large yellow seal appeared. A blue system window appeared in front of the boy. He read that he received an achievement for participating in the ritual prayer of purification. He extended his hand to the screen, which said that he received the skill prayer of peace. Junho looked at him and mentally asked if he also received a notification. The girl suggested moving the bodies to the magic circle. The redhead raised her hand and said that she could do it, when the doctor noted that it would be good if they had a mana barrier that could wrap everyone together. Tina waved her hands. A blue light enveloped the bodies. A man came out when the sorceress appeared and said that she was also finished. Seong Hyun turned around abruptly. A dark figure appeared behind Shuire. Aile raised his dagger. He sharply pierced the girl's stomach. Blood gushed out of her mouth. Everyone rushed towards them, asking why the monster did not die. The apostle stood in the middle of the magic circle while the guy shouted that there shouldn't have been anyone left here who would use necromancy. His eyes darkened when he realized that there was someone. Imagining the bone monster over the body of the white-haired man, he mentally noted that this was the entity that gifted Aile, the forgotten god Kirkrastal. Waving his hand, the doctor asked everyone to get busy moving the corpses and the sorceress. A crossbow began to appear in his hands, and he suggested that the priestess take out this garbage together. Ask looked with empty eyes. He abruptly rushed forward. The protagonist blocked the attack. He held the crossbow with both hands. Sahida trembled with fear while he called her. She closed her eyes and screamed. Putting out her palms, she beckoned to the expulsion of the undead. The monster raised his dagger. The brown-haired woman and the old looked at the tip. The guy attached his neck to the weapon. Holding it back, he begged the priestess to continue. The girl raised her palms. A bright yellow light rang out as she used turn undead again. Aile grabbed his head in a scream. His eyes widened. He clutched his chest. The white-haired man tore out the shining heart and called out to Kirkrastal. He squeezed it in his hand, saying that this was the last sacrifice he was giving to him. The doctor looked on with shocked eyes, mentally noting that this was the core of the main monster that he. Large rocks began to fall from the ceiling. Seong Hyun realized that the dungeon would soon be destroyed. The brunette turned around sharply and exclaimed that they needed to run. The ceiling was covered in cracks. The white-haired man looked up with joyful eyes, calling out to Lord Kirkrastal. He stretched his hands up, saying that all this was for him. A huge rock fell on him. The boy and the girl ran. Running to the magic circle, the protagonist asked Lacrimati about Shuire's condition. While the sorceress was clutching her staff with trembling hands, the blonde man said that they were done with the healing, but the pink-haired girl froze with frightened eyes, exclaiming that her magic power was not coming out. Xiang Haiyan froze and cursed inwardly. Looking down, he mentally noted that she was injured and had lost her magic power. He realized that this was what that idiot had under their sacrifice. While the stones continued to fall, the blonde man said that she was the only one who could control the magic circle. The girl closed her eyes and screamed that it was over because they didn't even have a teleportation scroll. The doctor perked up while she was screaming about time. He looked at the magic circle and asked if it was finished. The sorceress answered in the affirmative, adding that it wasn't working because there was no fuel in it. The brunette smiled and said that in that case, it would be easy. Tina stood there with a surprised face while he asked if she thought the same. Thinking back, Xiang Haiyan mentally noted that she was knowledgeable enough in magic to recognize the appearance of a magic circle at a glance. He also remembered her spell, noting that she had advanced skill in creating magical barriers. The protagonist thought that in any case, she was closer to being a mage than a swordswoman. The redhead clenched her fist and muttered that she couldn't do it. The wall behind her cracked. She ran, avoiding the falling stone. Xiang Haiyan covered his face with his fist and shouted that now was not the time to hesitate. The girl perked up when he asked again if she could help them. She opened her mouth and replied that although she might make a mistake, she would do it. The brunette smiled in relief. Tina stepped forward. The entire squad stood in 3 magic circles that required the direction of magic power and 2 or more people into his. As a rock fell next to Shuire, the doctor mentally noted that she could use cloning, but it was impossible now. He had lost the bottle. As the protagonist released his power, the system noted that he had used the distribution and absorption skill. The guy thought that now only he could do it. The magic circle glowed more brightly. The ceiling was increasingly covered with cracks. Tina stretched out her hands and begged. The brunette was breathing heavily. Large rocks were falling on them. The doctor opened his eyes abruptly. The entire squad was in the room. Seeing the cauldron and vials, Xiang Haiyan wondered what kind of place this was. Shuire began to jump, exclaiming that they had succeeded. She was asked what kind of place this was. The pink-haired girl turned around and said with a smile that this was the western part of the continent with which she was connected, the Crimson Tower. It was a tall white and red tower. Seeing the crest on the wall, the boy assumed that they were in Kamer. Junho asked in surprise, was this the rich city? Kamer, or the city by the lake, is the safest city in the northern part of the continent due to the presence of a magic tower. This led to nobles and wizards gathering here, and it was said that rare research materials and books were easy to obtain in this city. The doctor looked around, thinking that this was his first time in a magic tower. Footsteps were heard outside the door. Several people in red capes said that the reverse coordinates were activated, and they needed to find out who arrived at this hour. They opened the doors. The blonde's eyes widened. Pointing at Shuire with his finger, he noted that she was here. The girl called out for the professor. The pink-haired girl began to laugh when Xiang Haiyan asked her why they were reacting like that. A man's fist appeared in the room. He hit the sorceress hard on the head. The man began to hit her with his staff, shouting that it was very presumptuous of her to show her face here again. The squad watched as the mages tried to pull him away and asked him to calm down. The professor exclaimed that he was absolutely calm. A man with a streak of gray hair named Tansel Luras and the head of the block of magic asked the people if they had just escaped from an ancient ruined dungeon. Shuire grimaced in displeasure while he noted that she had talked so much about surpassing the wizards of this mediocre magic tower and becoming an adventurer, but had gone through a deadly experience. The professor looked at Xiang Haiyan and said that, however, he heard that he had done something significant. The boy replied that he had done what he had to. While the others began collecting the bodies, the man said that they would take care of the rest. He said that they would provide them with guest rooms for the night. Night fell over the tower. The brunette was lying on the bed. While his eyes were open, he mentally noted that he could not fall asleep. Putting on his robe, he left the room, thinking that he should take a walk. The doctor froze in place. He asked the girl what she was doing here so late. Tina turned around. Turning her body, she said that it had been a long time since she had been in the tower, and so she felt some nostalgia. The protagonist noted that she was leaving the tower. The redhead rubbed her hand and answered in the affirmative. She apologized for what happened earlier in the dungeon. The guy looked away and said that she did not need to apologize because they survived thanks to her. When he stood next to her, she thanked him. Remembering herself in the library, Tina began to tell how she was once one of the Golden Tower and showed talent for magic at an early age, which is why she was forced to go there. She recalled sword fights, saying that she always liked the art of fighting more, so she missed her duels with Ruth a lot. The redhead smiled nervously and added that it turns out her talent was not that outstanding. Xiang Haiyan asked if that was why she left the tower. The girl looked away and answered affirmatively, noting that she remained ignorant of both magic and the blade, and if she decided to stop at one of them, then maybe. The doctor looked at her, mentally noting the unrealized potential. He said that he did not know much because he had never studied either one, but the brunette folded his hands on the railing and added that, however, he considered it important to do what he liked. He looked at the interlocutor and said that if she suddenly found that she had become less talented, she could use one trick. The protagonist smiled weakly and added that it was to achieve everything by any means necessary. Tina looked at him with beaming eyes. They stood by the balcony while the guy said that they needed to do this even if they had to cheat. He stood with Junho, who waved to the blonde and Sahita. As they left, the doctor said that Lacramati was eager to train and the priestess wanted to finish the job, so the best solution would be to disband the team. He looked at Tina and asked what about her. Junho started to say that if she was unsure, she could come with them. The girl's mouth opened slightly. She put her hand on her chest and happily declared that she wanted to become a magic swordsman. The brunette smiled widely when she added that she knew people would laugh at her, but she chose her path. He said that he knew she could do it. Seong Hyan handed her an envelope and said that if she was going to become a magic swordsman, she should visit this place. On the envelope was the name Choi Lihan. Introducing a dark male silhouette, the guy said that Lejin Faroe village is the coldest part of the northern region. His comrade noted that there is that crazy guy there. The protagonist said with a weak smile that this is the strongest magic swordsman he knows. He added that he could vouch for his abilities, so it would be useful to even observe him. Tina held the envelope with a smile and thanked him loudly. She waved goodbye as she left. Shuire was running towards the two boys. They stopped when she asked them to wait. Seong Hyan was sitting on the couch in Professor Tansel's room, who apologized for the delay. The doctor smiled and said that everything was fine, but, looking at the shining purple-haired boy, he asked who it was. The boy smiled widely and told him that his name was Sisung, and he was a professor at the Dark Tower. Introducing the tall, cramped tower, he began to explain that it was more commonly known as the Dark Wizard's Tower, and their main goal was to find the proper methods for using dark magic and dark mana. Seong Hyan frowned, thinking that apparently using dark magic was partially legal with a permit. Chancel bashfully covered himself, saying that he heard about the incident and begged for a meeting. Sisung excitedly stated that he heard that the main boss was an incredibly dark mage. The protagonist introduced the aisle while he was asked if there were any of his old things in the loot, since he wanted to buy them. The doctor crossed his arms and thought that he had the Kirkarastal sphere, but he didn't want to give it up. He wondered if there was anything else. He remembered pinning the apostle with the crossbow. Then his dagger flew away. Then it landed on the magic circle. Remembering how it was lying there the whole time, the brunette thought that he had completely forgotten about it. He placed it on the table and asked how about the magic knife that the dark mage used. Sisung cried out happily. He smiled sheepishly and exclaimed that there was a huge amount of dark mana in that blade, and he was just looking forward to how amazing it would be when he got his hands on it. He laid out a lot of things on the table. The boy spread his arms out and told the doctor that he would give him whatever he wanted. Seong Hyan mentally noted that he had offered various things that wizards were interested in. He saw a yellow figure in the shape of a man and mentally asked what it was. It was a music box and he wound it up. The yellow man spoke. He began to move and sing songs. The room fell silent. The professor took the box and began to laugh nervously, saying that it was an energy music box. The boy saw a yellow light while he was saying that it absorbed mana and converted it into stamina. The professor smiled contentedly when the protagonist said that he would take it. Walking with his hands full of books, he said that he ended up giving him a bunch of books and scrolls along with the box. Junho muttered that they could be sold for a lot of money. Seong Hyan unrolled one of the scrolls. He imagined the vial when he realized it was a recipe for a freezing potion, and mentally noted that he needed earth and ingredients. While putting everything away in storage, he asked Junho why they didn't stay here yet. The man asked if he was sure. The brunette smiled and said that Professor Tansel had given him permission. He remembered the man in the cape who said that it was his thanks for saving his student, and then asked why they didn't look around here for a bit. Junho touched his chin, saying that it seemed like mages weren't stupid. As the light illuminated one of the rooms, he said that he didn't mind, as he heard that the tower had a lot of goods and high-quality potions. The doctor said that was his real goal. He headed to the local potion shop. Standing at the counter, he said that he would take 1 box of mana and health potions, as well as 3 boxes of stamina potions. Seong Hyan saw a bubbling cauldron. A blonde man in a cape turned to him when he called him. The protagonist smiled and said that he thought it was better not to put it in there. The guy narrowed his eyes, mentally noting that he obviously didn't know how to use mana. He turned back. The blonde man threw the leaves into the cauldron. The doctor smiled while his comrade said with displeasure that mages were idiots after all. He suggested that they leave. The bell on the door rang. As they walked down the hallway, the man asked the brunette why he told him not to put it in there. A second later, an explosion was heard behind them. As the brunette looked back in horror, Seong Hyan answered that it was because this would happen. The door of the store flew to the side. The man froze, asking what just happened. The doctor rushed past him. Inside the store, a cauldron was bubbling. The mages grabbed their heads and coughed loudly, asking who did this. Smoke filled the area. As the blonde covered his mouth, the girl next to him exclaimed that it might be a cloud of poison and that he needed to block it with a magic shield. The boy created a blue seal. A barrier surrounded his body. It began to bubble. The boy extended his hand and wondered if the shield was melting. When it collapsed, the others on the side began to shout that the magic shield was not working and that they were very hot. The blonde ran to the side, thinking that he could not. Heading towards the exit, he thought that he had to get out of here first. Seong Hyan asked with a gloomy face where they were going. Junho barricaded the exit behind him. The doctor smiled wickedly and said that none of them would take a single step outside. Walking forward, he noted that this was why he said not to add this ingredient. The mages looked at him in shock, ordering him to get out of the way. The blonde frowned when he heard that the fragrant grass was not poisonous, so there was nothing to be afraid of. Standing in front of a group of mages, the brunette said that the smoke itself was dangerous, so someone asked if this meant that they were okay. The protagonist smiled and said that it was, but only when they exhaled. The mages froze in horror, hearing that their mana was melting in their bodies. The guy curled his lips. A moment later, everyone began to vomit. Light liquid flew onto the floor. The guy grabbed his head, screaming that he would no longer be able to use magic, and the girl muttered that she had to get away from here immediately. They all rushed to Seong Hyan. The doctor narrowed his eyes. They were stopped by a bright flash of an arrow in order to stay put. The protagonist held a crossbow, saying that it seemed like everyone had forgotten where they were. The blonde perked up when he said that it was in the center of the Scarlet Tower of the Mages. The doctor smiled sweetly and asked if they thought they would be able to handle what would happen when they opened the door. He imagined the Manga Tower. While imagining the lanterns and various gears, he noted that it was an institute built for wizards to study magic and accumulate their power, meaning that the place was full of all kinds of magical sciences and devices that used mana. The wizards stood there with blue faces, muttering that if this smoke leaked out, all the devices in the wizard tower would fail. They muttered that they were doomed. Seong Hyan waved his hand and said that even if they were poisoned by the fragrant grass, there was hope, and if the medicine arrived in time, they would recover quickly. He threw the crossbow over his shoulder and noted that of course he knew how to make it. The brunette looked at the wizards, who began to hurry him, and said that however, the guys listened in fear that eliminating the smoke was much more urgent than healing them. The protagonist thought that it wasn't that they would die without mana, but a wizard who couldn't use it was no different from a dead man. He lowered his gloomy gaze and thought that he didn't care about them at all. The blonde swallowed. He and the others fell to their knees and began to say that they would do anything if he prepared a cure for them. He added that even if it was necessary, they would inhale all that smoke to eliminate it. Seong Hyan smirked smugly and thought that this was why he liked being a healer. Junho looked at him and asked if it was really necessary to inhale all that smoke to eliminate it. The brunette replied that it would be funny, but it would take a very long time. He looked at the shelves, noting that they were lucky that this place was a potion shop. He frowned and told them to bring all the ingredients that he would now name. The magicians began to bring him the necessary things. The doctor poured in the silica powder. Then he was given the judicial sand vine root. He threw all of this into the cauldron, thinking that this smoke needed to be dealt with inside the store, but since you can't grab the smoke with your hands, it's hard to eliminate. The guy poured in the purple liquid, mentally noting that he just needed to transform it into a form that would be easy to remove. Junho covered his mouth with his hand. Seeing his blue face, Seong Hyan realized that although he had little mana, even he was starting to show signs, so he should hurry. The protagonist poured the liquid into a bottle. He began to shake it. Raising the liquid up, he used the absorption and distribution skill. The doctor splashed the liquid around the room, thinking that his former comrade couldn't become useless. The purple smoke began to gather into balls. The magicians watched as they fell on them. Junho covered his head with his hands. Seong Hyan caught one of the balls and said that it was a dissolving potion that turned smoke or gas into a gel form. He began to squeeze the ball between his fingers and asked why the others were just standing there and not picking anything up. The mage picked one up, saying that the texture was not that disgusting. The boys sat on the floor and collected the balls into baskets while the blonde man told them to do it silently. After a while, there was an antidote for the fragrant grass on the shelf. The protagonist looked at the store, noting the mess. The guy looked down guiltily when he told him to apologize to the store owner and then clean up. The mage scratched his cheek and clarified that the healer had said earlier that it was fragrant grass. He noted that he was sure that what he put inside was coastal grass. Seong Hyan introduced the blue leaves and explained that fragrant grass refers to coastal grass that has changed due to the excessive presence of mana. It is usually a grass that helps mix medicinal ingredients, but when it becomes fragrant grass, it melts mana. He turned his attention to the girl who said that it was strange that they were growing something so dangerous in the mage tower. The brunette asked her again. The brown-haired girl replied that most of the ingredients came from the greenhouse in the mage tower. The doctor asked if the normal growing environment could have changed. The sorceress replied that it probably wouldn't, since the greenhouse. The boy raised an eyebrow when she added that she was controlling a system fueled by mana. He asked if she could explain in more detail. He ran down the hallway with Junho, who asked him what was wrong. Continuing to run forward, the healer said that they needed to find Professor Tansel. The large trunks in the greenhouse began to move. A red aura hovered around the huge flower. The protagonist said that it was probably worse than he thought. Tansel said that he had also heard about the commotion in the potion shop. His image was on a blue screen. He noted that he would very much like to go there himself, but he could not because of a meeting. The two men ran with Shuire, and the professor said that he would approve their access there. She thanked him. When the screen began to disappear, the boy said that they were very lucky to meet her. The sorceress replied that she was looking for them to give a tour of the mage tower. A door appeared ahead, behind which there was a red light. She said that this was the greenhouse. After entering, everyone froze. An overgrown dark greenhouse appeared ahead. Xiang Haiyan summoned a crossbow, saying that it did not look safe at all. He drew attention to the blue seal on the wall, saying that it was a magic circle that controlled humidity. Next, he turned his attention to the temperature and climate circle, noting that they were all broken. The girl began to look around, saying that the mana inside was also surprisingly high, and she thought that there was a problem with the main magic circle. The doctor asked her where it was. As they walked further, the vines moved. One of them suddenly rose up. The brunette turned around. He grabbed his comrade's hood. Xiang Haiyan pushed Junho away. While he held him by the hood, the man asked what it was. When a large red flower with teeth opened up in front, the protagonist said that it was a monster obtained by absorbing mana. It was Martin Ivy. Shuire extended her staff, using the cutting wind. A huge stream of air rushed towards the flower. It began to spit green poison. Its vine reached for the girl. The man jumped. He cut the vine of the plant. The vine fell to the ground. The pink-haired girl sighed and said with a smile that it was easier than she thought. Junho told her not to rush. The size of the plant began to be covered with slime. A second later, a new vine grew. It knocked the man and the girl off their feet. The doctor loaded the crossbow with stone arrows, realizing that the cut inside can regenerate. He met a plant. The cuts were covered with slime again. A second later, they regenerated. The brunette asked his friend what was going on here. He perked up when the doctor said that it was different. While the sorceress was getting up, Xiang Haiyan explained that the regeneration speed was different, and it was much faster when Shuire cut the branch. While he was looking at the boxes with plants, the pink-haired girl asked if it was because she attacked with mana. The guy answered that it was, and here are herbs that grew too quickly due to too much mana. Looking at Martin Ivy, he said that it seemed that this creature had the ability to absorb it. Fire appeared in the flower carrier. The branches rushed forward. Shuire sat aside from them, saying that burning her was also not working. Junho replied that at this rate they would not be able to deal with her for a long time. The girl suggested going out for a while so that the greenhouse could fill up with mana. The doctor smirked and asked why they should retreat. He raised his palm with the balls from the potion shop, saying that they had something that could solve the problem right away. He began loading the crossbow with arrows with fragrant grass. The guy shot at the flower. It immediately closed. It spat out a stream of smoke. The man began to cover his face and exclaimed that they would not be able to use skills now either. Xiang Haiyan, putting away the crossbow, said that everything was fine. He summoned a dagger and said with a smile that they would just need to beat this creature with normal attacks until it died. He grabbed the dagger. A second later, the doctor made numerous cuts on the monster. Martin Ivy screamed in pain and rage. The brunette shouted that his regeneration had slowed down and then called Junho. The man perked up when he heard about the roots. He immediately struck the ground. He angrily dug a passage to the roots. The man swung his blade. His eyes turned white as he mentally noted that they had one person who didn't care about mana melting. Pulling out Martin Ivy's roots, Junho exclaimed that he would leave the final blow to him. Xiang Haiyan ran towards him. The guy jumped high. Na swung his dagger. Smiling, he said about the cut. The doctor hit the rhizome with a powerful blow. A battered flower lay on the ground. Shuire noted that they had managed it. The brunette looked at her and asked to take him to the main magic circle. In the greenhouse, there was a large stone slab with a seal. Looking at it, the protagonist noted that the circle was completely destroyed and then asked why. The sorceress replied that it seemed that mana was injected into it beyond the limit and he was unable to cope with it. While the slab continued to sparkle, the pink-haired girl noted the backflow of mana and what if this continues. Sparks of energy gushed out to the sides. The trio froze. They were looking at the huge slab. Junho was clutching his head, exclaiming that it was going to explode. The healer was asking the pink-haired girl if there was a way to stop the mana from being introduced. The girl was clutching her staff and screaming that there was none, and a low-ranking mage wouldn't even be able to see the mana connection diagram. Looking at the seal, she said that if it was exposed, it would explode immediately. The guy was staring at the circle sideways while she was suggesting that they just run away. He didn't think that it didn't matter, imagining a huge explosion. The brunette mentally noted that since it was such a powerful spell, its destructive power would be enormous, and not only they, but also the people outside would die. He used an observant gaze, thinking that he needed to find the mana connection diagram no matter what. A circle appeared around the slab. The healer began to see the diagram. His comrades looked at him with surprised eyes. He took a step forward. Xiang Haiyan walked towards the stove while the others tried to stop him. He raised his hand, thinking that this was a cluster of pure mana turning into a large bomb and normal attacks would not work. A golden sphere began to appear in his hand. Holding the Kirkarashtal sphere in his hands, the boy thought that this item had high resistance to mana. The stove began to crumble. An energy strike pierced the doctor. Shuire and Junho stood with frightened faces and called out to him. The brunette covered his face, thinking that he should hit the exact point where the circuit was connected. He pulled his hand back. Xiang Haiyan swung. He threw the sphere hard. It flew towards the stove. When it hit, the energy turned red. The item began to focus mana around itself. The sphere quickly sucked it in. It fell onto the grass. Shuire opened one eye. She saw that the stove stopped shining and asked if the rampage had stopped. The healer turned around when he forgave him for what just happened. A smirk appeared on his face. The boy and girl jumped on him and started to grab him. The protagonist looked down and thought that it would be a good idea to test the sacred sphere's abilities. Tansel appeared on the blue screen. He looked at the three of them and said that since something like this happened, he was sure that there was a problem with the power supply. The sorceress replied that even the mage tower would not be able to withstand if such incidents continued. She leaned towards the screen and said that if it fell, the protective barrier protecting the city would collapse. She asked for permission to investigate the Mana Center. The man shook his head and said that the Mana Center, essentially the origin of the tower, was beyond his control. Junho touched his chin and said that even a professor could not go there whenever he wanted, which meant it would be difficult. Xiang Haiyan asked who the administrator of the Mana Center was. Tansel looked down and said that it was one of the mages of the Scarlet Habe Tower. The gray-haired man held the papers in his hand. Looking at the three in front of him, he asked what business they had with him. The boy began to tell what had happened in the tower today. He waved his hand, explaining the situation. The old man lowered his head and asked if it was okay for them to go to the Mana Center now. The doctor sighed and mentally noted that he hadn't planned on going there, but he could probably figure it out himself if he told them everything. He smiled and answered in the negative, noting that they wanted to. He was interrupted. Habe clutched the piece of paper and exclaimed that he was talking nonsense. He slammed his hand on the table, claiming that the devices in the Mana Center were created using the best technology from the Mage Tower. Introducing the blue crystal, he said that it was a place that would remain intact even if it fell. The brunette spread his hands when he was indignantly asked what kind of problems could possibly arise in such a place. Shuire ran forward and shouted, asking if the professor knew what state the greenhouse was in. Junho followed suit and asked if he knew what they had just been through. The old man, with veins bulging on his face, ordered the girl to shut up. She backed away in fear when he asked how she dared to mock the Mage Tower after escaping. The man declared that he would never let them into the Mana Center. Xiang Haiyan remained silent. He turned to Master Habe. Smiling charmingly, he said that he would give one piece of advice, then told them to evacuate the city and take action immediately. The old man narrowed his eyes when he was told that this was the best he could do right now. He replied that he did not want to waste his time listening to this. The three of them found themselves outside the door under his loud shout. Shuire and Junho began to scold the professor with dissatisfied expressions. The doctor turned around and said that he was strangely worried. The pink-haired girl exclaimed that this was why all mages were idiots. The brunette smirked, thinking that it wasn't that important. He had used observation sight a few moments ago. His eyes flashed slightly. He saw a red screen warning of danger. There were many such signs around Habe, and Xiang Haiyan knew that his death was coming soon. The old man was sitting at his desk. He clenched his fists and teeth, asking how much these ignoramuses knew. Looking up, he muttered that maybe. The man imagined a cracked crystal and wondered if it was possible that they knew that the mana energy system was broken. He grabbed his head, mentally noting that he hadn't kept an eye on the Mana Center while preparing everything for the next master's ceremony. He thought that if everyone found out, he would be eliminated from the list of candidates. Getting up from the table, Habe thought that he should at least hide this until the ceremony, because he could fix it without anyone noticing. Not noticing the sparks behind him, he thought that he could after he became a master. Turning around, the old man asked what was wrong. He saw a blue light. An explosion thundered in the office. Huge chunks of rock flew to the sides. The door to the office was knocked down. The professor was lying under the rubble. Reaching out for the clot of energy, he muttered that he should try to remove it. He took the blue light in his hand. An electric shock pierced him. When his eyes turned white, he assumed it was a backflow of mana. Looking at the open door, the old man shouted, asking if there was someone there. A shadow appeared, and he called for help. A voice asked if he understood now. Habe froze. A man's legs appeared. Seong Hyun stepped forward and said that he warned him. When he stood in front of the professor, the latter said that he was ashamed of recent events. The guy laughed sweetly and asked why he did not listen to others' advice. Imagining the blue crystal, he mentally noted that the tower's mana system was now releasing too much power, and all the places where the circuit passed were most likely in the same state. Looking down, the doctor thought that it did not even try to listen when he warned him. Looking up, the healer thought that he had changed only because he was on the verge of death. Habe squeezed his trembling hand and asked to save him. The protagonist, continuing to stand in place, noted that he was too busy to waste his precious time here. Turning around, he muttered that if he had something valuable, then. The man clenched his teeth. He extended his hand and asked to stop, noting that he had something that he might need. The professor handed over a blue key and said that it was for the mana center, and if the guy saved him, he would give it to him. He grinned wickedly, saying that he needed to take control of the raging mana in the center to save people. Seong Hyun, without turning around, asked if he was really taking others hostage. The old man asked him to think about it. The brunette grinned, mentally wincing. Was this really the strongest master candidate? Turning around, he replied that he forgot to tell him something. Looking at Habe, the healer said that the explosion had just destroyed all the seals in the center, so he no longer needed this precious key. The old man dropped the key with a gloomy face. The protagonist said goodbye. The man began to stretch out his hand and shout that he could give him something better. The doctor replied that in that case, he would come back here later. Blue lightning sparkled everywhere. The professor continued to stretch out his hand. The boy said that he would return after saving other people. Tears appeared in Habe's eyes. He screamed loudly, and another explosion thundered in the office. Seong Hyun ran forward, mentally noting that he was done with everything here. He moved along the sparkling corridors, thinking that he needed to take a look at the situation from the outside. The brunette perked up, hearing a scream. There were two children in one of the rooms. Approaching them, he began to ask what happened. The girl muttered about her friend. She wiped away her tears with her fist. The protagonist opened the system screen, thinking that he could not understand what she wanted to say at all. He saw the skill-soothing voice, which healed the mental state of the target. He realized that it was the soothing prayer that had changed. Stretching out his hand, the doctor thought that prayer skills required divine power. He stroked the children's heads, using the skill, and asked them to calm down and tell him what happened. The passage to the office was blocked by stones. The healer pushed them apart, remembering the child's words about them doing their homework. And the ceiling and walls exploded, after which Lee Jae made a barrier for them to climb out, but the bookcases fell before she could get out. The boy walked around the library. He looked around, hoping that it was not too late. Under the bookcase lay a black-haired girl. She opened her eyes slightly when her name was not called. Seong Hyun crouched next to her and said that he came to save her. Lee Jae noted that he was not wearing a robe, which meant that he was a traveler, and then asked him to leave her and take her friends to safety. The brunette froze in confusion, wondering why this child was acting like an adult. He used a skill on her and saw abnormal bleeding, reverse mana flow, and a fracture. The doctor mentally noted that in this state, she was trying to save her friends. He started to remove the rubble on her, thinking that she was a determined person who was not afraid of death. The girl screamed that he couldn't do this. While he was moving the stones, she said that if he touched it, then. Lee Jae froze in fear when the guy lifted the rack and screamed that his mana too. The protagonist extended his hand to her. The girl closed her eyes, thinking that this was all because of her. Seong Hyun used the skill Hemostasis. He stroked the child's head, saying that he couldn't do anything about the pain, but he could stop the bleeding. The brunette loudly asked how he ignored the backflow of mana and used skills. The healer smirked. Looking at the child, he replied that he was a defective healer, and he thought that he couldn't let such a talented person die here. He ran with the baby in his arms. Energy exploded behind them. Lee Jae turned around and told her to be careful because the explosions were only getting stronger. The doctor asked her to protect her head and to cuddle up to him. Looking to the side, he mentally noted that they were now at 12 and needed to go down to 9. His eyes widened. Ahead, a section of the stairs was missing. Stopping, the guy mentally noted that he hadn't expected that, and then said that there should be another descent somewhere. He saw a hole in the wall and turned to the girl, asking if she was afraid of heights. He was standing in the middle of a huge tower. Lee Jae asked if this was the only way out. Seong Hyun was tying a cloth around his stomach, telling her not to worry and just close her eyes. Walking towards the hole, he said that he would definitely save her. Electric discharges were approaching them. A diagram appeared on the floor. A second later, an explosion thundered. The doctor and the girl jumped out. They were flying down. The brunette clung to her savior. The protagonist mentally noted that a normal child would have already burst into tears and passed out. He began to group himself, thinking that if such children were to die. The guy summoned a crossbow, thinking that in this case the future of the continent would leave much to be desired. He created a grappling hook. The healer released it. The hook broke through the wall. Li Jie and Xiang Haiyan clung. The brunette held on with trembling hands, asking not to break. The rope began to break. It stopped. Hanging on the wall of the tower, the doctor thought about the fact that the hook was made of an alloy of various metals and the rope without a bandage. With a slight smile on his face, he noted that this time he had to give it his all to survive. The magicians gathered below and began to ask what had happened. One of them said that he thought everything was under control because this was the Scarlet Tower of Magic. A woman stood to the side and thanked Xiang Haiyan for saving the children. The boy replied that he had been fiddling with Li Jie's leg for a while, but that she should still see a healer. The girl looked at him and asked if he was going to the magic center. The healer replied that he still needed to save people here. The woman handed over a scroll and said that she had written it for her work, but she thought he would need it more. He took it and unrolled it. People started calling out to the girl from the side. 2 children ran up to her in tears and started asking how she was feeling. Li Jie said that Mr. Healer had saved her. The children started crying loudly and apologizing, saying that it was all because of them. The brunette asked them to stop crying. Swallowing her tears, she muttered that she was sad because they were crying too. Xiang Haiyan watched them with a smile, realizing that they were still very young. He turned around decisively, mentally noting that they needed to go to the mana center. At the center of the mana, there was a staff and a man with a sword. There were a bunch of mages lying near the blue crystal. Approaching it, the doctor wondered what happened here. His eyes flashed. Using a skill, he saw the diagrams on the floor and mentally noted that Shuire and Junho could not withstand the flow. Tansel raised his head and loudly asked them not to come closer. Leaning on his hands, he said that it instantly sucked out mana and that the entire system was completely out of control. There were many magical seals around the huge crystal. The professor shouted that they must run from here. The diagram on the floor approached Xiang Haiyan. The guy smirked and said not to worry. His body was engulfed in lightning. Raising his crossbow, he said that such things do not affect him. The healer loaded stone arrows. He fired 3 of them at the crystal. The stone sparkled with blue light. The arrows hit the mana barrier. Tansel shouted with a shocked face that it was using a skill. The protagonist's eyes flashed. Using the skill, he saw excess mana and warnings of danger. Xiang Haiyan said that this thing had become a monster. He raised his weapon again. Gel arrows were fired. The barrier around the stone was disintegrating. Blue liquid was dripping onto the floor. The doctor realized that it worked and if he could melt the defense. He perked up when he was loudly warned. Blue circuits appeared under the liquid. The liquid began to evaporate. The brunette frowned, realizing that the mechanism was absorbing the molten remains. The seals around him sparkled with red light. The guy opened his mouth and cursed mentally. A powerful stream of energy from 3 magic circles hit him. Tansel called out to the hero. Xiang Haiyan was wounded in the arm. The professor covered one eye and asked if he was okay. The brunette held a ball in his hand and said that just a little more and straight to heaven. He looked at the ball and thought that if it weren't for the sacred core, his body would be torn apart. He thought that he didn't care and if the mana absorption continued, everything would end badly. The crystal absorbed mana. A ball formed around it. Tansel said that he was using the rest of the collected mana to maintain his physical form. He looked ahead and said that the fragrant herbs would not be able to do anything against the already melted mana. The hero replied that this was probably the case. He loaded the crossbow and said that, fortunately, everything was within the calculations. He called the spell consecutive strikes of mana. He fired. There was an explosion. The crystal hit him in response. The man dodged. He prepared to attack again. Charges from the crystal flew towards his arrow. 3 charges flew towards 3 arrows. There was an explosion. Mana dripped onto the floor. Tansel frowned and thought that the circuit was absorbing the molten mana again. They would only strengthen the physical shell of the crystal. He asked the healer what he was trying to do. The hero threw away the crossbow and thought that the remaining mana was a mass creating a body for the power supply system. He jumped and found himself above the crystal. He took the sphere and thought that he could attack with it. A system window appeared that the sacred sphere had strong magical protection and resistance to magic. Xiang Haiyan swung to strike and broke the protective field with his fist. The professor looked at him in shock and asked if he really broke the barrier with one fist. What a monster. Punches flew at the crystal. Xiang Haiyan swung to strike and thought that this was the end. Mana was spilling onto the floor. It began to form something. Hands flew at him, and they tried to grab him. Tansel raised his head and said that he changed his form. The healer thought that the monster did some shit again. The professor said to think about it. Such a monster appeared in their tower. A hand made of mana was sneaking towards them. It hit the ground. Everything shook. The guy frowned and thought that it was not letting him get closer. He should hit it at least once. How to make it open up. He remembered the diagrams, Li Jie and the scroll. His eyes widened and he thought that if the monster was so crazy about mana, then he would not be able to resist this. Xiang Haiyan summoned a crossbow. He held it out. A system window appeared, saying that arrows were being created from a mana potion. The man fired at the wall. His hand froze. More mana arrows flew at the wall. The monster crawled towards him. The hero tore the paper and thought he was caught. Patterns began to appear around the arrows. They stopped glowing. The monster was pulled towards them. The hero smiled and asked, "That worked well, didn't it?" He threw up the scraps of paper and said that it was a scroll of contaminated mana produced by leech. A notification appeared that he was creating stone arrows. The arrows flew towards the crystal. They hit their target. There was an explosion. The healer smiled and said that it was over. The man said that today they were facing a serious crisis due to the failure of the mana supply system. He stood in front of the hero and said that he had saved the Crimson Magic Tower and Healer King. Broker bowed and said that he was grateful, and if he needed anything, he should feel free to ask. Seong Hyan smiled and said that since they offered it themselves, he would like the Magic Barrier Mental Rest Circle, a special product of the tower. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. The master looked at him and said that this was a valuable item that even high-class mages could not get for free. A memorable item that only the mage of the Crimson Tower would provide. Even if he had achieved a great feat, he could not give it to an outsider. The healer looked away and thought that it didn't work. Broker extended his hand and said that with the power bestowed upon him by the Crimson Magic Tower, he would declare the healer an honorary member of the Magic Tower. Everyone looked at him in shock. He said that although Seong Hyan did not follow the path of magic, he fought for the tower without sparing his own life. The old man smiled and said that if they do not accept such a person to them, then who else will help them in the future? The hero looked at him in surprise. He smiled and thought that at first he was an unlicensed healer who could not heal, and now he is an unlicensed mage who cannot cast spells. He bowed and thanked him, thinking that it was not that important since it helps to heal people. Junho stretched and said that he was tired. He lay on the floor and said that it was good to be an honorary member of the tower. They were even given a personal room. The heroes answered that he was right, but at first they would have to sleep on the floor. Seong Hyan looked at him and said that in any case, this place would become a storeroom. He asked if the guy could help him clean up here tomorrow morning. He agreed. The brunette sat down on the floor and called up the characteristics window. A system window appeared, saying that he received 6841 points and did not open one award. The hero thought that he had gained quite a good amount of points after healing the injured in the tower. He looked at the system window, which had a task to gain 5,000 points. The healer remembered Isle telling him that he had an inexplicable power, but like everyone else, he would die trying to get it. He thought that he should not mess with individuals like gods. He shook his head and thought that it would be better to avoid direct confrontation with them until he digs up enough information. A system window appeared, which said that he received the achievement item slot. He poked his finger and thought, what does slot mean? A window appeared, which said that he can put any item in the slot and quickly use it. The hero smiled and thought that this is just great. He will finally have somewhere to put the brooch in the sphere. It is inconvenient to carry around on himself all the time. He looked at the screen and thought what this is. He was awarded the achievements for joining the Magic Tower. Junho looked at him. He turned around and asked if he wanted to put on the tower cloak he had received 5 minutes ago. Seong Hyan replied that he wouldn't look like a healer then. He looked away and thought that doctors should only wear a white cloak. Seong Hyan extended his hand and used the Crimson Emblem ability. He looked at the emblem. He thought that this emblem and ability confirmed membership. A notification appeared that he had received the Magic Tower member achievement. The hero smiled and said that he had found a way out of the situation. After a while, items fell to the floor. Seong Hyan looked at his friend, who asked why he was staring at him like that. The man said that Junho claimed that he had gotten here while watching TV in his bedroom. He replied that he had gone to get a kettle then, and before he could blink, he had found himself in a cave. The healer looked at him and said that he was luckier than him. He had moved without any items at all. The brunette hugged his pillow and said that it didn't matter if he slept on the floor or in a mud puddle. This pillow would always help him fall asleep, and asked if he wanted to try it. The heroes looked at the photo and said why he needed something that smelled like fish. His friend replied that the toy didn't smell like fish. Seong Hyan stopped smiling. He thought it would be better to leave the frame there. Shuaya raised her hands to her face and shouted that they owed them a lot. Junho waved at them. They arrived in Kamer. The guy looked around and said, the city looks so big compared to the village of Hind. The hero replied that it was natural. Rich people live here, and suggested that they immediately look for a carriage. The old man smiled, apologized, and said that carriage travel was currently suspended. The friends looked at him and asked if they really needed a boat. One of them was seasick. Seong Hyan raised his hand and asked if something had happened in the stable. The old man replied that there was no problem. The hero looked to the side when someone asked to lower the bridge immediately. People looked at the guards and shouted that they needed to get to the city as soon as possible, asking for a cart. The guard frowned and said that the barriers had disappeared due to problems in the Magic Tower. Leaving the city now was dangerous. to which they replied that they had enough of making excuses and demanded that the bridge be lowered immediately. The woman took out her staff and said that her patience had run out and if they did not lower the bridge now. Her staff began to glow. She cast a spell to freeze the river. The guards turned around in shock. Junho looked ahead. The water began to gurgle. Something began to explode around him. The sea monster placed its hand on the ice. A bunch of monsters crawled out of the water. The hero told his companion to get ready. People ran away from the gate and said that it was Pizzata mermaids. The soldier frowned and said that they were crawling into the city in order to engage in battle. The battle with the mermaids began. The monster sank its teeth into the weapon. The guy was lying on the ground and screaming. An arrow flew towards him. It pierced the mermaid. The hero ran in front of the guard and prepared to attack. He shot again and shouted to his comrade that they must stop them. Junho took the crystal and said that he understood. A system window appeared that the skill Vampiric Impulse was used. The next notification said that the power was increased for the duration of the battle. The guy swung his sword and screamed. He hit the ground. The mermaids lay dead. He said that they dealt with it quickly. Without turning around, Xiang Haiyan said that the real trouble was just beginning. The blue-haired man held his hand and said that he felt unwell. His partner asked if everything was okay. He was bleeding. He told him to forget it, nothing special. Scales began to appear around the wound. The guy darkened and screamed. Junho and Xiang Haiyan looked ahead. The hero said that he was transforming. The guard's hand began to become covered in scales. The others looked at him in amazement. A cry was heard that he was transforming. Transformation into a mermaid. When an infection gets into the human body, a transformation into a mermaid occurs. Gills appeared on the person's face, and then the body of a gray mermaid appeared. The converted infect others for reproduction. Xiang Haiyan heard the advice to wipe off the blood and use it, but interrupted, saying that healing would not help here. He came closer, saying that this would not remove the poison that entered the blood through the wound. The guard turned and said that he was the one who helped get rid of the mermaids. There was a blue scale on the guy's hand. A question was heard whether it was worth cutting off the hand. The healer answered that there was a huge area of damage and a quick transformation, so even cutting off the hand would be useless. Unfortunately, it will not help. The blue-haired man heard this. He brought the sword to his neck, saying that if he becomes a monster. He trembled, saying that if the process is not stopped, he would rather die as a man. A colleague tried to stop him. The other turned away, unable to look at this. Blood dripped. Xiang Haiyan grabbed the young man by the hand. He smiled and asked, "Is he in such a hurry to the next world?" The blue-haired man looked questioningly at the healer and heard him say that healing will not help, but this does not mean that there is no way out. The brunette smiled a little, saying that even if there is no antidote, they will create their own. It will not be difficult. The guy looked at the splash of water. There were circles on the water. Xiang Haiyan dove into the depths, thinking that the main ingredient of the medicine was the liver of a merman. Since they immediately rot when they die on land, he would have to get the liver in the water and wrap it in mana. The system reported absorption. The effects of the wind potion were obtained. The brunette held his breath, thinking that thanks to the potion, he didn't need to worry about air and skills. A system window appeared in front of him with collected points 68, 41 points, 20 points pre-spin, 50 points. He put his finger to the system window and thought that with his skills underwater you can't really share, so the roulette cells were spinning. Xiang Haiyan stood surrounded by system notifications about the roulette results. A new skill Golden Hand was received. A new skill was received Maintaining Temperature Underwater. A new skill was received Arrow Amplifier. He thought that he would spin until something worthwhile fell out. The information window was reflected in his eyes. The hero thought about the fact that there was a guaranteed spin. He wanted to postpone it, but now he had no choice. In front of him was a quest window to accumulate 5,000 points. He reached his finger to the button to complete the quest. Suddenly a blue splash flashed by. A figure of a mermaid appeared in front. Xiang Haiyan thought a water cannon. Several mermaids were baring their teeth. The hero thought that everyone had gathered here. He aimed his crossbow, thinking that he was too lazy to go down to them. A chain flew towards the mermaids from using the hook throw skill. The hook crashed into one of the monsters. The brunette mentally told them to go to him. He pulled the screaming monster towards him. His blow left a bright mark. Xiang Haiyan thought that this was a big catch. The monsters bared their mouths. They rushed towards the healer from all sides. Shining arrows flew. Dark blood spread in the water. The arrows hit the mermaids. The healer held the crossbow, thinking that it was easy. He wouldn't even have to use a new skill. There were defeated monsters ahead. He thought that something was annoying. Weren't there too many of them? The figure of a huge monster appeared behind the young man. He turned around in amazement. A huge mermaid with a staff grinned. Xiang Haiyan thought it was a rare mermaid pista. The monster swung. It sent a bright shockwave towards the guy. A chain flew forward. The hero covered himself with the captured mermaid. He frowned and thought that he almost died, so that's why such a crowd had gathered here. He held his breath, thinking that there was almost no time left. The system reported that the wind potion effect had 5 minutes 5 seconds left. The mermaid puffed out his cheeks. From the exhalation, a blue glow rushed forward. This is a water cannon. Xiang Haiyan thought that for now they were only using a cannon and a shockwave. The monster held a trident in his hand. The hero looked at it, thinking that these attacks were very difficult to dodge. He was deliberately stalling for time. There was 1 minute 48 seconds left from the wind potion effect. The guy began to think about what would happen if this continued, although he already had a solution. A bright arrow flew from the shining crossbow. The monster opened its mouth. He dodged the arrow, but it hit the trident. The brunette looked with a shining eye and said that it was bingo. The arrow flew forward rapidly. The system reported that the mermaid's healing arrow was broken. The monster sullenly opened its mouth. He shook his head and screamed. With shining red eyes, the mermaid asked if he used a potion. Xiang Haiyan grinned, thinking that everything was written on his face, and then realized that they were underwater and he could not explain. He imagined a vial with an organ and thought that a failed healing potion created from the rotten liver of a mermaid. Xiang Haiyan held the crossbow, thinking that it would not kill, but it would be very painful. The crossbow in his hands glowed. The system reported that the quest 5,000 points was completed. The red-eyed monster screamed. A system window about using a new skill appeared. An arrow surrounded by radiance flew forward. A flash appeared under the water. It spread further and further. The system reported that it was a harpoon arrow. Flashes pierced the monster's bodies. Xiang Haiyan mentally ordered him to remove his hands from the rare artifact. At this time, people were standing in front of the lake at the northern gate of Kamer. Junho said that he thought he would cope quickly, maybe something happened. Air bubbles appeared on the water. Junho and the guards looked at the brunette who appeared and asked if he was okay. The wet healer walked forward. He wrung out his t-shirt, saying that after all, people need to live on land. The scales on his hand became smaller. The blue-haired man held an empty bottle in his hands and heard that this is much better, isn't it? The guards discussed that he really created a cure. The master healer saved him. The boy approached Xiang Haiyan and promised to pay him for everything. She closed her eyes and said that it was nothing, that he should get better soon and continue to protect the city. A cry was heard about an emergency. The captain turned to the guard and asked what was going on, who replied that they had checked the Kamer gates to the west and east. The boy turned around, hearing that it was reported that the merman had set up an ambush there as well. A scream was heard outside the window of the Kamer guard's medical center. People on their beds were screaming, turning into mermaids. Xiang Haiyan kicked the door. The system reported the use of the Priya wallet, the creation of funds, a cure for turning into a merman. The crossbow glowed green. The enchanted arrows hit the young men. One of them had already completely turned into a monster. Junho frowned, shouting that some could no longer be helped. Those who had already turned could not be helped. The monster grabbed the bed and threw it at the heroes. The guys dodged. Junho with the sword asked, "Where is he going?" He swung the weapon, leaving a bright trace. The merman opened his toothy mouth. He bit the blade. The system reported the use of the harpoon arrow skill. The arrow surrounded by a bright glow pierced the monster. The guy with glasses turned around in surprise. Xiang Haiyan was fighting two monsters at the same time. The hero jumped, saying that they asked for it. He covered the healer from the merman's blow. Xiang Haiyan hit the monster with his elbow. A window for creating a harpoon arrow appeared. A glow appeared next to the wrestlers. A bright arrow hit the monster's head. The merman fell to the floor next to the guys. The guy with glasses looked at the rest of the weapon and said that his sword was used like a toothpick and gnawed through. The healer said that he just treated it poorly. A glow appeared, and words about healing were heard. Junho with a wounded shoulder asked, "Is it okay if he was slightly bitten?" The doctor noted that it was true, but he was definitely fine. A scream was heard, "It can't be." The heroes looked at the soldiers who entered. A young man was lying on a bed, a monster was lying on the floor. Xiang Haiyan said that he managed to heal several, but there were those who could no longer be helped. The captain of the guard frowned, saying that he was sorry. He stood opposite the doctor at the building and said that thanks to him, they were able to prevent a disaster. He was very grateful. The guy in the white coat said that he should give the reward, but he was interrupted. A group of people approached him. A woman shouted at him to give them the medicine. Xiang Haiyan turned around, looking at them, and asked who these people were. The guard replied that they were the residents of Kamer. The guy's eyes shone from using the all-seeing eye skill. The people were surrounded by a blue glow, and there were signs saying that there were no status effects. The healer thought, "What the hell?" Looking at the group of people, Xiang Haiyan said that they were all uninfected and did not need the medicine. Everyone shouted that they were also ambushed. They could turn into these creatures. They also needed an antidote. The people angrily shouted that he was obliged to protect the residents, not the soldiers. The guy remembered the gate and thought that they did not even think to raise the bridge, although it would help to secure the southern gate. He smirked, thinking that they were worthless. The people were happy to hear that if it was about transformation, then of course he should share the medicine. The woman exclaimed that he finally got it. The brunette replied with a smile that everyone would get it, hearing how people vied with each other to ask to give it to them first. Putting his hands in his pockets, the healer said that the price of the antidote was only 400,000 gold coins. If they act like trash, then they should be treated accordingly. The mustachioed man asked in surprise, how much? 400,000 for one portion. Seong Hyan smiled and asked, they don't like the price? Then now it will cost 500,000. People shouted, why did he raise the price? The doctor replied, inflation, now it's 600,000. Looking at the crowd, he said 700,000. The resident clenched her fist and cursed. She angrily pointed her finger at the doctor and shouted, how dare he profit from such a situation. The brunette waved his hands and asked everyone to calm down. He will provide the medicine for free to those who prove to him that they are infected. The mustachioed man glared at the woman. The residents held out their palms, saying that they have all the symptoms, they really need it. He can already feel his legs going numb and turning into a tail. Seong Hyan touched his chin, saying that they didn't even know, you couldn't tell from them right now if they were really infected. He reached into his pocket. He took out a vial of green liquid. After showing it, the doctor said that he would give an antidote to whoever drank it, fresh merman blood. The head guard was surprised to hear that whoever drank it would immediately begin to transform into a fish, and then he would give the medicine. The people looked at the container in amazement, asking, does he want to force them to drink this? Will the blood turn them into those creatures if they drink it? Seong Hyan smiled and asked, who wants to try first? There was green liquid in the container. A question was heard, who is the first volunteer? The villagers winced. A question was heard, merman blood, what if the medicine doesn't work or he doesn't give it at all? The man walked away, refusing. A question was heard, whether he was the one who shouted the loudest, that he would turn into a merman right now, he would be the first to drink, and a loud refusal. The heroes watched as the villagers, cursing, ran away. The guard was surprised to think that he was able to drive these people away, and said that the healer was delightful. The latter replied that he simply had rich experience in communicating with clients. He closed his eyes, saying that in any case he wanted to leave Kamer today. Seong Hyan asked if there really was no cart. The warrior said that, unfortunately, there was no way now. The guy with glasses came up and asked what they should do. They stood on the sidewalk, saying that they would spend the night here. The comrade agreed and asked if he wanted to eat. Turning his gaze to his friend, the brunette answered that after he dealt with the artifact. Junho remembered that he had found a rare monster. Seong Hyan added that it was even easier than with a rare zombie. A greeting was heard in the artifact appraisal shop building. The blonde guy was smiling, asking how he could help. The doctor thought that he was a typical scammer. He put his hand on the counter, saying that he would like to appraise this artifact. The appraiser beamed with happiness when he saw the ball in front of him and realized that it was rare. Smiling, looking at the item, the guy thought that he simply had to deceive him. The doctor thought that he was not even trying to hide his motives. A blue-haired girl appeared behind. The appraiser said that it looked like an ordinary cute artifact. She saw the brunette, who thought that one more word and he would wring his neck. The girl ran forward. The blonde guy was smiling. She hit him in the jaw, screaming, "What is he doing again?" The blue-haired girl clutched the appraiser's head. With a smile, she asked to forgive her colleague for trying to fool him. The girl pushed the deceiver away and asked if he wanted to evaluate the artifact, and asked to let her take a look. Golden swirls appeared near her palms. The system window reported that these were merman cuffs, improves underwater vision, plus 50% speed in water, plus 10% improvement of the water element, plus 20% attack in water left earring, plus 20% defense in water right earring. There were 2 silver jewelry on the counter. The girl congratulated him, saying that these were magnificent items. He could even wear them alone. Junho covered his mouth and asked what cuffs were. The healer replied that they were essentially earrings that did not require piercing your ears. He took the artifacts, hearing that if he wanted to sell them, the store would be happy to buy them at a great price, to which he replied that he would rather keep them for himself. Seong Hyan tossed one of the ornaments, saying that they were good. It was always useful to have a couple of them. Junho caught the ornament. Pointing with his hand, the healer said that one was for him and the other for Junho. He asked if he really would give it to him for free, to which he answered that it would be useful for the battle in the water. The guy with glasses looked at the healer with a sweet look, saying that he was very caring, and he could not repay him with anything. A glow appeared. Junho asked, so he needs to put it on his ear to get the effects. The system window reported that the inventory achievement had been obtained. You need to get 3 items of rare rank or higher. The first is the gluttonous bloodstone. The second is the right merman cuff. The third is the magical barrier circle of mental rest. Junho happily pointed to the system window, saying that this was great. In the inventory, there was a moon totem in slot 1, a merman cuff in slot 2, and slot 3 was empty. The guy with glasses handed him back the barrier circle while the healer said that together they would share even more achievements. The heroes walked along the evening street. Xiang Haiyan said that it was already late. They needed to find a place to spend the night. His comrade asked if it was possible to go to the tower to their luxurious rooms. The healer remembered Tansel saying that everything went quickly, but he was very grateful. Shuire said with a smile that they would meet again one day. Xiang Haiyan said that they had already said goodbye. It was somehow strange to come back after a day. Junho agreed and said that it turned out that they would sleep outside today. The blue-haired guy was surprised to hear this. The heroes turned around when he called out to them. In one of the houses, a light was on in the windows. The appraiser girl opened the door, saying that she was home. She asked them, guests, and exclaimed in surprise, recognizing them. There was a family and boys sitting at the dinner table, turning to look at her. The girl looked at her brother and said that they were those customers, and why was he here? He was fired. The guard said he was on sick leave. Xiang Haiyan looked at the girl and said that that's why she seemed familiar to him. He didn't know Cyril had a sister. The woman explained with a smile that he saved her brother and would stay with his friend until the gate was opened. Xiang Haiyan shifted his gaze, thinking that the Catalier family looked like an ordinary family. He imagined the helmet and flags, thinking that they were actually the oldest honorable guard family of Kamer. The boy named Cyril stood next to the sister named Seal and said that they saved many guards. He couldn't let them spend the night on the street. Seal folded her hands excitedly, thinking that this was the healer, and introduced herself out loud and said that they could stay as long as they wanted. Brother could sleep on the sofa in the living room. Cyril was surprised. He said that he would not stay long and would return to the barracks soon. Xiang Haiyan laughed at the table, and Junho said that they were definitely brother and sister. The full moon was shining in the sky. The healer opened his eyes, waking up. He stood up, thinking what time it was. Putting on a white robe and looking out the window, he thought that something was wrong. There was a blue fog over the city. Xiang Haiyan looked carefully, thinking that it seemed to be thickening in one place and not spreading. He remembered a tall building and thought that there was a tower nearby. He would check from there. The door opened. The guy was walking down the corridor. His hand clutched his sword. The blue-haired knight put the sword to Xiang Haiyan's neck. The guy shifted his gaze. The man with the blue beard asked solemnly, "Who is he?" The man held the sword to the healer's neck and asked, "Who is he?" The brunette looked at the blade and thought. He pointed the sword at him. Blue pixels appeared on the guy's palm from the summoning of the crossbow. Cyril left the room and called out to his uncle, shouting that this was the healer Xiang Haiyan. The man frowned and asked again, "The one who saved Cyril?" The system reported that the crossbow was put away. There was a tower near the houses. Apologies were heard for what happened. Hikaru, a retired guard, stood next to the brunette and said that he almost injured their benefactor. Xiang Haiyan answered with a smile that he should not worry. At that moment he mistook him for a stranger in his own house. The man looked at the fog, saying that he usually starts his day by contemplating the water surface of the lake, and others think that it is pointless since there is a magical barrier. The healer looked at the man who said he just wanted to protect his hometown and noted that that was why there was a watchtower there. The boy's eyes lit up from using the skill. He thought he understood now. The system reported the summoning of the crossbow. Xiang Haiyan in the tower told Hikaru that he didn't think it was all in vain. The system reported the use of the harpoon arrow skill. A shining arrow flew forward. It shimmered above the houses. A bright explosion was seen. The healer with the crossbow thought it was fog. Cyril ran up to the man and exclaimed that it was the same. Just a trap. There were fish monsters in the darkness. Words were heard that he thought they were trying to get into Kamer. The fish with red eyes attacked. The guards looked at them, shouting that they wanted to enter the city. They needed to grab their swords and fight. The man was clutching the sword. The man cut the monsters with sharp movements. Behind, two people were fighting fish. The heroes watched the battle. Xiang Haiyan said that everyone came out of the house for this. The healer added that this was to be expected from this family. He remembered how Seal handed them a weapon and said that since she gave them this. Junho held the item Gold Glory Catalier. Xiang Haiyan with the item Silver Glory Catalier said that they can't stand aside. The fish monsters screamed. The guy with glasses swung his weapon, saying that since they are fish, bright marks appeared from the blows. The guy shouted for them not to get out of the water. He looked at his golden weapon in surprise and then said that it was cool. The system reported that he received 250% physical damage. The warriors fought, shouting that there were too many of them. They were all advancing. Xiang Haiyan held the knife, thinking that usually such monsters have a hard time getting out of the water. Could it be a spell for breathing on land? There was a red seal above the sea. The mermen surrounded by red ones with lashes were casting spells. The healer saw this, thinking that it was because of those merman sorcerers. He waved his silver weapon. The system reported the moonlight buff and that it was applied. The healer quickly threw the knife at the monster. He smiled. The system reported the super moonlight buff can be applied again after 10 seconds. A red seal shone in the sky. Xiang Haiyan thought that if he got rid of these others, the fears would run away. Hikaru waved his hand, shouting that they were weakened to attack. The merman monsters searched and roared. They pointed their tridents forward. A round symbol appeared next to them. A monster in the form of a crab emerged from the water. This is the Lord of Crab. Junho wiped his saliva, saying how much meat they can get from it. Seong Hyun licked his lips, saying that he heard that monsters are quite tasty if cooked correctly. Cyril indignantly shouted, "Can they save this talk for later?" The monster ran, moving its claws. A cry was heard that it was approaching, going to break through. It must be stopped at all costs. Bright flashes of blows illuminated the monster. Junho ordered the overgrown one to stand. He frowned, holding the weapon. The system reported the use of the all-seeing eye skill. The next window said about the abnormal crimson exoskeleton, high body defense. Seong Hyun shouted that he put protection on his comrade. The monster threw the warriors with its claws. A cry was heard that they needed to find its weak points. Cyril lay on the ground, saying that he could not move. His eyes widened and he shouted for Seal to get out of there. The girl grabbed the crab by the limb, screaming that she would not let him enter the city. She fell from the impact. The monster raised its sharp claw at her. The girl looked at it in horror. The man in the slipper jumped. The man in the boot did the same. Seong Hyun smashed the claws with a swing. He and Junho looked at the monster, thinking that they had found it. The guards of the Cavalier family heard that they should focus their attacks on his legs. They rushed to attack, screaming that they would not let him enter the city. They were the protectors of Kamer. Sharp attacks cut the claws of the monster. The defeated monsters lay on the shore. Cyril joyfully shouted that they won. They did it, saved Kamer. Hikaru stood next to the heroes and thanked them for being able to protect the city and his family. He promised to reward them generously. The tired brunette replied that it was their job to help. The blue-haired guy asked if they were okay. Junho replied that they hadn't slept all night. He couldn't feel his legs anymore. They had low stamina. Words were heard in the city by the sea that they should rest and they would take care of everything. And the answer was great. He could finally go to bed. Seong Hyun, on the pillow, opened his eyes. The blue-haired guy turned and asked if he was already awake. The brunette sat up and asked how long they had slept. It was still morning. The guy smiled and replied that it had been a whole day. The brunette asked again in surprise. Seong Hyun had slept for 25 hours after the battle with the crab. What about the meat? The twins gave a thumbs up. The guy asked them about his crab party. The guys replied that they hadn't started the feast until he woke up. They clinked glasses for the Cavalier family. There were many people gathered in the clearing near the tables. The guy enthusiastically said that the dish literally melts in your mouth, and that it is so delicious that he understands why the nobles go crazy for it. The girl said that the guy should have fun, because this is a party for him. The man took a golden shovel and said that the boy was just doing his job. The girl agreed with him and said that it was not just a shovel. She raised her hand, imagined an image of such a thing and said that such are awarded annually to outstanding warriors of the kingdom, and that these items are at least rare in rank. The man asked if it is possible to give such a valuable item. Seong Hyun chewed something, holding a plate in his hand. The girl said that the man should just take a shovel, because there are 11 of them in their family. The young man noticed the remains of the monster. He approached them, thinking about why it only sparkles in one place. The guy activated his observation gaze and touched the surface. The system reported that the outstanding scarlet exoskeleton fragment was a secondary item. The guy tore off a small piece. Tom's region system window, saying that this is a rare trophy obtained after defeating a powerful monster of class or higher. A window with an achievement appeared in front of him, giving a reward of increasing the probability of receiving atrophy from a monster by 3%. The fragment in his hands began to dissolve into thin air. He thought that no one would object if he took it, so he should take it with him. Hikaru approached him and said that he brought news. The young man suddenly saw a familiar face. A man with a scar put his hand on his chest and said that he was glad to see the healer again. The guy raised his eyebrows, looked at him and asked what brought him. The knight replied that he received an order from above. Junho looked at his comrade with a smile. Seong Hyun put his hand on his neck. The knight said that as a sign of gratitude for what happened, the lord invited them all to him. The horses approached the lord's castle. The guys entered the corridor. The lord ran out to them and asked them to go faster. He looked at them in surprise and asked if they saved their kingdom. The blue-bearded man stepped forward and said that it was an honor for them to be invited by the lord himself. Junho asked the guy what kind of person the lord is. The brunette introduced the man with the staff, around which Aura was circling, and said that, in theory, he is the most brilliant mage of the Scarlet Tower, but despite his amazing talent, he is not arrogant, like the wizards they saw, and works hard. The man raised one eyebrow and asked why only in theory. The lord took a deep breath. He burst into tears and said that he heard that monsters almost destroyed the castle. He took Hikaru's hands. The lord said that if it weren't for their help, they would have lost. The old man asked him to calm down. Seong Hyun smiled. Junho looked at what was happening in confusion. The guy added that the lord was a crybaby and a coward. Gavin took a mug of tea and said that he always thought that the kingdom relied too much on the barrier of the mage tower. He raised the cup and added that he had already told them that they needed to prepare in case there was a problem with the barrier, but everyone was against it. They said that it was pointless. The brunette replied that the current security service was too small and not enough to protect the entire city. The Lord looked at Hikaru and said that that's why he was thinking about creating the kingdom's first knightly family. The man was surprised to hear. He stood up from his seat. The Lord said that he would pass on the responsibility of creating the knightly order to the Cavalier family. The man called it an honor. Junho clapped him and said that his family's status would rise greatly. The man said that he could not even think about it, because yes, in it is his family's desire to pretend to be a reality in his generation. The brunette smiled and said that the title is given as a reward for saving the kingdom. He turned to the Lord and said that this means that the adventurers who helped in the rescue will also receive a corresponding reward. The Lord smiled and said that these are the two heroes who also saved Kamer. A huge amount of treasure was dumped in a pile. The Lord said that all these items are of the highest quality, worth millions, and the guys can take whatever they want. He presented a castle and said that he can also guarantee them further work for the family and absolute support. Gawain's eyes widened in surprise, hearing the guy's refusal. The boy looked down and thought that it was obvious that the Lord had done a good job with the items, but he didn't need them now, because he needed to get something that he couldn't handle on his own, something really expensive. The Lord cried a little. Damn it. He added that they lived in a settlement called Hind. The boy imagined the view of his town and said that it was a small settlement, but its importance could not be denied, because due to the terrain, travelers had to pass through this settlement. The images in his head changed. The boy presented a schematic map of the surrounding area and added that since there were many monsters nearby, adventurers also often went there, so the guys from the Adventurers Guild quickly built their own branch there. Then the boy introduced Rowan and Carnal, after which he said that the church members were also expanding their influence. The Lord looked at him in surprise. The guy said that the fact that such an important settlement only had an adventurers guild and a church seemed wrong. The man began to understand where he was going with this. The brunette folded his arms, smiled, and asked to build a branch of the Mage Association in the settlement. Rays of light illuminated the huge shelves with books. The guy thought that the Mage Association was an institution exclusively for wizards, where magic items were bought and sold, corresponding tasks were given, and housing was rented. The healer smiled slyly and thought that if the Mage Association appeared in the settlement, the Adventurers Guild and the church would stop walking around freely like they did now. The Lord trembled nervously. Her hours said that if the Lord agreed to this, he would provide support for the Scarlet Tower of Mages. His Majesty thought that if they entered into an alliance with the Tower of Mages, they would need to get permission to build, but the budget would not be enough. He closed his eyes tightly. Seong Hyan sat with a happy expression. His companion looked at him with a smile. The Lord agreed and said that he would do it since that was what they wanted. Junho said that the guy received the building as a reward. The brunette smiled widely and said that he would be very grateful if the Lord covered their travel expenses and paid for items for the time they would return to the settlement. The man looked at him in confusion. The boy added that firstly they would have expenses for food and a set of potions, after which he asked to provide them with a boat and a guide to cross the lake. The Lord sank into the darkness of despair. The young man did not stop talking. He said that the lake is now a lair of monsters, so they need to cast a spell on the boat so that it can withstand the journey, and since his precious colleague is severely seasick, they need to cast a spell against it as well. The Lord put his hand in front of him, stopped the boy, and said that the Association of Magicians rewards should have finished. Junho pointed his finger at himself. The brunette said that the association was for him, and this is a reward for his colleague. The man said that unlike the healer, he is not a magician. The Lord foamed at the mouth, hearing the word that the creation of a branch of the association does not concern him in any way. He fell back. Hikaru jumped up from his seat and exclaimed loudly. There were several boats at the pier. A young man with his family approached the pier. The brunette said that he was probably the guide. The stranger called their meeting a great honor. He began to row with great speed. The twins said goodbye to them. The guy waved his hand at the men, and the girl put her hands to her face. She asked to call them if something happened on the journey. The guys sailed further and further. Past looked ahead and said that there was a beautiful view of the Scarlet Tower of Magicians from there. A squall of wind and drops of water hit Junho in the face. A giant water monster threw the guys into the air. They screamed loudly. An hour ago, the young man pointed to a point on the map, after which he said that they would rent transport from a settlement on the other side of the lake. The men looked at the map. The guy added that they would need to go through the Red Forest to get to the settlement, and it is known for the fact that strangers quickly get lost in it. Barlick looked back at the guys. The young man asked him if he was from Trakati. The man confirmed it and said that his daughter was sick, so they went to this kingdom to cure her. The girl was sitting on her mother's lap. The man in glasses turned to the guide, who said that they could not return earlier because all the crossings were banned. The men imagined the image of a crying lord. Barlick said that he found a guide through the Red Forest at the perfect time. Seong Hyan and Junho sarcastically agreed with him. There was a magic circle on the boat. The brunette asked his ally if the charms cast against seasickness work. The man replied that he did not feel sick at all, so they can rest until they get to the end. A system window with a membership list appeared in the air. The guy pointed his finger at it and thought that this list improves his characteristics depending on the number of organizations he is a member of. The young man remembered the moment he received the status of the Wizard of Ala Tower and thought that this was already the second award after it. The Cavalier coat of arms appeared in his imagination. The guy thought that he and his ally were accepted into the ranks of knights, and although they were not part of this family, they fought together in the same battle. He remembered standing next to Junho and Hikaru, after which he thought that he somehow received the title of knight. He looked away and thought that it did not matter, because you need to use everything you can, and this is the 6th rule in the survival guide. The young man ran his finger along the system of the plate. He carefully read the conditions of the quest, requiring 10,000 points, and gave 1 star as a reward. The young man imagined how he swears at the system and thought that it requires much more, and it does not matter anymore in skills is it with a star or not, because he just wants to let go of his hands. The guide saw the ground and said that the forest is already visible. The scarlet crown trees were approaching them. The brunette said that the forest was damn beautiful, and exactly as described. Junho called it creepy. The man touched his chest and said that he was glad that at least there were no monsters. Seong Hyan looked him in the eyes and said that he was not allowed to say that. The man asked why. The water under their boat began to churn. The guy said that he had jinxed them. Monster fish jumped out of the water. The guide closed his eyes tightly. Scared by this, the men screamed loudly. The guy made a dash forward. In one movement, he cut off the head of one of the fish. Seong Hyan grabbed the guide by the scruff of the neck and said that he cannot worry about them and continue rowing. The woman covered her daughter with her hand and turned to the healer. She noticed a giant dark spot on the water and said that something was approaching them. Scarlet eyes appeared from under the water. The guy fired a crossbow. The arrows passed close to the fish's body. It seemed to dodge them, but one still hit. The fish sank underwater. Its blood began to rise to the surface. The man said that it was running away. The brunette looked at the water and said that it was not so. The next second, the boat under their feet buckled. They began to fall. The fish pushed the boat, throwing the people into the air. Junho frowned, cried, and began to scream loudly. He headed straight for the open mouth of the fish and said that they were flying straight to its stomach. The brunette took out a crossbow and said that this fish really thought of everything. He put the weapon in front of him. The crossbow began to accumulate energy, preparing for an ice attack. A powerful shot created a bright flash in the air. The monster froze in an instant. Junho was surprised by this. The guy ordered it to break the ice. The man created his shovel, embraced by an aura, and said that he understood him. The man used a lightning strike and destroyed the fish statue. Small lollipops were floating on the water. The woman was asking her daughter if she was okay. The men were standing by the frozen fish. Barlick climbed onto the ice floe with his family. The girl said that she was a little cold. Seong Hyan looked at the fish and said that something was bothering him. His ally asked him what he was talking about. They looked more closely. The guy said that fish usually live at great depths since they avoid sunlight and never appear so close to the surface of the water. Junho said that they apparently do not like the sun too much. The guy's pupils glowed blue. He said that this creature appeared although the sun had not yet set. He analyzed the monster's body. The system reported that it was partially frozen, the head was crushed, and the fish had been dead for 3 days. Noticing this, the guy was very surprised. He cut the frozen surface with a knife. Suddenly, something burst out from inside the fish. The tentacles fell next to Junho. The man was very surprised by this. The guy called it a plant monster parasite. He analyzed what he saw. The system reported that it was a wavy Calliopeus that mutated due to exposure to excessive amounts of mana. The guy said that this parasite controlled the fish. He raised his eyebrows in surprise, noticing the words that its functions cease when the carrier dies. The water surface became rippled. The man sighed in confusion. Giant tentacles burst out of the water. Tentacles hung in the air. The guy said that he knew something like this had to happen because the final boss remained. He looked at his ally and said that it was time for them to act. The man vomited into the water. The guy looked at this with displeasure. The tentacles wriggled in the air. Barlick and his family looked at them in fear. The monster grabbed each of them. The boys screamed loudly. The guy fired a crossbow, calling out to the guide. The ice projectile cut the tentacles into 2 parts. The guy quickly turned around and thought that there was one more tentacle left. The girl was scared but screamed. The monster began to descend. Junho noticed the girl rushing past. He remembered his daughter, shocked but raising his eyebrows. The man suddenly turned pale. He got to his feet and ran forward. The man jumped, hugged the girl, and screamed loudly. The monster dragged them under the water. Seong Hyan looked down in confusion. The father and mother shouted the name of their daughter. A small circle passed through the water. The woman tried to jump after her daughter, but her husband stopped her. Seong Hyun stretched out his hand to her head and activated a calming voice. The brunette turned around and thought the Mr. wouldn't go to the bottom with her. If he left him alone for a long time, the man could drown, saving the girl. The monster pulled them deeper and deeper. Junho cut his tentacles with a shovel, thinking that the monster was very strong. The monster's limb began to regenerate. The man was surprised by this. He frowned and thought that if he were alone, he would easily get out. He hugged the unconscious girl to himself and thought about how he could do this when there was a child there. The monster pulled him down. The man opened his mouth and thought that he was running out of air. Suddenly, a bright glow appeared on the surface of the water. 2 arrows pierced the man and the girl. Seong Hyun created air arrows. The tentacles and bodies of the prisoners began to shine with a light. The guy rushed towards them. He cut the tentacles with a knife covered in an icy aura. Junho hugged the girl and looked down. He called out to the healer holding an ice dagger. The guy asked him how he kept getting into trouble like this. The young man delivered a series of blows, cutting the tentacles over and over again. He was in a dark abyss, surrounded by the limbs of the monster. Junho frowned and informed the guy of the danger, saying that the monster endlessly regenerates its limbs. Ice mana began to gather at the tentacle, freezing it. The brunette smiled contentedly. The man looked at it in surprise. The guy said that it was an unusual sashimi knife. He looked at his weapon and thought that he had just carved it out of ice, and he was lucky. The knife glowed slightly. The system reported that the achievement of Miraculous Hands was obtained, which is issued with a very low probability when creating an item with your own hands. The guy thought that these were gacha achievements. The man and the girl began to swim upward. The young man continued to fight off the monster, telling his ally not to worry about him, and swam up. Seong Hyun swung his knife and thought that random enchantments imposed 2 random enchantments on an item. He cut the tentacles, immediately freezing it, and thought that a freeze was imposed on the knife. The monster grabbed the stone corner. He threw a boulder at the guy with great speed. The young man thought there that he was trying to use everything around, after which he used the crossbow call. Seong Hyun put the weapon in front of him and created arrows from ice potions. The guy fired a powerful shot. The boulder was covered with cracks. The guy thought that there was also a second enchantment. He cut the boulder into many pieces. The system reported that the second enchantment is a 400% damage bonus to frozen enemies. Seong Hyun raised his eyebrows. He saw the main body of the monster. The giant squid looked at him. A third eye was burning on its forehead. Seong Hyun smiled and thought that he finally found its head. The squid looked at him angrily. The monster roared and began to emit dark waves. The young man raised his hand to his ear, looking back. Several squids rushed towards them at high speed, leaving an ink trail behind them. They began to circle around the boss, covering him with a curtain. The guy raised his eyebrows in surprise and thought that they were all infected, and this monster was trying to use them as a shield. The young man smiled and decided what he would do in this case, and said that everything was quite simple. He fired a powerful shot near the squid. The monsters looked back at the beam left by the arrow. The projectile exploded behind him. The system announced the use of the holy water arrows of dawn. The guy took the crossbow in both hands and thought that usually the carrier is unable to think normally because of the parasite, but still remains faithful to his own. The squid horde stood still, looking at the bright light. The young man thought that their peculiarity is the attraction to light. Surprised exclaimed, all his subordinates headed towards the glow. At that moment, the brunette shot an ice arrow at the monster's body. He dashed forward, swinging at the icy part, and said that now he sees everything clearly. The young man smiled and said goodbye to the enemy. He struck several blows and cut the monster into 2 parts. A system window appeared in front of him. The young man thought that the monster was finally dead, after which he was surprised by the notification. The system awarded him 12 points. The guy wondered why he received them. The next second, the system opened many windows, giving the guy a lot of points. He looked at it in confusion. I don't understand what's going on. The video doesn't get points for killing monsters. He looked around. Parasites began to come out of the squids. The young man thought that all the parasites were running because they were worn out or died, and apparently it was all counted as a cure for parasites. The guy received many different achievements at once, including the incarnation of greed. He thought that, apparently, it was worth it. Seong Hyun emerged from the water. He climbed onto the ice floe, looked at his ally and asked him about his family. The man turned pale, looked at him with a painful look and said that he was very glad that the guy was alive and well. The young man said that he was really useless. Seong Hyun got out on the shore. The man and woman ran to him. The brunette asked if they were okay. A woman ran up to him in tears. A man was holding his daughter in his arms. The mother was asking the guy for help. The young man suddenly noticed something. The girl turned slightly pale. Her body was shaking. The guy thought that maybe he had come too late. The man asked if the girl would be okay. The healer said that she had hypothermia. He took some branches and said that they needed to warm her up first. He would make a fire, and they should wrap her in a blanket. Junho looked ahead and told the hero to look at the sky. He said that he thought it would rain soon. Xiang Haiyan asked how far the city was from here. The girl's father replied that even the shortest road took about 2 hours. The man looked ahead and said that they would not make it in time and suggested that they take shelter from the rain in the forest. The group walked along the road. Xiang Haiyan looked to the side and thought that this was the red forest. Everything was red. Junho pointed to the side and said that the grass, leaves, and even the ground. The man replied that animals are red too. Even the people who live nearby are affected by it. He said that in Trakati, everyone is born with red hair. The woman walked ahead and told them to keep up. Strangers are constantly getting lost in the forest. The brunette asked if it was because the paths were confusing. The redhead put her hand to her face and said that they tried to set up signs and make direct routes to the settlement, but nothing worked. The wizard said that there are strange powers in the red forest. The hero stopped. He looked ahead and told everyone not to move. The healer called a silver azure dagger from his inventory. He held it out and told the strangers to stop hiding and come out. The guy smiled and said that he noticed. He came out from behind the bushes. A girl jumped out of a tree. The man looked at them and shouted that it was the Red Road Gang. He said that these bandits steal items and bags of travelers in this forest. All members of the gang are red-haired, and they rob only people with other hair colors. He added that they still accept dyed ones. Junho thought that they should be called the Redhead Circle. The bandit took out a knife and said that he knew there was a healer among them. He didn't care about the others, he only wanted him. Xiang Haiyan looked at him and said that if they wanted to take the healer, then one of their people was injured. The red-haired one shouted at him to shut up and do as he said. The brunette thought that they have little time, and they were not helping. They needed to quickly get rid of the bandits and find a safe place. Suddenly it dawned on him. The hero apologized and said that one of them was sick right now. He smiled and said that they would like to use their shelter for one night. The bandit bared his teeth and asked what he was talking about. Xiang Haiyan raised his finger and said that it was going to rain soon. Junho pulled his parents away when the bandit yelled, "Does he really think they are running an inn?" The healer smiled and said that if they let them stay, they will not report them to the Adventurers Guild. The bandits looked at him in shock. They started to attack. The girl looked at him and told him to try to turn them in if he survives. The hero dodged her blow. He looked at her and punched her in the face. The guy swung his knife. The brunette kicked him away. The redhead held his stomach and asked why he was so fast. The girl said that he was definitely using some kind of skill. The guy tore the scroll and said that he was finished. The hero was entangled in magic chains. He looked down and thought that these chains were limiting his mana. The bandit ran to him and said that he was nothing without his skills. The chains began to crack. Xiang Haiyan tore the chains and thought that he was not using mana. He punched the guy in the face. The girl looked at him in shock. The brunette turned to her. He smiled and clenched his fist. 2 birds flew away. The bandits folded their hands, apologized, and said that they would take them safely to their shelter. After a while, the guy pointed forward and said that this was their shelter. A symbol lit up under his hand. The boulder moved away. The healer looked forward. In front of him lay hunched over people. They said that they had stomach pain, headaches, and so on. Junho covered his mouth and said that they looked sick. The man asked if that was why they needed a healer. The bandit frowned and said that everything was fine, but suddenly they all started to hurt. He didn't know why. He thought that the healer could cure them. The girl looked at the one who asked who all these people were. Mr. Rosent was standing in front of them. The hero thought that this must be the leader of the Red Road Gang. He looked at the woman. The girl scratched her head and thought about how to tell him that they were beaten and had to be brought here. The healer smiled and said that he beat them and they offered to shelter them. Mr. Rosent looked at him and said that they were wanted in the city so they couldn't really take in strangers. The hero told him not to worry, they wouldn't report them. He raised his finger and said that he was a healer. Xiang Haiyan pointed to the sick people and said that he could heal them. The bandit leader looked at him as he said that in return he wanted them to let them spend one night here. The redhead said that he must be a powerful traveler since he came to the rogue's hideout on his own. He looked at the brunette and asked him to promise not to cause trouble. The hero put his hand on his chest, made a promise, and thought that there was no way this guy was a real leader. He thought where the real one was. Ruddy was sleeping. The man put his hand on the girl's forehead and thought that there was no temperature as well as signs of physical damage. His eyes lit up and he thought what would happen if he used his observant gaze. A system window appeared, saying that her condition was abnormal, panic, clouded mind, phantom pain. Junho approached the healer and asked if he found anything. He said that it was phantom pain caused by mental damage. He thought that phantom pain meant the pain of a lost limb, as if it was still there, but in Azul, it means painful sensations even when the body is fine. The hero said that phantom pain does not damage your stamina, but it does harm your mind, and over time, the pain gets worse and causes more and more harm to the mind. He said that phantom pain has no specific boundaries, so it is even more difficult to treat. Mr. Rosent looked at him and asked if this means that there are no methods to cure it. Xiang Haiyan stood up and said that they need to get rid of the cause of the phantom pain. He raised a finger and said that they were currently suffering from excessive mental damage, so they would need mental and calming potions. He looked down and said that he could make them, but that finding the right ingredients was difficult. Junho pointed to the cabinet and asked if these ingredients would work. The healer walked up to him and said that apparently there were herbs growing in the red forest and they were all red. He listed the plants he saw in front of him. He took a branch in his hands and said that he could use all of these to make mental potions. Mr. Rosen smiled when he asked him how many of his men were currently able to move, and he replied that there were about 25, including him. Xiang Haiyan placed his hand on his shoulder and said that they were enough. He smiled and told him to take his men and find as many of the herbs on the list as they could in the forest. It was raining outside. The guy and the girl looked at him and shouted that they didn't touch him just because he was a healer. How dare he tell him what to do? They told him to get lost. The hero smiled and thought that their tongues were loosened. The bandits went to collect herbs. Junho asked how he knew so much. The brunette showed the diary and said that it was all his experience. He keeps records of cured patients and new facts that he finds. The healer asked to give him what his companion was holding in his hands. He dropped the jar, and it rolled away. Xiang Haiyan looked at him and said that apparently he was already trembling. The brunette looked at the floor and asked what it was. He showed the beetle to his friend. The hero looked at it and said that it was a scarab. The brunette asked if these were the beetles they met in the ancient dungeon. That place was terrible. He said that there were a whole bunch of them in that corner. A system window appeared, indicating that the hero had used the observant gaze skill. The system reported that this scarab was in deep hibernation and could wake up under certain conditions. Xiang Haiyan looked at it and said that it was a petrified monster. He thought about it and said that if someone collected them, they wouldn't have left them lying on the floor like that, and it was impossible for scarabs to live here, so he told him to dig up the ground. Junho shook and asked why, and he replied that he would understand when he started digging. There were even more bugs in the ground. The healer crouched down and said that he knew it. He picked up some soil and said that perhaps this entire cave was made up of scarabs. The man looked at the soil and said that he had some questions. It was raining. The hero said that was good, they had found fresh ingredients. He raised his hand and said that constantly taking potions was the most important part, and the boy thanked him. Mr. Rosen put his hand to his face and said that he thought he was some fake healer when he said he was going to heal them with a potion. The bandits hugged each other and said that they would make sure they drank the potion every day. They said that they would look after them until they were completely cured. The hero smiled and said that apparently even the heartless rogues who exploited others for money saw the value in their comrades. He crossed his arms and said that he had a question. The healer looked away and said that phantom pain was a rare abnormal condition. He said that it was at the highest level of mental conditions and could only be experienced inside the most dangerous dungeons or in the most contaminated parts of Azul. Mr. Rosen looked at him when he said that suddenly this happened to a lot of people in an empty shelter. It didn't make any sense. He smiled and said that it was impossible unless they were hiding something. Xiang Haiyan said that he had been suspicious of them from the beginning. He remembered that they had a rare scroll of the cursed chain and they used it as if it was nothing. He looked away and said that money-grubbing thieves would not do such a thing. Mr. Rosen looked at him in shock. The hero said that the soil of the red forest is damp and soft, but here it is full of sand and gravel. He said that this cave was like it was transported here from another place. The man looked at the red-haired man and asked him to tell him the truth. Who are they? Mr. Rosen frowned and agreed to tell. He looked down and asked if they could do him a favor after listening to him. Xiang Haiyan looked at him and said that he would make a decision after he knew what was going on. The bandit leader said that there was nothing in this place before, but 3 months ago, a cave suddenly appeared here. He said that inside the cave were monsters that they had never seen before, and it was also full of expensive things. Junho pointed at it and asked if there really were monsters and things here. The redhead confirmed and said that this cave was a type of dungeon. The hero looked at him in surprise and thought that he had heard of wandering dungeons somewhere before. He remembered. Normal dungeons only exist in other dimensions and cannot be entered without a portal. There is one exception. For some reason, an entire dungeon one day appeared in the middle of the continent. This is a wandering dungeon. The man looked ahead and thought that the last time someone saw something like this was several hundred years ago. He looked at the leader and said that the scroll must be one of the items they found here. The leader replied that he had never seen such an item before, so he was happy. But things took a bad turn when their younglings found an anti-magic scroll. They got into a fight with the wizards in the city. Since they usually can't defeat a wizard on their own, they usually bow down. That day was different. Xiang Haiyan looked at him and said that they completely destroyed them. His companion said that in the area of anti-magic it is impossible to use the spell. Mr. Rosen looked down and said that it was a historical day for them. They have a lot of grudges against magicians. The problem was that they began to search the caves for even more powerful items. He remembered how the girl found something. She said if they use this, then the wizard is finished and they can even blow up the entire city. The guys looked at him in surprise. He covered his face with his hand and said that he did not know what they found, but they were already out of their minds. He asked to stop them. Junho scratched the back of his head and asked what they were going to do. The heroes replied that he did not like magicians either. He said that he did not want to see the fall of the city that he had just saved. The man smiled and asked where the real captain of the gang was. The guy asked if he understood correctly that they first needed to defeat the hidden officers and the captain. He looked around and asked where the secret room they were told about was. Everything was the same. The hero pointed to the eyes and said it wasn't that hard to find. He used the observant gaze skill. His eyes were glowing. He saw a magic seal on the wall. He pointed to the entrance. Junho started digging. Bugs started pouring out of the hole. He pointed to the magic circle and said he thought it was the entrance, but how could they get in? Seong Hyan materialized a sphere and said he knew one way. The gang's hideout, a hidden place. The bandit looked up and asked what the noise was. Their wall started to crack. It exploded. The hero went inside and said it was nice to meet you. They answered why the hell he was being nice, as if nothing had happened. The bandit swung his sword and asked how he found them. He ran forward. A fight broke out. The girl flew away. The hero approached her and asked her to help them find their captain. He looked to the side when someone asked if he was really there to see him. The captain stood in front of him. He bowed his head and said that he didn't recognize his face. The brunette looked at him and said that he was told that they found something dangerous in this cave. Lefany looked at him and asked again. He smiled and asked if Mr. Rosen had told him everything. He rubbed the back of his head and said that this old man seemed really scared. The red-haired man looked at the hero and asked if he had told him that he could die if he pretended to be not all what. Seong Hyan looked down. There was an explosion. The man raised his fist to punch. The hero managed to dodge. Junho looked at them and said that he was knocking down all the supports. Rocks began to fall. The brunette swung his knife and threw it at the bandit. The knife hit his hand. The healer pulled out his crossbow and thought that he should just keep his distance. Lefany screamed. He took the knife out of his hand and ran towards the hero. He frowned and wondered if he really was going to force his way through. The redhead gritted his teeth. The arrow hit a rock. The guy dodged. The brunette thought he was fast. Junho appeared from the side. He hit the bandit in the face. His shovel began to sparkle with lightning. The guy froze. Seong Hyan frowned and called out to him. His companion was electrocuted. He realized that it was a backflow of mana. Lefany stepped on his chest. He frowned and told him to drop the weapon and surrender. He put his boot on his throat and said that otherwise he would break his neck. The healer smiled and said that he would regret this. He fired. There was a surge of energy. The redhead frowned. The hero looked at him and thought that he was an opponent of mana. He thought that opponents of mana are born with strong resistance to mana. He takes half the damage from normal skills that require mana. Seong Hyan understood why he was in opposition to mages. Lefany looked at his hands and asked what he just did. The brunette asked if he didn't understand. It was a magic arrow. He smiled and said that he was a wizard. The bandit looked at him in shock and asked if this was the emblem of the Red Tower. He got up from the guy. He raised his fist to punch and hit the wall. Rocks began to fall from the ceiling. The hero thought that he was mad. He smiled and thought that it would be easier for him if he acted like a madman. He said that apparently he hated mages. The redhead frowned and told him to close his mouth. Junho appeared from behind. He hit Lefany on the head. The bandit turned around and asked, "Does that really count as an attack?" A system window appeared, saying that the shell break spell had been cast. The guy smiled and said that he had just fallen into a trap. The redhead frowned. Seong Hyan smiled. He hit him. The healer closed his eyes and said that it was perfect for the finishing blow and began casting a spell. Lefany gritted his teeth. He raised his fist and said that magic didn't work on him. The men hit each other. The brunette looked at him. The skin around his fist began to freeze. The bandit pulled back and said that it shouldn't work on him. He fell. Junho looked at the hero and asked what kind of freezing blows he was doing. He just poured an ice potion on his hand. He replied that he came up with the name himself. After a while, the guys looked at the green thing in surprise. The brunette looked to the side and said that he was wondering what they meant when they talked about something awakening. This is the secret weapon of city destruction. In front of them was a symbiote. Seong Hyan looked forward and said that this is one of the types of parasite monsters. He said that if you put this creature into a person, you will get a super strong soldier. With such help you can easily conquer cities. His eyes lit up. He said that it looks like it will hatch soon. Junho pointed his finger forward and asked why they don't take it for themselves. He answered forward, but do not blame him when this creature starts absorbing his life, memory, energy and other things. Symbiotes ask a very high price for their gift. The guy frowned and said, "Yeah, fuck it." The brunette turned around when someone screamed from behind. Lefany said that they were two idiots. He attacked them from above. There was an explosion. Junho frowned and said how could he come to his senses. The redhead looked at him. The healer looked at him when he said that with this power he would be able to defeat the likes of them with one finger. The guy grabbed the scroll. He tore it and told him to stop his honest attempts to stop them. A magical field formed around the heroes. Junho began to disappear. Seong Hyan looked ahead and guessed that it was a teleportation scroll. He threw something outside the circle. They disappeared. The red forest, the entrance to the cave. The guys appeared. The hero said that he got rid of them so easily. He looked ahead and said that he was stalling for time to let the larvae hatch. He closed his eyes and said that while he was there it would be difficult to destroy the parasite. He suggests finishing it off quickly. The brunette rubbed the back of his head and said that killing was a last resort and he wanted to look for another option. The healer looked down and thought that he forgot what a pacifist he was. He walked into the cave and said that they would wait then. He smiled and said that everything would go smoothly. Lefany walked forward. He grabbed his head, that those damn guys interfered. At his foot lay the mana potion. He picked it up and thought that with this he could speed up the hatching process. He splashed the potion on the symbiote and thought that he should hurry up to destroy the city. The monster's eyes lit up. There was a scream. The captain turned around and thought that it was the screams of his people outside the secret room. He ran to the healer. The redhead saw his people. They were crying. Lefany frowned and screamed. He prepared to punch and asked what he did to them. The hero stopped his fist. He looked at him and said that he did this to them. The captain looked at him in shock. Seong Hyan asked if he was the one who used the mana potion. It enhanced the symbiote's mind control ability. The rebel, wouldn't hurt him. He looked at the captain and said that the others could become disabled or even die. The guy looked away and asked if it was because of him. The brunette looked at him and thought that even though he left the mana potion there, but yes. He lowered his hand and said that he could help heal everyone. He approached and said that he would only do this if the redhead left the city alone. Lefany frowned and said that he knew it would happen. The hero raised his hand and said that he assumed that the symbiote was actually the boss of the dungeon. He said that if the monster that possessed his body was released, not only the city would suffer, but the whole world. He looked at him and told him to think carefully. The lives of his people were not worth it. The captain frowned and looked away. He bowed his head and asked for help. After a while, Junho came out of hiding and asked if he was finished. He was basically blackmailing him. The brunette looked at him and asked if he should first deal with the symbiote. He replied that if he got rid of it, the dungeon could disappear. The hero said that he would like to do everything quickly, but it was raining outside and they had bedridden patients. The guy asked what if he hatched earlier. Seong Hyan bandaged his wound and said that the bandit captain had cast a barrier. Everything should go smoothly. Someone approached the symbiote. The guy's eyes were shining. The healer said that everything would go smoothly if some idiot doesn't do something stupid. Seong Hyan said that the fire was quickly extinguished. He smiled and said that the pressing problems were over. Lefany said that it was his fault. The brunette smiled and said that he was right. Mr. Rosen patted his comrade on the shoulder and said that he didn't do it on purpose. He looked at the hero and thanked him for the service. He smiled. A man ran out and said that they were starting to worry. The healer asked how Ruddy was. Her father said that she had stopped shaking and fell asleep. Junho smiled and said that he was glad that she was okay. A child is a precious treasure for parents. The brunette turned to him and said that he had something for him. He handed him a shard of an outstanding scarlet exoskeleton. The guy opened his mouth and asked if he was sure he didn't want to keep it for himself. He confirmed that it was meant for those who fight on the front lines. He smiled and thought that he wanted it to take more hits. The brunette burst into tears. The hero sat down. He opened the system windows and thought that on the way here he got some achievements. He folded his arms and thought that the most important of them was the embodiment of greed, for getting more than 10,000 points in a day. Seong Hyan smiled. He clicked on the accept reward button. A system window appeared, saying that he could now use the vending machine from the status window. The man clenched his fists. He saw that a skill was being sold today. The woman looked at him. The hero smiled and thought that 1,000 points every day was quite significant, but investing in good skills was worth it. He received several more achievement rewards and also received a reward for clearing the wandering dungeon. The healer smiled and thought that the wise traveler between dimensions was finishing his day by checking his achievements. He said that he should sleep too. Suddenly, the cave began to shake. Junho jumped up. The bandits froze and asked if it was an earthquake. The hero ran up to them and said that it was not just an earthquake. He looked to the side and thought that the only thing that could make so much noise was beetles were crawling out of the ground. They flew past the people. He realized that the cause of the noise were scarabs and they were rushing somewhere inside. The brunette looked ahead and said that they were moving towards the secret room. They ran after them. The beetles flew forward. Seong Hyan said that they blocked the entrance. He called the crossbow and fired. The red-haired man ran forward and said that the entrance opened. The scarab wounded his hand. His eyes glowed. Lefany held his wound and asked what it was. They told him it was a rare monster and quite a problem. The beetle looked at them. A system window appeared that the rare scarab used superiority. The rest of the beetles flew towards it. They stuck together and formed a core. They flew at the guys. They dodged. The hero looked ahead and thought that he needed to catch the moment right after the attack. He fired. There was a hole in the core. The redhead looked ahead. He shouted that the monster was healing itself by absorbing other scarabs. The brunette smiled and said that this creature had a talent for healing. Lefany looked ahead and asked how to kill this creature. The healer answered that this monster was assembled together with mana. They could defeat it by using the cancel skill. The bandit frowned and said that he would have to take at least one hit to get closer. Xiang Haiyan smiled and told him that he would heal him. The redhead gritted his teeth and ran forward. He prepared to attack and hit the core. He hit it again. The monster exploded. He covered one eye. The scarab flew forward. He screamed that this one was real. The beetle flew up to the redhead. Xiang Haiyan pulled out his crossbow and said that the captain did a good job. The harpoon arrow pierced the beetle. Liquid poured out of it. It fell to the ground. The brunette scratched his head. A sphere fell out of the beetle, but he broke it. The cocoon was empty. The men looked at it. One of them asked where it ran off to. The healer came closer and said that it looked like it had just hatched. He looked forward. He was holding a tear in his hands that completely heals the psyche. Bill called them. Lefany turned around. Xiang Haiyan looked at the guy and thought that he was probably one of the top of this gang and said to move away from him. He said that the guy was already infected with the symbiote. Bill smiled and said not to worry, he was completely fine. He said that when this creature rushed at him, his head was ready to split. However, he was able to maintain control of himself. The captain smiled, ran up to him and said that he was already starting to worry. The brunette looked at him and doubted that he was okay. He took out a crossbow and said that this does not cancel the fact that he is infected. He said that this advice is to run as far away from him as possible. The redhead put his hand to his chest and said to wait and listen to him. A sword appeared in his hands. The hero looked at him in surprise and dodged the blow. Lefany looked at him in shock. The healer looked to the side and thought that this was incredible. Bill smiled and said that with this they will wipe the city off the face of the earth. He bowed and said that they had dreamed of getting rid of these mages for so long. He smiled and said that this was the whole plan from the beginning. Lefany looked at him in shock. The guy said that the bug was no longer controlling him. This was their chance. The hero shot him. He smiled and said that he was sure now. The redhead looked at his hand. He frowned when asked how he knew so much about the symbiote. He frowned and said that no one knew that the symbiote was called Gordian. Bill lowered his head. Wings appeared behind him. He transformed and said that he was getting on his nerves. The symbiote jerked from its place. He raised the sword and said that he would kill him right now. The heroes dodged. The bug called a spell. He struck. Lefany raised his fist and said to release Bill. The symbiote turned around. He blocked his blow and hit the captain. He flew back and screamed that it hurt a lot. The healer looked at him and asked what he expected from the boss. He thought that he put away his skill before he touched him, so he knows that he is a rebel of mana. He ran forward and told them to leave. Bill swung and said that he will not run away. The red one turned around. He hit the rocks, and they blocked the entrance. Green liquid flowed out of the cracks. The symbiote frowned. The guys hid and the captain asked what the plan was. He looked in shock at Xiang Haiyan when he suggested to pray and hope for the best. Lefany looked at the healer when he addressed him. He handed him a syringe and asked if he had ever donated blood. Bill walked forward. He gritted his teeth. He passed Lefany. He crouched and thought, it's good that he didn't notice him yet if he attacks right now. The symbiote appeared from the side and said that he found him. Red's eyes widened in shock. Bill hit him and he flew back. He coughed. He had a can in his hand. He threw it. The guy looked at it. The captain frowned. The monster realized that since he had blood on his hand, it was the blood of the one opposing mana. He summoned the bugs. They destroyed the can. Red frowned and screamed. Bill smiled and asked if he really thought he could seal his skills. A sword appeared in his hand and he said that it was a failure, that his plan had failed. He swung his arm to strike. Xiang Haiyan smiled and asked if he really had failed. The monster turned around. An arrow pierced his neck. The hero looked at him and said that the vial was filled with only his blood. Lefany smiled and said that these arrows really did contain his blood. The monster began to glow. The healer put the crossbow on his shoulder. A can flew at Bill. He began to glow blue. The hero threw the can. He smiled and said that there is nothing better than mana potions for a guy who absorbed the blood of the one who resisted mana. Xiang Haiyan looked at him and thought that if he tried to squeeze the symbiote out of him, the guy could die. His hand began to glow with blue. A hand flew towards Bill. The hero thought that it was clear how it would work. The hand grabbed the guy and pulled the symbiote out of him. The healer pressed it with his foot and raised his sword. The monster looked at him and asked him to stop. He said that he would make him stronger. The brunette looked at him and thought that he was using telepathy. He raised his sword and said that he did not need it. He was a healer. The monster closed his eyes and said that he would give information about the wandering dungeon. The hero stopped. The symbiote asked if he had any questions about this dungeon if he let him live. Xiang Haiyan looked at him and thought that he needed information about this dungeon. He pressed the monster and said that he would listen to him. He said that power was needed to create a dungeon, monsters needed the strength of the main boss. He said that people should have the ability of a sword master or archmage. In other words, anyone can create a dungeon if they have enough mana. Lefany looked at him and thought about what he was doing. The symbiote said that the wandering dungeon is different, the power surpasses dimensions. The only entity capable of moving entire spaces is a deity. The hero looked at him and really gods. He said that they have been silent for the past hundreds of years. Why now? The bug replied that he has no idea. When he noticed the changes, he was already here. He said that moving one dimension to another like this causes some damage to the dimension. He doesn't know what kind of god did this, but he looked at the man and said that it was definitely not a kind person. Xiang Haiyan thought that if the wandering dungeons kept appearing, the world might not be able to withstand the collision of dimensions and disappear. He thought that it meant that an evil god wanted to destroy this world. He looked at the monster and thought how such important information came to him. The healer removed his foot from him and said that he didn't expect anything special, but this turned out to be valuable information. The monster smiled. It attacked the hero and said that he let his guard down. It began to penetrate his body. Lefany screamed. Xiang Haiyan raised his head. In his thoughts, he sounded submit. The hero's eyes widened in shock. Lefany grabbed his stomach and called him. He looked at him and asked him to wake up. The monster said that he liked this powerful body. He thought that he would destroy this world with his body. The healer said that he was incorrigible. A hand appeared behind his back and expelled the bug from his body. The symbiote screamed. He asked him how he did it. He had to be under his control. The brunette looked at him and said that he did not like to obey orders. He jumped up. He raised his knife and said goodbye. Xiang Haiyan cut the bug. Juice poured out of the bug. Lefany frowned. He lowered his head and asked who was standing in front of him. The man answered that he was a healer who would heal him. The redhead said that he had changed from a wizard to a healer. The hero looked at him. He saw that the man was bleeding profusely, bruises all over his body. The brunette leaned over and thought that he had taken a lot of blood from him when he was already wounded. He needed blood. He turned around and thought, where can he get the blood of the one opposing mana now? There was only one option left. A system window appeared in front of him. Xiang Haiyan looked to the side and thought that he knew that the admin was watching him now. He asked him to give him a skill that would be useful now. The notification said that the quest was completed. He looked in surprise. In front of him was the recycling skill. The healer took an arrow with the blood of the one opposing mana in his hand. He looked at the arrow and thought that with this skill he would be able to recycle these arrows into blood again. He broke the arrow and used the skill. Blood was added to the inventory. The bandit stood over him and rejoiced. The captain opened his eyes. He looked ahead and asked why he was lying on the floor. The hero approached him and told him not to move for now. He smiled and said that he had just almost died. The redhead thought that he owed him now. He asked what was wrong with Bill, if he was okay. He was told that he would have to be a patient for a while too. Mr. Rosen smiled and thanked the healer. Xiang Haiyan looked ahead and thought that too much had happened today. He thought that as soon as he talked to this admin, incidents were happening around him one after another. He looked down. The cave began to shake around them. Cracks appeared on the floor. The bandits hugged each other and asked what was happening again. Was it another earthquake? The hero thought that he hoped that the death of the boss would only result in the removal of the cave dungeon, but the entire shelter disappeared. He looked ahead and screamed that the dungeon was leaving, but it fell into a crack between dimensions. Everyone looked at him in shock. They screamed, "Is this really the place they will never be able to get out of?" The brunette cut the bug. Mr. Rosen looked at him and asked what he was doing. He took out a core and said that with it they could create an exit portal. He threw it to the guy and asked him to fill it with his mana. Lightning appeared around the redhead's fist. A magic circle appeared on the floor. The healer shouted that this was the lowest level core, so they didn't have much time. He smiled and said he was joking. Lefany looked at him and asked if the portal would close if an opposing mana like him passed through it. He frowned and said that he would stay if necessary. Xiang Haiyan smiled and thought that he turned out to be a good leader in the end. He told him not to worry. The mana was used to split the core, so there was none in the portal itself. He walked forward and thought that he had a feeling that he forgot something. Suddenly, he froze. He remembered about Junho. The guy was crying and screaming. They ran forward and the brunette said that he almost left him here. He screamed that he also poured a potion on his face. Xiang Haiyan replied that it was his own fault that he overslept. The woman looked ahead and asked why they were going further inside and not to the entrance. The healer replied that the entrance was blocked, so they couldn't get out from there. He looked ahead and said that the portal was still active. There was a portal in front of them. It began to close. The man frowned and thought that the damn bug dropped a stupid egg. He put his hand on the portal and used the skill recycle. He looked down and thought that he would have to reuse the core. A core appeared under his hand. His stamina was running out. A low stamina warning appeared. The hero clenched his teeth. Sweat was pouring down him, his stamina was depleted. Everyone looked at him in shock. He began to faint. Junho ran towards him. The bandits looked at the exit and wondered why they were taking so long. Lefany looked back and asked, "Did something go wrong?" The healer and the others appeared from the portal. The brunette leaned over and said that he thought they were really going to die there. He turned around when his friend called out to him. A second ago, the hero was losing consciousness. A system window appeared, saying that the item in the slot had been activated. Stamina had been restored by 45%. Seong Hyan said that they got out thanks to Junho's boost card. He smiled and thanked him. The guy smiled back. After a while, everyone was sitting inside the tree. Mr. Rosent looked ahead and said that he was Lefany's uncle. After his sister left this world, he raised the guy. He smiled and said that his sister was a simple girl, but she was able to marry an aristocrat from the city thanks to her outstanding mana. He said that Lefany, who resists mana, was born into this noble family. Junho pointed and asked, "Is he really her master, a fool from a noble family?" The guy grimaced. Seong Hyan looked away and said that his character must have deteriorated so much because he was bullied by his family. The red-haired man gritted his teeth and said that after he was born, a stupid rumor started that if a person has Trakati blood, the child will be born resisting mana. He clenched his fist and said that this is why the people of Trakati are discriminated against. He wanted to correct their thinking. He frowned and said that now the plan is completely ruined and the dungeon is gone. He lowered his head and said that he will be executed anyway. Everyone looked at him in shock. The bandits looked at him and asked what he was talking about. The red-haired man exhaled and said that they were wanted criminals. Their capture was only a matter of time since the dungeon was gone. He said that the moment they were caught, all the officers would be executed and the rest would rot in the dungeons. He looked away and said that there was one way out. He would buy them some time and they would burn them as far as possible. His team frowned. The guy laughed and said that he was the son of a noble family. They could not execute him. He asked them not to worry about an aristocrat. It was better to take care of their simple lives. Junho put his hand to his face and said that he was most likely lying. Lefany was abandoned by his family, as was the entire city. His family would do everything possible to finish him off to save their part. The brunette closed his eyes and said that he had certainly done badly, but not to the point of going to the chopping block should he help him. The hero smiled. Junho looked at him and wondered who he was going to frame this time. Seong Hyan asked the captain if he was thinking about turning himself in. Then he looked at him and said that there was no other way out. The internet told him that there was an option to save both him and his people. The redhead looked at him in shock. Everyone looked at him and asked which one. The healer said that the red road runs under the city. Lefany clenched his teeth and asked what he had just said. The guy smiled and said to do as he said. He crossed his arms over his chest and said that he would give them the opportunity to deal with the wizards legally. The guy looked at them in shock and asked if they were really members of the knightly order. At that moment, the guys were holding their IDs in their hands. Then he lowered his eyes and said that there had never been a knightly order in Kamara. And the doctor smiled, took his hand away and said that only a day had passed since it was created. But the man did not believe him. He said that, moreover, the Cavaliers were a strange family. He was surprised and asked how he knew about them. The young man raised his hand and said that they strangely pursued justice and never discriminated against anyone. And the second one folded his arms and added that they had no conflicts with them. The guys continued to talk. The doctor said that it was even better. The main goal of the order is to establish peace on the lake. When innocent people suffer, it doesn't matter if it's a monster or a criminal. He remembered the frightened citizens and added that even an aristocrat or a wizard will be punished. At this point, the young man with red hair was surprised and asked again if he really wanted to say that they could really beat up wizards. To which the guy replied that only the bad ones, and not everyone in a row. He wouldn't be able to beat up a random paper. Then he looked away and added that a criminal group like them is not suitable for such work, but they still haven't crossed the final line. If he writes a letter of recommendation, the guys, will be accepted. The man started shouting for him to start right now. Then he looked away and said that he wouldn't have to worry about being executed. The girl and the guy who were standing on the street also started shouting and thanking the doctor, saying that in fact they had dreamed of becoming knights since childhood. The guy with the bump on his head looked at him. The doctor asked if he wanted to say something. The guy scratched his head, then the back of his head, and thanked him. He thought it would be funny to watch those wizards being squeezed. They continued talking for some time. The young man asked the doctor if he was going to Trakoti now. He replied that they were staying there for a few days and would take transport. The guy told them to be careful. The situation there was not very good. They walked through the forest. New card, quest, collect 12,500 points, star reward. The main character looked at the screen and thought that this time 12,500 points and an additional reward. The screen displayed the positions, throwing objects, summoning a black arrow, processing, splitting an object into its original components. It was written that 3 skills with an asterisk had been collected. The young man lowered his head and thought about what would happen when he collected all 4. He imagined the last skill. What were the conditions for obtaining a skill with an asterisk? He did not think that it was all about the difficulty of obtaining achievements. He smiled and thought, no matter what, he would make him pay for overtime. The girl in the man's arms stretched. She turned around and screamed. She was glad. They finally came to the settlement. The girl was glad that they were finally home. The women entered the city and said the same thing, and the guy replied that they would have stayed in Kamara if they had not known that all this would happen to them. The guy in glasses pointed somewhere with his finger and told everyone to look. At that moment, a girl was jumping in the background in front of the doctor and screaming that the village was very beautiful. At that moment, someone stepped onto the ground in front of them. It was a huge stone robot. It was standing right in front of them. 2 people were running away from it and trying to come to their senses. They did not understand where the golem came from. It swung. These guys turned around. But at that moment, the arrow was already flying at it. Seong Hyan and Junho entered into battle with it. It fell to the ground in pieces. The doctor ran up to these people and asked if everything was okay. They thanked him in response. Suddenly, he noticed a wounded guy. The girl put him on the ground. His leg was wounded. He took out a blade and said that it was strange. Usually the golem is hit on the torso. And the girl lowered her eyes and said that the guy got hurt while protecting her. Then she looked at the doctor and asked what they should do. They need to find a healer in this city, but it will not be easy. Shot in glasses coughed and said that there is no need to worry about it. He pointed to the main character and said that it was him, their famous healer. The girl in the cloak was shocked. She said that it seemed that something was fishy here. Well, the young man looked at her and said that he still hadn't introduced himself. City streets. They found some table. The doctor pointed to it and said to put the patient here. New card, carpet mental health restoration, profuse bleeding, soft tissues of the leg are torn. He scanned the leg and saw a large injury. The left tibia is exposed. The guy looked at all this and thought that the skin was completely torn off. It would not be possible to stitch the leg up yet. He had to try another method. He absorbed a medium mana potion. He squeezed the bottle. The distribution skill was used. New card, illusionary up to, and creates lost skin or flesh using special consumables. The doctor pointed to the hand directly at the patient's leg. It is necessary to return some meat so that he can stitch up the wound on his leg. The wounds began to heal. The doctor thought that he had not used this skill for a long time. His friend watched in shock. The man asked that this was practically a healing skill, and the brunette replied that this skill only creates false flesh. He imagined a person. Most likely his body will react badly, since this flesh is not natural. In this case, it is too early to get carried away, which will lead to significant pain. He was told that this sounds useless. Then he took out a thread with a needle. The skill of creating fabric was used, and said that if he used a weakening potion to reduce the patient's characteristics, the chances of an undesirable reaction would be significantly reduced. Looked at him. Also added that they would then safely sew the wound with a stitch into the cape. The girl watched all this. She thought that she had no idea what was happening, what kind of stitch. The doctor began to stitch, and the girl thought that he definitely looked amazing. What was wrong with this guy? At that moment, his friend stood over the doctor and stuck arrows into him, asking if this would do, and the doctor replied that it was perfect. He cut the thread and said that he was done, and the young lady ran up, thanked him, and then asked how she could repay him for his service. He turned around and said that if they had any potions left, they would be enough for him. He did not need money. At that moment, the hood flew off her head. She asked if it was true. A red-haired girl stood in front of him. She was embarrassed. The brunette looked at her and thought that she also had red hair. She put the hood back on. He thought that she was from this city, but at first he took her for an adventurer. The girl turned away and began to take out a potion, thanked him barely audibly, and said that she would give him the potion that she had left. The guys stood in front of her. The guy with glasses asked if it was true that there were few healers in this city. She looked and said yes, how the tower and the church clash with each other. She remembered the priest. The church prioritizes following God's will. She remembered the mage, and the tower, the study of magic. Two groups with radically opposite ways of thinking treat each other badly. Then she looked at the city and said that this area is under the influence of Kamara and the Tower of the Mages, so the church cannot afford it. Junho raised his hand and said that this is why there was no priest here, then asked what about the healers, adventurers. Well, the doctor standing nearby smiled and said that they do not need to stop here. They are in a big city like Kamara. She looked at them and said that they were very lucky to find them. She will definitely thank them for their kindness. The young man smiled. Their travelers stood to the side and said that they will then go about their business. The little girl waved her hand and said goodbye. He waved back. So the two guys were left outside. The guy with glasses said that it should be nice. I wonder when he will be able to get back home. And the doctor turned around and said that there was some reason why he needed to go back. Well, to this he heard the answer that in order to want to go back home, a reason is not needed. He raised his head and added that he had some business at home. The brunette smiled and said that he had too, but then he said that it was enough to be sad, it would be better to find a place to spend the night. And his friend answered that he was not sad at all. The city. At the first hotel, the girl smiled and said that they had no free rooms. At the second, the guy also answered that they went somewhere else, they were all taken. At the third place, the girl pointed to a bucket and said that if they wanted, they could stay in the bathing room. Again, everything was taken. Another place, everything was taken. The guy with glasses was indignant, and his friend shrugged and said that apparently the entrance to the city was blocked. Everyone stayed here. His friend could not cope with the thought that they would have to sleep in the open again. The doctor looked away and said that if so, he raised his hand and said that this place was their last hope. They went into the reception of the Adventurers Guild. The guy at the reception turned around and greeted them. The brunette went to the counter and said that they would like to rent a room. You can find a room in the Lawyers Guild, but there is an important nuance. He showed a book. This is a housing task system. On the page were described the options for tasks. He picked up the book. The main character was thinking that excluding S-class apartments, to rent a room you need to take a task of the same rank. Then he looked at them, smiled and thought that this was a cheap trick to use adventurers. What bastards they are. Well, suddenly some guy said to look at them. They were sitting at the next table, watching the guys, and started saying that they wanted to settle here as slaves for the Adventurers Guild. The guy with glasses turned around and asked what they were barking about, and the guy with purple hair raised his hand and said that they couldn't rent NB classrooms today, they were using them as a storage room for their things. The guys smiled, they were shocked. One of them asked, did they complete the quest just to store their things there? The doctor said that it was a good idea and that he wanted to do the same. His friend asked if he really liked it. At that moment, another guy entered the hotel. The doctor said that there were still a few C-class rooms left, so they would take them. The guy who came and went to the counter and said that he would like to rent a D-class room. The doctor listened. They answered that unfortunately these rooms were currently occupied. He turned around and said that it was very strange, these rooms are rarely finished, because there are so many of them. In the background, the guys at the table laughed. He imagined a huge number of keys. The girl with green hair turned around and said with a smile that it was because they also took these rooms, since they needed a lot of space. All these keys were lying in front of her. The guy with glasses pointed at them and asked the girl at the reception if this was possible. She replied that it was not against the rules. And the young man was shocked. They told him that there were still C-class rooms left, so he could take a quest for them, unless he was a newbie who was not even capable of this. Junho could not stand it and decided to stand up for the young man. He said that this was too much. They did not even get paid for the quests for housing. Why were they doing this? These nasty guys continued to laugh and replied that they did not know. They grinned and added that he was an old fart. Why so serious? It was just a joke. The brunette looked at them and asked if it was really just a joke. Then he smiled, went forward and said that he would also joke then. He put the paper on the table and asked that the S-class rooms are for the most important people, which means they can rent anything except them, according to the rules, of course. The man at the reception looked at him and answered in the affirmative, to which the guy smiled and said that he then wanted to rent the entire building. Everyone around was shocked. At the reception, they asked again if he really wanted to rent the entire Adventurers Guild building. Those two were also shocked, and the doctor answered that yes, all the rooms except the S-class apartments. Y turned around and added with a smile that he would also like those two to leave here. This place would be his home. At that moment, they approached him furiously and asked if he had gone crazy, that he alone would use the entire Adventurers Guild. They also added that he also wanted to clean the coffin's quest board, and how would they earn money while they were here? He scratched his head and remained silent. Then he smiled and said that they had no money and left. He looked at them with a smile and said that it was just a joke and they were taking it so seriously. The girl and the guy were furious. They continued to argue and said that not letting other adventurers take a quest was against the rules. Suddenly, a woman intervened in the dialogue. She said that in this case it was not so. The workers paid attention to her. They shouted that it was their boss. The woman looked at them and said that this was also considered the exercise of the right to housing and not an obstacle to completing quests. It was the head of the Tracody Adventurers Guild branch, Marcin Quad. She came down to them and said that they could do as they wanted, delicately bypassing the rules, but it was an insult to the Adventurers Guild. The doctor smiled and said that in a way she was right. The girl looked at him and said that in that case she would stop them, delicately bypassing the rules. They stood opposite each other and the guy said that she interested him. He smiled and asked what task she planned to give him. Day, northwestern part of the Red Forest. The young man walked and said that taking this task was solely his decision. His friend could stay and rest. But he smiled and said that everything was fine and he should not worry, he did the right thing there. They were sitting in the bushes. He looked away and said that they say that if you visit this city, you will receive a boost that will help him find his way in the Red Forest. This boost lasts for 1 hour. Wings appeared. They were monsters. The guy said that the boost only lasts for 1 hour, so you need to deal with them before it ends. The battle continued. Their opponent was the Thunderbird Shinaba, a monstrous bird that uses skills related to wind, thunder, and lightning. The difficulty of the task is only B+, although it is very fast, however. The bird attacked. The battle was not easy. She stepped on the ground. Lightning was everywhere. They became much stronger, and for the mana that spilled out of Kamer. The guy with glasses ran up and said that with these birds everywhere he was afraid for his limbs, and the doctor replied that this would definitely pay for our housing. He looked to the side and thought that losing an arm or a leg in this city where there are no healers is critical. Now he understands why she gave this particular task. The birds were in front of them. He snapped his finger and said that he would drag the attention to himself for now. Junho activated the mass aggro skill, applying the skill effect. The birds turned their attention to him. The strength and speed of the birds increased. They began to fly around him, hit him with electricity. The effect of the Mantle of Shadows was activated. Elemental damage was reduced by half from attributes, electricity, and wind. The brunette looked at this and said, smiling, that, as expected, the effect of the Atman of Shadows is good. But his friend shouted that it was enough to look and it was time to finally kill these monsters. New card, use of the skill Observer Look. The young man's eyes lit up. He began to study everything around him and thought that it was impossible for him to follow them with ordinary eyes, but the skill would help him keep up. Finally, he saw the target. He swung and thought that he was using the speed of a bird rushing towards him, and he threw a blade straight at it. The skill throwing was used, after which the monster was torn to pieces. The others saw this and were shocked. They began to attack the doctor. They created a huge whirlwind above him. Wounds began to appear on him, but at that moment his friend shouted that they had attacked the wrong one. Then he reused mass aggro, began to shout for them to look at him. The birds switched. They started to approach him, but he put his shovel out in time and one of them flew right into her with its beak. The guy was happy and said that she definitely didn't expect that. It was obvious that she was in pain, and at that moment the doctor ran behind him swinging his knife and said that it was great work. He killed another bird. He looked away. The last one remained. It was standing right in front of them, and it was clearly furious. He said that it needed to be dealt with quickly. The monster began to gain electricity and spat a huge ball of energy at them. At that moment they dodged. The comrade noted that it was trying to release all its energy at once, and the doctor said that the situation could have gotten more complicated. He took out the elixir and said that he was prepared. At that moment, when the bird attacked, he took out his crossbow, the bag of fate, creating an arrow from a large potion and insulation, and he shot straight back. There was an explosion. The current was distributed throughout the forest. The bird did not understand what was happening. She was furious. That was the moment the young man swung and plunged his knife straight into her. She was defeated, and he raised his hand and said that he had realized not long ago there was no point in pulling out his trump card too early, and they did not leave. The brunette approached his friend and said that they were finished, then asked if he was okay. The friend replied that his ears were ringing, but overall normal. The doctor drank the elixir and said that he was okay, and he was a little confused. The guy smiled and thought that they were quite dangerous, and the young man in glasses sat on the ground. He said that he could of course take their attacks, but it still hurt so much. The brunette replied that she understood. Without him it would have been much more difficult. Suddenly, something distracted him. Someone was approaching them. This person said that it was incredible, they really did it. It was those two from the hotel. They were smiling and saying that they had doubts. They didn't think that they would be so strong. The friends turned around. The guy with glasses said that it was the team of those idiots from the hotel. They wondered what those two were doing there. The guy and the girl came up to them and said that he knew himself, and there would be nowhere to live if they returned to the guild safe and sound. Then he extended his hand and with a smile told them to give them the carcasses of the birds. The doctor exhaled, thinking that without trophies confirming the completion, the task would not be accepted. He looked away and said that he thought they would come up with something, but he did not expect such impudence. They did not take out their knives and noted that they were wounded. Then they attacked the guys and offered to finish them off. The doctor hit him right in the face and pressed him into the ground. The girl ran up and did not understand what was happening. Then he stood up and looked straight at her. She asked what he was doing. For a second now the brunette had been stitching up his hand. The girl was watching in horror, and he also said that these guys were very annoying. He grabbed her by the face. He lifted her up, smiled and said what to do with them, and she was shaking her legs and asking not to kill her. His friend was watching all this. He asked in shock if he was really going to kill them, but he answered that he was not a killer. He didn't just kill people. He smiled and thought that they would be caught if they killed someone here. He remembered the situation in the hotel and thought that for the way they treated them, they should be punished according to their merits. He threw the girl on the ground and said that he would let them go because he was a sweet, innocent healer. She looked at him in bewilderment and said thank you, but at the same time she was thinking if this guy was really a healer. The doctor was surprised and said that it looked like they were wounded. The two sat aside and looked at him with annoyance. One of them replied that they were wounded thanks to him, and he took out an elixir from his inventory and said that unfortunately there were no healers in the city. Then she poured the potion on them and said that he would heal them. They did not understand what was happening. Why did he raise his hand and use the skill Illusory Flesh? This is a skill that uses a mana potion to create a new cavity, but you can also use a stamina potion. The guy's wounds began to heal. The guy looked at how there was nothing on his hand. The doctor watched this and thought that the reason why it is recommended to use mana potions. Suddenly, the two began to beat in pain. The fact is that the process of forming flesh using a stamina potion is quite painful. He winked, raised his hand and said that he forgot to say that it would hurt a little, but they would still be cured, so they don't have to worry. He remembered about the mountain of keys and said that he would take them as payment. The guy and the girl were lying on the ground. They were in a lot of pain. They called him names, but the brunette only smiled at this, and his friend said that he was glad as always that they were not enemies. New card, the ability to move freely through the red forest disappears. The remaining time is 11 minutes. They stood in front of each other and said that time is running out. They need to get ready for the city. The doctor turned around and said that they need to wait a minute and pick up the weapons that he meddled. He could not find where he threw them. He began to scan the space. The observer glance skill was used. It seems there is something in the bushes. He went in that direction. His comrade asked where he was going, and he replied that he was looking for his daggers. But at that moment his friend held them in his hands and asked if he was talking about them, because he picked them up. The brunette was shocked. He looked down and thought about what happened in the bushes. There was some strange scroll lying there. Day, Adventurers Guild. The woman looked at the bag with the bird heads and said that she couldn't believe that they did that. She looked closer and said that she didn't expect them to cope, and the doctor responded with an apology for the fact that they didn't live up to her expectations. The woman exhaled and said that they won. She threw them the key and said that she would allow them to rent the entire Adventurers Guild building. He looked at the key. The item of the Adventurers Guild manager was received. This means that the adventurer has the same privileges as the branch manager. He raised it up and said that he didn't expect them to give him their key. The woman smiled and said that those were the terms of the deal. They shook hands. The guy added that he wanted to say that he would receive him with gratitude. He thought that the bastard had not been thrown out, but the rooms were given to newcomers. A luxurious room, large sofas. He thought that in fact he had become the head of the branch. He was lying on a huge bed in a classroom, and he was thinking about what a productive day it had been today. Then he remembered the box. He looked at it and thought why it seemed so familiar to him. His friend was most likely sleeping behind the wall. He imagined him sleeping soundly. Apparently he would have to go to the artifact appraiser alone. Day, artifact appraisal. The box flew away. The girl was scared. Everything around was colorful. The young man asked in shock what she was doing. The girl answered in fear that she had failed to unseal the artifact. He looked away and thought the guild appraiser had failed to unseal. Usually their abilities can be trusted. He turned and asked what the reason was. The girl was holding a box in her hands and said that this box was sealed with a very sophisticated method. There were many locks. They call it a skein seal. The process becomes even more complicated if you try to remove it incorrectly. She put the box on the table and said that, besides, apparently, the seal was put on hundreds of years ago. The method they used here is very different from how it is done today. The protagonist looked at the box and thought that now he would become even more curious. Are there really no other options? He scanned the box. The skill observer glance was used. The first seal of the box was destroyed. There is a second seal. He looked closer. A secret clue on the bottom of the box. He slammed his hand on the table and said to use the appraisal skill on one box. The girl was scared, but then she did it. She was surprised. It was the order of the seal. Everything around shone. The locks began to open. With this order the box was unsealed. They looked at it carefully. Inside was a hand with strange symbols. The young man took the box. The appraiser said that it did not look like a human hand. Perhaps it was an adventurer. The guy exhaled, thinking that this had happened to him again. The screen began to communicate with him again. It was written that the remains, receiving the remains would complete this. The guy looked and did not understand what was happening. He thought that everything was the same as when receiving the crossbow. He looked at it and thought that this time he only saw one letter. What kind of box is this? That's when the girl said that it looked like a relic. He raised his head and asked again. She replied that she did not understand the details. She was not a priest, but the name of the relic was the left hand of Vitsmal. The girl pointed her finger at the hand and added that she was sure that this was a relic filled with divine power. She coughed and also said that now because of the church, finding relics is difficult. The young man took the box and left. The girl shouted after him that if he agreed, she would buy it at a high price. But he was only thinking about why it was just lying in the middle of the forest. He looked at his hand and thought, usually relics are found in churches and ruins, and the red forest is not even close to being in the church's sphere of influence. If the situation is the same as with a crossbow, he pressed accept the reward on the screen. The hand rose in the air, the left hand now belongs to you, a new skill has been received. New card, left hand, when activated, summons or recalls the left hand, your left hand will be filled with its power. It was also written that the roulette was added to the status window, 5 coupons for free scrolling were received. The guy looked at the window and thought that the skill and the roulette were again connected. He realized the card was up and decided to apply it, try it out right away. Scrolling began, application of 5 talents for free scrolling. Result, Dark Mana Resistance characteristic +1, there were 4 of these cards. New card, result, new skill acquired, Earthbone. He came closer to the screen and thought about what it was. He was surprised, it said that it was a Sheena skill. He smiled and thought about whether they were serious about giving it to him. Night, Adventurers Guild. Marson turned and asked if they really wanted to use them as. The doctor stood in front of him smiling and said that yes, he would use this room as his personal medical facility. The woman came up and said that she didn't know he was a healer, to which the guy replied that she was very inattentive. Then he raised his hand up and asked, how did they think he would return from the battle without a scratch? Why explained that he healed himself. The woman sat down and asked if he had a healer's sign. The guy stood opposite and replied that he didn't, but he would use his rights as the acting head of the branch. She exhaled and replied that she couldn't let him treat patients. And a girl came out of the pillars, she shouted that he was a healer, he healed her friend, put her hand to his chest and said that she guaranteed it. The head of the branch was shocked. The young man turned around and said that now I am also an eyewitness. He looked away and added that he would prove it since they still did not trust him. Then he turned to the crowd and said, does anyone here have serious injuries? If you contact him now, he will heal for free. People began to talk, discuss whether they can trust him. He does not even have a healer's sign. One person raised his hand. It was a blonde man in glasses. He said that he works for the guild. Is it true that he can heal him? The guy answered in the affirmative. He began to unwrap his hand. It was all in wounds. The doctor noted that his hand was completely crushed. The young man sat down in front of the doctor. He asked how long ago the injury happened. The guy answered 2 days ago. He can be fired if he does not recover. But then he remembered that the manager was in the room and he corrected himself in fear, saying that he had not done the job properly. The girl looked at them and thought that a broken bone was an injury that healers could react to in completely different ways. It was easy to fix if only part of the bones were broken, but if there was nothing to work with, the task became a little more difficult. He remembered how he had healed a hand and the monk had shouted to collect the bones. Then the young man said that this patient had an open fracture and most of the bones were missing. The woman looked down. That's right, there wasn't even any time to recover. Well, at that moment the doctor looked up and said that this was the perfect situation to show himself. She was shocked. He started to take something out of his robe. At that moment the woman asked if he was really going to make a prosthetic hand for him. Well, the young man said no and took out some powder. He started to sprinkle it on his hand and said that he would heal him with it. It was ordinary soil. He lifted it up. The others didn't understand what was happening. And the girl who supported him stood in horror and did not understand what he was doing, admitted the thought that she stood up for him in vain. Something strange began to happen in his hand with the earth. A bone began to appear, the hand began to regenerate. Everyone around was shocked. They did not understand how the earth turned into bone. The guy looked at this and thought that there were few skills on the continent that could create bones. He imagined skeletons and thought that bones were created with the help of skills. They easily break or are damaged, however. He continued regeneration. The map was activated. Earth bone creates bones from earth. The larger the bone, the more earth is needed. A seal appeared on his hand. This skill was different, the right hand of an adult man. He scanned the hand, 8 wrist bones, 5 metacarpal bones, 14 phalanges. Then the brunette took out the elixir, broke it, distribution of the average mana potion, application of the skill illusory flesh. The hand was restored before his eyes. The guy thought that he could create everything. The answer, nerves, muscles into the skin. Armed with a thread and a needle and thought that he also knew the structure of the hand entirely. The blonde raised his hand up. For the first time it looks pretty good. Everyone looked at it and could not believe it. They were shocked. Everyone began to beg him to heal them too. The woman stood up and grinned. She said that now she has no choice except when permission. The brunette smiled and thought that here she is caught. He armed himself with his tools and told people to come up one by one, and he thought and was happy that he would get so many points for this. The next day, the young man was lying on a chair and thought that it was much more tiring than he imagined, but he earned a lot of points. Points earned, 10,562 points. Junho came up to him and asked if he was okay, what he did while he was sleeping. The doctor agreed. The guy noted that he even got achievements. The guy yawned and suggested that his friend go somewhere. He asked where, and he answered that he would find out. Someone was approaching them. In front of the building stood the same girl in a raincoat. The doctor explained that this time they would have a guide. The guys went outside. The girl stood in front of them and said that she had not yet introduced herself. Her name was Rebecca. The doctor approached her and addressed her as the redhead. The girl was embarrassed. Then he smiled and said that he didn't think there was any point in trying to hide them. The girl was clearly embarrassed and depressed. At that moment, his friend with glasses came up and asked him not to say that. He raised his hand and added that since she wasn't a resident of this settlement, was there a reason to hide them? The girl replied that she was from Trakoti. Then she looked down, pulled down her hood and said that her family couldn't stand the fact that she became an adventurer. Poe scratched the back of her head and added that she only hid her hair in the settlement, just in case her family ran into each other. At that moment, the blonde smiled and said that now everything was clear to him. If he were in her place, he would never return home. They remembered their comrades. The girl also added that her family was annoying her, but the place itself was a nice settlement, nice people, views and yes. Then she put her hand to her chest and said that this is why she would like to give them a tour of the settlement. The guys were very pleased. The comrade turned to the doctor and said whether he wanted to walk around this settlement. The second thought and said that it looked like it. City. They walked along the streets. Rebecca turned to the guy and said that the settlement was not too big, so the walk would take a little time. The young man noticed that there was a lot of ceramics around. The dishes were sold on the counters. This city is a pottery settlement. Here they can find high-quality clay products. They also continued walking around the city and she said that there are workshops here and you can buy the creation of local residents. The most popular of them are clay dolls. She introduced clay dogs and human figurines. Artificial artisans are called doll makers. They are able to create golems in special clay. Then the girl loaded a little and added that even Kama respects the doll workshops of Trakoti. They approached one of the counters. They sold handmade talismans. The production lasted 1 or 2 hours after the order. The doctor's friend noted that it looked cool. He leaned over to them, pointed his finger and said that he wanted one as a souvenir. Maybe he could take one too. The brunette agreed. He looked at the hand and thought, workshops, working from clay, the left hand is also associated with clay. Why did he turn to the girl and ask if the name Vitsmal was known? The girl answered that she heard it for the first time. The doctor looked away and thought that even the people from the settlement did not know him. If he was the god of the Red Forest, where he found the relic, the hand, then someone from this city must know about him. He imagined 2 hands. Junho approached the counter and placed an order, 2 talismans. At this point, the doctor asked the girl if she knew where the history museum was. Were there any archives or data on the relics? She replied that there was nothing like that in this remote village. He was upset and thought that there was a museum in the Hind settlement. The young lady asked if it was important. She lowered her head and said that the place where old data was stored was the town hall. They went there. The librarian met them. He asked what kind of archive data they needed. Then he looked at the guys and asked if they were here on assignment. The doctor replied that no, they came on personal business. The librarian leaned on his hand again and said that then there was nothing. The guy with glasses and the girl started to get angry. They asked if he had looked. It was very important to them. He looked at the doctor again and said that they should get papers from the Adventurers Guild. The brunette looked at him and thought that this guy was annoying him. He looked at him and said that if he needed a piece of paper, he could write it out right there. The young man looked at the doctor. He leaned towards him and showed the keys to the guild branch, added, maybe he should also write a note about his dismissal. The library immediately got scared and asked in a shaking voice where he got the keys from. Then he hit his head on the table and started screaming that they better deal with him right away. Well, he heard that he should just give them the key to the archive. And so the guys got to the town hall archive. They were digging through the old papers. The guy in glasses asked if they would find anything here. The doctor replied that they would find something if they kept looking. He found some strange book. It talked about why so many books were damaged, but got distracted. He went up to the brunette and told him to look at it. He looked and said that it looked pretty old. That was what he was looking for. He opened the book and thought that it looked like it was at least 1,000 years old. There were trees and houses drawn on it. They started looking at the pages. There were no words. There were only scribbles everywhere, some kind of drawings. The guys did not understand what it meant, but suddenly something surprised the brunette. He found a suspicious page and thought that this particular page was strangely dense. 2 pages stuck together. Once he connected them, he was very surprised. There was exactly the sign that was on the relic's hand. Suddenly, the girl said that the red-headed people resembled the inhabitants of this city, and the guy in glasses added a question about what they were doing. But the doctor continued to examine the drawing and thought that this symbol was the same as on the left hand. This ball is Witsmal, the god worshipped by the inhabitants of this settlement. Rebecca was very surprised by this. She said that she never knew that there was a god here. They imagined how it was written, and so the book, as they can see, the whole book is painted with sloppy lines, most likely. This was done on purpose to avoid unnecessary attention, to pass on this information to future generations, and also ancient books with damaged pages from this archive. Suddenly she looked up and said that someone deliberately hid the existence of this god. At that moment, the books in the next room listened. Someone killed the librarian. The guys turned around, ran out of the room. The girl was very scared. She saw the dead librarian on the floor. They did not understand who did it. The guy in glasses shouted that it was a murder. At that moment, someone was heading towards him from the side. This person swung his knife, tried to strike, but the main character was able to reflect it, and so they stood opposite each other. The brunette said that the man in the cloak could already show up, and suddenly there were several of them. They did not demand to give the book. People stood in front of him, demanded to give the book. The guy in glasses screamed if they knew about this god. The girl added that she thought they were watching them. The doctor just stood there. He began to scan. The skill of observational look was used. He looked at the librarian, an abnormal condition, a serious wound, a stab in the neck, but fortunately he was alive. The young man approached him. The cloaked men did not understand why he was doing this. They addressed him again while he was treating the man and asked if he could hear them. He was using the hemostasis skill. They addressed him again and told him to give the book, to which the boy turned and asked if he could ask one thing. He looked at the boy and asked why they attacked him. They did not succeed in the attack. It was not enough to kill him. But the man in the cloak simply extended his hand forward and said that he blocked the entrance and prevented them from passing. He should stop chatting and give the book. The man frowned and said that otherwise they would have to put him next to him. At that moment, his knife flew at them. The throwing skill was used. He killed one of these people. He flew back. Then he raised his hand with the book up and said that he did not expect them to respond well. Then he lowered his hand, smiled, and added that in their place he would have attacked at that moment. These people were wary. They were very angry, and then they attacked. The battle began. One of them kicked the girl out. She raised her head and shouted that they attacked innocent people. At that moment, the guy in glasses was also fighting. He looked at the guys and said that these guys. The doctor fought with their leader. He struck. Then he summoned a crossbow. While it appeared, he continued to study the enemy. The arrow, harpoon skill was used, and it fired. But the man in the cloak said that he should not even try, and was able to repel the attack. The floor began to melt at his feet. Then a huge wall appeared, into which arrows flew. The doctor looked at it and thought it was earth attribute magic. Then the man moved his hand to the side, removed the wall, and said that this guy was an upstart. He ran straight at him with a huge spear on earth, shouting that he would pierce him. The brunette put his hand forward and activated his mana. Used the earth bone skill. The spear turned into bones. The man in the cloak threw them on the floor and did not understand what kind of nonsense was happening. Then an arrow flew at him and hit him right in the shoulder, throwing him back. The doctor came closer and said that he was sorry, looked at this man and said that it would be more fun without earth. At that moment, his comrade in the background drove one of them to the floor. The girl tied up the other and they said that they captured everyone. The young man praised them, looked again at the leaders and thought, well then isn't it time to hand them over to those who can interrogate them? They took them to the Adventurers Guild dungeon and locked them in the dungeon. Seong Hyun approached Marcin and asked if they had told her anything. She turned around and said that they were keeping their mouths shut. The woman then thought about God. She looked at the boy and he said that she quickly accepted his story. Usually people would think it was absurd. He also added that this meant that she knew something about it. She looked away. She folded her arms and said that whether it was related or not, there had been an unusual mood among the villagers lately. The boy asked what she meant. Then he remembered how they had said goodbye to Lefany and he had told him to be careful because the village had a strange atmosphere right now. The boy thought about how the boy had warned him about something like this. The woman lowered her head and said that at some point there had been people who claimed that they should stay away from the city. They insisted that they were apostles sent by God. These people wore red cloaks and shouted that this city should become independent. They should break free from the shadow of Kamara. These people looked quite frightening and prophesied the destruction of Kamara. Most of the residents took it as fairy tales. No one listened to them. They whispered and just looked askance at these people. Why did she come closer and add that it was like that until a few days ago, when the Scarlet Tower collapsed? She remembered that day. The livelihood of most of the Tracoti residents depended on Kamara. Well, as the apostles predicted, a crisis occurred in that city. In such a situation it was impossible to stop provocations. The guy lowered his eyes and said that fear paralyzed their minds. And she added with a little fear that she thought it was just a group of cruel swindlers, but it turns out that the forgotten old god could really exist. Suddenly she was called. They shouted that they had problems. Something strange started happening to these people. They started turning into sand and dissolving. A moment later, none of them were there, only their cloaks remained. The woman turned to the guard and asked what happened. She was sure there was strict surveillance here, but he raised his hands and remained silent. There were 2 people left in the cell. The guy explained that they used the right serum for interrogation, and it happened at the moment when one of them was about to say something. The doctor came up. He was unhappy and thought that -1 was a curse that prevented secrets from being revealed. The others lowered their heads. He continued to look at them, and he thought that they were even crazier than he thought before. Rebecca and Junho ran up to them. They asked what happened. Then they saw that one of the men in cloaks turned into sand and said that this could not be. The doctor leaned against the wall and said that a curse of silence was cast on them. There was no point in torturing them. His friend read the head and asked if the arrow of dawn would help against this curse. Well, Yuliasha answered that it would not work. It is not a curse using black magic. Suddenly, something surprised the girl. She touched the sand. The guy asked what she was doing, and she answered that she was a little worried about this earth. She picked it up, remembered the artist, and said that this is the highest quality clay from which precious dolls are made in the city. Why did she ask why they were cursed with such expensive earth? The guy looked down and thought, is this really clay for making dolls? He jerked forward sharply and asked why he did not think of this before. So his friend got scared and shouted why he was twitching so much. The young man turned to the girl and asked about the doll workshop. Is it an ancient community? She stood up and answered that yes, it has a long history that has been passed down for hundreds of years. Then it dawned on her. They imagined a man with papers and thought that if they were followers, they would hide the records in a place where they would be preserved for centuries. The tradition of doll workshops has existed for hundreds of years, and there are definitely old books there, contemporaries. Then they imagined clay. The only ones who can spend expensive land as if nothing had happened are doll workshops. There are no other options. It is clear that the men in cloaks were very surprised that the guys guessed this. The main character looked at them and said that their faces spoke without words about his rightness. Then a woman came up and said that a doll workshop, is she really involved in this? It's a headache. Many of the workshop members are nobles of this city. Then she exhaled and said that if they touch the nobles in vain, the government will foam at the mouth. To which the guy in glasses replied that she can't do anything either, after which the doctor said to entrust the workshops to them and left. The woman tried to stop him. She turned around and said that to be honest, several people had disappeared in the Red Forest lately. He asked without turning around, hadn't there always been strangers wandering around the Red Forest? To which she replied that now the city's residents themselves had started disappearing. She looked at the girl and said that Rebecca was in charge of searching for missing people. She thought that the fact that they had been tracked down was somehow connected to these disappearances, and she also asked if they could take care of this case while they investigated the doll workshop. The young man looked at her and left. They came to the workshop. The girl explained that this building was a doll workshop. She went in and apologized. People were working inside, but there were very few of them. The guys noted that there was almost no one inside. Usually it was full of people. In the distance, they saw guys. They were carrying bags. It seemed like they were adventurers on a mission. One of the guys came up and asked what brought them here. The doctor raised his hand and said with a smile that he had heard that you could rent a horse golem carriage here, but he thought that this was the original purpose of coming to the city anyway. The guy talked to him and said that they had to get permission from the master to rent a carriage. At that moment, a man intervened in the conversation, saying that they were talking about him. He put his hand to his chest and said that his name was Harvey, the owner of a doll workshop. The doctor approached him and said with a smile that he was pleased to meet him, tried to introduce himself. But the man interrupted him and screamed that he did not need his name, and not just to meet. At that moment, the girl came up and whispered that this man had a very, very bad character, but the doctor had already noticed it. The owner said to get straight to the point. The guy asked him how much the rent was. The man smiled. He folded his hands and said that one day costs 500,000 gold. This surprised them very much. The guy with glasses said that 500,000 was wildly expensive, and the girl lowered her head and said that before the rent cost 1,200,000 for 3 days. Well, the man smiled sarcastically and replied that it used to be like that, but now the demand has grown, the price has gone up a lot. He showed them the stand with the stage, and added that it looked like it had been standing for too long at too low a price. One of the guys screamed out what kind of prices these were. Junho was perplexed. He started shouting that they could just rent it somewhere else. The man raised his hand and asked not to interrupt him. Then he turned around and added that the only person who could create a horse golem in this city was their master, and if they waited patiently, they could pay by barter. They paid attention to the work of the working guys. The guy with glasses noticed that these people also wanted to rent a vehicle and that it was unpaid work. Well, the owner threw up his hands and said that if they didn't like it, they could just leave. But they knew how dangerous it was in the Red Forest now. The doctor thought, there's a lot of money in the workshop in this regard now. He's a typical scumbag, deceiving the city's residents. What should they do with him? Then he turned his attention to him. The man was standing and smiling very evilly. There was something wrong with his complexion. The skill of observant look was used. The guy began to scan him. He approached him and put his hand on his shoulder. He came closer and asked if even such an old gentleman would ever have to kneel and belittle someone. Wouldn't he be angry if they threatened to change places with him? But the man threw his hand away and began to shout how dare he, also insulting the young man. He pointed at himself and said that maybe he doesn't know it, but he's a top-class puppeteer with a master's mind, and what did he ask about Cain? And the guy replied that he doesn't know people, for example right now, maybe he'll end up asking him for forgiveness. It was obvious that the man was furious. He grabbed the shovel. He swung it and started waving it, shouting that the guy was a bastard, kicking him out of the mask and not dirtying it with his nonsense. But the young men just laughed. The guy raised his hands and said that he would definitely regret it, while the guys were shocked in the background, and the girl repeated that he had a very, very, very bad character. But the owner, furious, continued to say that he would not regret it even in the face of fear of death. From now on he was forever banned from entering. But suddenly something happened. He grabbed his throat and fell to his knees. At that moment, the doctor looked at him and thought, well, should I protect my heart? Such excitement. He scanned it, abnormal condition, addiction, dependent on leukococcine, symptoms of late-stage poisoning. The poison quickly spreads throughout the body. The man was convulsing. His assistant tried to ask if everything was okay with him, and he shouted that he was not okay and needed to call a healer immediately. But the young man looked down and said that there was not a single healer in the city at the moment. But suddenly they heard a question about whether they should help. The man was holding his chest, and his assistant raised his head. At that moment, the doctor tried to introduce himself again. He came closer and with a smile in his eyes said that at the moment he was the only healer in this city. His name was Seong Hyun. The man was shocked. He pointed his finger at him and asked again if he really was a healer. Then he turned to the assistant and told him to bring another one. How could he trust this person with his health? But the guy replied that there was no one else in the village. But the owner was persistent. He said that it was necessary to prepare a carriage. He would go to another settlement for treatment. At that moment, the doctor announced his diagnosis. The man was shocked. The guy came up and said that this was a dubious poison called a hasty killer. He slept with a man who was coughing up blood. If you are poisoned by this poison, your lungs and respiratory systems will be damaged. You will start coughing up blood and suffocating. He also imagined a man who fell dead. Eventually you will die of respiratory failure. Then bones. Time. The peculiarity of the poison is that at the beginning of poisoning there are no symptoms at all. But as time goes by and the addiction reaches the final stage, the condition deteriorates rapidly. The young assistant listened to all this and said that it was very similar to the symptoms of the master. The man asked what he wanted to say by this, to which the guy just smiled. He came closer and said that now that the symptoms have appeared, he is the last healer he sees. He also added that he is not going to treat him just like that. The man was very angry. He gritted his teeth and wanted to insult the man, but he tried to restrain himself. Then he ordered his assistant to bring gold. He threw a bag of coins at the guy and told him to choke. The money fell right at his feet, and the man added that it was obvious that a man like him only wanted this, and then ordered him to be treated quickly. But the guy continued to smile and reminded him of what he had said, that someday even such an old gentleman. He kicked the bag of money. He bent down and added that he would have to kneel and beg like a dog's son. Then he looked at the man and said that they could collect all these coins and clean them. He would not touch anything dirty. The master began to scream. He did not understand what was happening. But suddenly he began to cough up blood. Blood was everywhere. The doctor knelt down and said that if he did not like this activity, then he did not have to. While the man looked at his bloody hands, he added that he knew how dangerous his health was now. The master said that if he died now, their workshop would be finished. The brunette nodded and asked what they should do then. But then he said that it was none of his business. The man was horrified. He started shouting that he understood everything, that he was to blame for everything. He started apologizing and shouting that he would no longer exploit adventurers. The guys listened to all this, and the man started picking up the coins, wiping them and shouting that this would never happen again. He handed the money to the doctor again and knelt down, asking him to save him. He was ready for anything. It was obvious that he was desperate. The guy exhaled and said that the man was causing such pity now. His heart trembled. Nothing could be done. Did the sire get it? At this point the master smiled. He thought that if he had this medicine, damn bastard, as soon as he cured him, he would repay him 3 times for this humiliation. The guy began to draw the elixir into the injection, and then he looked at the man and said that this is not a medicine yet. He stuck the injection right into the man's neck. He began to scream that he was a fraud, but the doctor just continued to drive the elixir and thought that he could not instantly create an antidote for this disease. But a potion with respiratory protection and a stabilizing effect, this would be a temporary solution. He continued to inject the medicine into his neck. The man grabbed his neck and felt that he could finally breathe. He fell and began to scream. The doctor smiled. Then he looked at him and said that he could play with the lives of patients, but he was not a fraud. And they left the workshop and the girl said that this was amazing. He was the first one who could ever defeat this old man like that. They were standing in front of the Adventurers Guild building. She scratched her head and added that they didn't say that to patients, but she would file a complaint against him. The guy smiled and thought that she had gotten a lot out of her. The brown-haired man folded his arms and added that in the end they hadn't been able to conduct a full-scale investigation into the attack. They had rented a carriage, but He suddenly interrupted him and said that they could do it tomorrow. The girl was leaving, waving her hand and shouting that she would go then. They would see tomorrow. She wished them good night. The guys replied that they would go too. The protagonist got onto the bed and said that 3 things were bothering him now. His friend stood in front of him and asked which 3. The doctor raised his first finger and said that the first was the doll workshop. It was empty, as if on the verge of ruin. The friend asked if everyone had left it because of the owner's nasty character. He remembered that unpleasant man. And the doctor said that this person's personality was always bad, so there must be something else. He raised a second finger and said that the second was trivial, Rebecca's attitude. He remembered the girl and said that it seemed that she was somehow connected with the doll workshop. He remembered how suspicious she was when she entered the workshop. She became silent and tried to hide her identity. How she pulled back her hood as if she were a person who was not allowed to show her face there. He remembered the person who turned into sand. Thanks to her, he also learned that the clay used in the curse was used to make dolls. He looked straight at his friend and said that he thought she worked in this workshop. Then he raised a third finger and said that the third was Mr. Harvey's addiction. But then he simply turned away and said that he did not want to say anything more. He explained that if he gave everything away, it would not be interesting, so he would say later. And today he wanted to sleep. At that moment, a man was standing on the street and watching them. His eyes were shining. The next day, a doll workshop, you can hear screams rushing around. The owner of the workshop was yelling at the doctor and asking for what purpose he came here. Was he not satisfied with mockery yesterday? And he raised his hand and said with a smile that there was no need to raise his tone at him. After all, he had spoken yesterday. A timer was ticking in his head. He was saying that he had no ingredients, and he would not be able to make an antidote for the disease. And he was saying that it would be better for Teza to hold out until I was completely out of his system, so he needed to take action every 3 hours. The man did not understand what he was getting at. The guy threw up his hands and said that he had kindly come to check on his condition. The master was furious. He thought the guy was a swindler. Yesterday he had given him medicine for only 1 day. The man remembered how he had been kneeling in front of him and begging for this bottle. The guy had said that he would give him one every time he begged on his knees. The fact that he had not waited for him and had come to the workshop himself meant that he had something else to rip off from him. The man looked at the guy intently. He moved the chair and asked why the guy had really come here. Someone moved his hand to the side and said that everything was right. He wanted to ask him something. He put the photos on the table and asked if he knew these people. The master looked and said that he had no way of knowing them and that their clothes were strange. The doctor took the photos and said that these people were presumably followers of an unknown religion that had spread among the city's residents in the last week. Did they really know anything? The man closed his eyes and said that he did not know. It made no difference to him how the peasants lived and what they did. Then he asked about that very god. In a second the man's face changed. It was clear that he understood what they were talking about. He asked again what they had said. The young man in glasses leaned over and asked if the master had heard about it. Well, the man turned away and answered unsure that he didn't know. That was the first time he had heard that name. He smiled at the doctor. He came closer and said that he hadn't said that was the name. Then he picked up the bottle and told her to tell him everything he knew, everything in order. The seal, in their memory, Witsmal is the name of a creature erased from their history. He took out one of the books and said that all information about that name or its existence had been destroyed. However, he pressed the secret button, and a passage to a secret room opened. They went out there, found themselves in a huge library, and the master added that a small part of that information was still stored there. The doctor said that yes, as expected, all high-ranking people create secret rooms. His friend grinned and noted that this was romantic. The young man approached the book. He opened it. It said that thanks to the spirit the harvest this summer is bountiful. He said that it looks like a diary of a city dweller. He imagined a goddess and continued reading the diary. A benevolent god of the earth, protecting our village. Tomorrow I need to visit the temple in the Red Forest. Thanks to the power of the god we were able to defeat a group of thieves who invaded the village. She loves this city so much, we love her back too. They continued reading it. Then the guy slammed the book shut and said that he knew it. This deity is the guardian of the Red Forest. Suddenly the girl said that there is also a record that she taught the city to make clay dolls. The girl's hands were shaking. She said what it means. Then she took a step to the side and screamed, "How can this be?" She ran and started screaming that others may not know, but a doll workshop should not hide the existence of a goddess. The guy began to stop her and ask her to calm down. The master turned around and said that there is a situation with Bushy. The doctor asked what it was, and he answered him that he did not know everything, since many records were lost, but the goddess disappeared for unknown reasons. Everyone around was surprised. He looked down and said that the disappearance of the goddess meant that she was dead. He remembered how he was told about those events. It was about 800 years ago. The sudden death of the goddess brought the city into confusion. The priests were unable to use their power, and the quality barrier that protected the city disappeared. The people were in distress, they shouted that she had disappeared, asked her to return and asked what to do now. It became clear to the residents of the city that the settlement would be destroyed overnight. Garez did not grieve, everything necessary for its maintenance depended on the power of the goddess. And then, the wizards of Kamara came to Trakoti. They extended a helping hand and said that they could help them, they would protect the city and provide everything necessary. The doctor came closer to him and said that they did a good deed for no reason, it was impossible. And the man answered that of course they asked for payment, a jewel given by the goddess Mercy Witzmal. A beautiful brooch, it is written that that city equated it with the goddess herself and considered it sacred, and the wizards sought to get hold of the enormous magic and divine power contained in it. They handed over the brooch, the puppeteers, who watched the decline of the village, stole the jewel and made a deal. The guy with glasses asked how the temple of the goddess reacted, and the doctor explained that the priests, having lost their powers, could not cope with the puppet workshop. The master answered that this is what happened, the temple rebelled, but the puppeteers easily dealt with it, he imagined that fight. He raised his hand and said that they searched the entire settlement, erased the name of the goddess, and attributed her achievements to the wizards. Rebecca looked at them and asked why they did that. The master replied that they were afraid that she might return, and if she did, she would bring down heavenly punishment, but if a divine being is forgotten by people, it will never appear again, and yet they were not completely free. He stood in this library and added that the records are passed down from generation to generation from owner to owner of the workshop, even if others have forgotten. They should know the truth. Then he turned and looked at the young man, asked how he knew from the goddess. The guy looked at him and replied that it was top secret and would cause a storm of indignation. They thought that this doll workshop was trying to revive the temple. The man asked again. He turned, straightened his tie and asked why he was doing such a thing, because if the goddess came back to life, their workshop would be punished. Some time passed, again a doll workshop. The guy sat on the floor and thought that the puppeteers were behind this. A friend came up to him and said that everything was fine, the masters are also people and can make mistakes. The young man offered to hit him. The girl exhaled and asked what kind of church this was and what its purpose was. Suddenly the master came up to them and asked what they were whispering about. And the girl said that all these days the whole city was in the budget and for the goddess. The doctor added that the city did not use her name openly. The owner looked down and said that it was true that drooling had appeared, that they were trying to revive the church, that there really had been such a fuss in the last few days. The doctor asked if it was because something had happened in the workshop. The master was very surprised, and the girl added that if you think about it, the atmosphere here was a little strange and there were no customers. But the man raised his hand, turned away and started shouting that this was bullshit, nothing was happening in their workshop. And the brunette looked at all this and thought that he could not lie so stupidly. While the man was saying that he was doing fine and nothing could happen here, the door opened. Everyone paid attention. They turned to him and said that he should speak clearly. The main character looked and did not understand who it was. In front of them stood a man with long red hair. He was dressed strangely. A cross was hanging on his chest. He asked if he had come here and if he understood correctly that they were planning to close their business in the near future. The man came closer and asked again, wasn't the workshop subject to closure in the near future? The master looked at him with fury. He took up a hammer and threw it right at the guy, shouting that he told him not to come here anymore. But he continued to walk forward and said that he heard that his health was deteriorating. He leaned over and smiled and said how he was going to run a business in such a state. All this time, the guys from the side were just silently watching. For them it was like a movie. The guy with glasses said that it looked like the plot of a drama. The doctor replied that dramas everywhere. The man paid attention to them. He turned around and said that he had visitors. But the young man with glasses began to wave his hand and said not to pay attention to them, to continue. The man smiled and said that he was sorry, he thought that no one else came to visit the master. The owner was simply furious at this time, and the man added that there had been no visitors for a long time, asked to serve them properly. He turned around and started to leave, adding that he had disturbed them, so he would leave them. The man started shouting after him for him to get out right now. The guy left with a smile and said at the end that they would see each other soon. Then he slammed the door. The doctor was confused. This guy would not hurt to receive politeness at the first meeting. What a failure. He is definitely not one of the good ones. And his friend noted, what can you say? Then he turned to the master and asked if it would be too stupid to ask out loud what was going on. The old man was very angry and he answered that he thought that there would be. It was like sparks from his eyes. The main character turned his attention to the girl. She hid her face under the hood. He asked what was wrong with her. The girl was clearly confused and replied that nothing had happened, nothing like that. Some time passed, the dining room of the doll workshop. Someone said that the long-haired man dressed like an aristocrat. Jix was sitting at the table and said, so they met him. The guys were standing in front of him. He had a lot of delicious food on the table. He suggested starting to eat and then talk. Refusal is not accepted. after which they started to remember that man from the workshop. His name is Fengrel. He was once the master's apprentice and classmate. They continued to ride. The guy said that even though they were classmates, his skills were not even close to his level. The doctor looked at the guy and asked what level he was, some kind of elite. Jix raised his hand and said that among the students of the workshop, there was no one they could compare to him. He remembered the abilities of that guy and said that in order to create a magic golem, you need 5 or 6 puppeteers working together. But he was able to determine the cause of the doll's breakdown just by looking at it, as a result, despite the fact that he was a beginner. He also said that he heard many people saying that besides him, there was no one else who could become the next owner of the workshop. But the master did not treat him very well. Even such a capable guy could not please him. They continued to eat. The guy added that the master was the most talented person in the entire history of the workshop. And the guy with glasses asked if he was really so outstanding. His character contradicted his talent. The young man remembered how they argued, said that the master never praised him, not to mention treating him specially. But the proud young man did not give up and fought with him. When their emotions reached their peak, about 3 months ago the latter disappeared without telling anyone. The guy left. The young man continued to eat and said that a month later he made a huge doll and appeared again. He created a golem that moved without magical power. The guys were very surprised. The guy with glasses asked if it was true that it just moved without other power sources, to which his friend replied that because of this, chaos reigned in the workshop. He also added that the problems appeared later. Let's go back 2 months ago in the workshop. A huge golem with glowing eyes. Everyone around was shouting that these were not just achievements. A whole monster stood in front of them. They added that these were technologies that would revolutionize the industry. Amazing. Well, the master came up and said that it was ugly. He wouldn't be able to think of an application right away, but it piqued his interest. The young man thanked him. He continued to look at the golem and thought about what he noticed, that he hadn't seen it for a long time, but it turned out that he had researched something similar. The guy stood nearby, and the master continued to think that although it was, of course, below average, but he had no one to bequeath the workshop to except this guy. The rest were just trash, not worthy of attention. The man abruptly said that it was not his name. When it was time for him to retire, he would hand over the position of the next owner of the Fengrel workshop. The guy was surprised. Then he smiled. He approached the master and said that then he should hand over the position now. He was shocked. The guy asked him if he hadn't achieved what even the master couldn't. The guy also lowered his eyes and said that he had talent, enough experience and success. He no longer had a reason to remain under the master's command. This made the man very angry and he began to swear. He all started to fly to the sides. The master shouted that he was with Brenda. He knew nothing. He had to get out of his workshop right now. Everyone tried to calm him down. The young man sat in front of him on the floor. The master had several students. He covered his face with his hands and said that he couldn't. Apparently, he wouldn't want to lead their workshop to ruin with his own hands. Then he put his hand to his heart and said that since such was the master's will. He stood up, pointed at his robot and said that he was independent from all of them today. The man asked if he was really going to open his own workshop, to which he turned and smiled and replied that yes, right now, and would call it Spencer's Doll Workshop. The doctor thought about it and said that now he understood why there were no people in this workshop. And the comrade opposite him covered his face with his hands and said that when that guy built his workshop, he lured away many craftsmen. He remembered how everyone ran away from the workshop with joy, and added that the guy was a very talented craftsman. They no longer had a reason to tolerate Harvey's harsh nature. The guy also thought about it and said that he himself was to blame for everything from beginning to end, so he had nothing to say. The doctor supported him. Jix lowered his head and could not say anything. The protagonist asked him how he managed to stay. At that moment, the guy slammed his fist on the table and said that their master could not be called responsive, but his work was so beautiful that it radiated sensitivity. He imagined the work of this man, and the guys thought that he was crazy. Then it was clear that Fengrel was crazier than Harvey. With this, the guy came to his senses and said that therefore he was sincerely grateful that they healed the master. And then he added that he never thought that he could be poisoned. It was interesting how it happened. The brunette leaned back and said that in fact he was just about to say something about it. He closed his eyes and thought that the third thing that bothered him was lecacothecin, which the master was addicted to, is a high-quality synthetic poison obtained by mixing several types of poison. In other words, a person can never become addicted naturally. He imagined a complex molecule. His comrades were surprised. Does this mean that someone did this deliberately? At that moment, the doctor said with an absolutely serious face that it was done with the purpose of killing the master. Everyone around was shocked. The doctor asked if the others had any guesses as to who might hold a grudge against the master. His assistant lowered his head and said that about 45% of the city's residents hate the master, and the guy in glasses said that there are still 55%. Then he raised his head and added that the remaining 55 have never met him. They despise him. The master is even more trash than you can imagine. The protagonist put the plate on the table and said that maybe then there are places that he has recently visited. The young man thought about it. He remembered how the man worked around the clock, said that the master had not made a step since the puppeteers left. He was overcome by anxiety and he concentrated on his work in the workshop. Then he added that 2 months in isolation, no chance that he was poisoned outside. The brunette thought about it. Why did the guy decide to take the tray away? And the doctor's friend moved closer to him and whispered, as he thought one of the students who remained in the workshop was to blame or not. But he answered that the probability is small. The guy had already carried the tray with dirty dishes, and they continued to whisper. The guy said that these guys had been giving him medicine in turn since yesterday and with maximum sincerity saved his life. If he wanted to kill him, he would have done it a long time ago. It seems the guy is simply obsessed with the master's creations. The girl raised her hand and asked to pay attention to her. She was a little embarrassed and said that perhaps Fengrel was to blame. The brunette turned to her and said that although he seemed the most suspicious under the circumstances, he doubted it. He remembered how the doctor was lying in agony and said that his body seemed to have been exposed to a large amount of poison in a short period of time, to the point that he was next to him and administered the antidote for several days, raised his hand and added that due to the relationship with Master Fengrel, it would be difficult to get here. Junho then turned and asked if he had ordered that the master be sent to someone else. He turned to Jix and asked if anyone else had come to the workshop. He replied that other than that young man, they were only adventurers. At that moment, something dawned on the doctor. He stood up and said that the master was the only one who made dolls from the earth brought by adventurers, right? He replied that he was, and they did not know that they used earth. The boy smiled and asked him to escort him instead of storing this earth. He hit the boy. He flew to the side. He got up and asked what the doctor was doing. Had he really gone crazy? But he decided to ask the guy the same thing. Then he said that he had found poison in the soil they had brought to the workshop today. The guy was shocked. The doctor looked at him and added that after conducting an investigation, he had found out who the criminal was. He tried to justify himself and shouted that he didn't know what he was talking about. Why was he so harsh with him? The doctor laughed, and in the background, the guys were offering each other to plug their ears. He dragged the guy around the corner, and he was screaming. Then something started to happen there. Very loud screams were heard, and the guys finally covered their ears with their hands. The protagonist came out and shook his hands. They started to rejoice and ask if everything had worked out for him. He walked towards them and replied that everything had gone smoothly. He hit it and it had split. Then he picked up the key and said that his guess had been confirmed. It was the key to the Fengrel workshop warehouse. At that moment, that guy was lying upside down in a barrel. Then they went to that same workshop, found something like a warehouse, opened the lock, and inside there was a lot of soilsome cups. They went in and started to study everything. The doctor's friend asked what he thought. The skill observer look was used. This soil was contaminated with poison. Poisoning occurs upon contact. He scanned the soil and realized that it was the same soil that the masters had poisoned, after which he told his friends about it. They came and looked at it. The guy said that now everything was clear. It was a very useful skill. The doctor replied that yes, now that he had evidence. But at that moment the young man himself entered the barn. He said that he did not expect that they would get to the bottom of this. He looked at them and added that he had already planned to visit them, but their visit saved him from having to look for them. The guy in glasses armed himself with his shovel and shouted how he knew that his secret would be revealed. Then he asked if he was going to kill them. The young man smiled and said that he would rather. It was almost tea time, and offered them some tea. Everyone was shocked. They came to the salon, sat in the hall. The man said that they apparently did not understand something. He held a cup of tea and added that he had no intention of killing the master, after which the doctor asked if he was really going to deny the obvious, to which the man replied that he really planned to give him the antidote at the right time. When asked why he did it, he looked down and said that they probably already knew. He held out a book. On it was the symbol of the goddess. The protagonist realized that now they would talk about the temple. The man drank tea and said that his goal was to revive the temple and greet the goddess. He looked down and added that the doll workshop stored a lot of material related to her, so he definitely needed to get it. He poured poison on the ground, initially planning to officially take over the workshop, but changed his plans when he learned that the master would be in charge for at least another 30 years. Then he added that he was wondering if he would step down as the owner of the workshop when his body weakened. The guy in glasses looked at him in bewilderment and said that he was crazy. The brunette also looked at him and asked why he needed to revive the temple, especially at the cost of pressing on his master's back. And he left smiling. He raised his hand and asked if he had ever respected anyone as a master and teacher. Had he ever encountered such a wall that they could not overcome? And then he said that his master, alas, had become such a wall for him, and he imagined a huge healthy man who was trying to crush him, and also added that even if he ever rose to his level, it would be after the man's death. No matter what he did, he would not be able to surpass the master. When he realized this, it was very painful for him. The doctor said that, frankly speaking, he was not interested in this. But the man clapped his hands and said that then he thought this, if he could not surpass the master, then it would be right to find a way to lower him below him. The man most likely imagined how he was holding this master in his hands, he was staring at them so much. The protagonist was in shock, and the man imagined the goddess and explained that if she returned to their world, then the doll workshop, which had committed unforgivable sins in the past, would go. And even its owner, the master, would not be able to avoid karma if he was cursed and not deposed from the workshop, so that his hands would not create, then he would succeed. He imagined the master's burning eyes, how he feared the wrath of the goddess. Then he put his hand to his heart and said that only then would he be able to become a living master. The young man in glasses began to rub his hands and said that he had goosebumps. He felt very creepy next to this guy. And the brunette said that this guy was even more crazy than the master's assistant. He looked down and thought that something was missing here. He looked at him and asked if this was really all. The man looked at him. The main character thought that this man was definitely hiding something else here. The man smiled. He laughed loudly and said that he thought so. The guy is quick-witted, okay, it's just his personal desire. Then he looked at the guy and said that the real reason they want to found a church is because this is the relic of the city. The doctor asked again. The men closed their eyes and said that one only has to look at the city now. A gray, empty city. The settlement has turned into an extremely poor village. There are not even simple healers here, and he is not even talking about medical institutions. People are injured every day. He remembered the priests walking through the city. They in camera are the culprits of this tragedy. He did nothing, he just abandoned the city. Then he hit the table and said that more than that. He bowed his head and added that innocent residents of the city were recently persecuted by evil bandits because they had red hair. He added that he heard that their real leader is from the Camry nobility. The guys looked at each other and thought that if they found out that they helped the Red Road gang, they would be killed because it was about their companions. He put his hand on the book and added that this entry was left by his ancestors, who worked in the doll workshop. He also added that it was obvious, but he wanted to stop the decay of the city in that workshop. He picked up the book, looked at it. The church is the power that the city needs today. Everyone was watching him. He continued to say that if even after he told you this, they still plan to interfere. But the doctor interrupted him and said that he really did not plan to do this. He smiled and said that if they founded a religious order with good intentions, there was no reason to interfere. He also added that he rather wanted to actively help. But his companions looked at him and understood that this was a lie. The man moved his hand to the side and asked if they could cooperate with them. The protagonist asked what kind of cooperation. The boy scratched his head, remembered his master and said that he hoped they could convince the teacher that if he wanted to break Witsmel, he would really need his help. The guy with glasses didn't understand why he needed this show off, and the man replied that he couldn't tell them the details yet. The doctor smiled and said that fine, he would try to do that. I remembered those people in robes and said that the last thing he wanted to ask was, did the group of masked people who tried to kill them also belong to the church? Well, the man looked at him and explained that those people were adventurers hired for money. They were not connected with the church. He sent them to deal with a man who was trying to find out about the goddess. He also added that if he knew that they would show such cruelty, he would not have trusted them with this matter. The doctor listened attentively, then said that everything was clear to him. There was tea in a mug. It seemed their conversation had dragged on. It was time for them to go. Why was time flying by? The young man with glasses said that he liked the tea. It was delicious. But the men were not worried about it. He extended his hand. He grabbed the girl and pulled her hood off. He smiled and added that even if they were already gathered, she should say hello before leaving. And he added that her brother asked her to do so. The guys were shocked. The girl lowered her head, and the young man explained, did they really not know? Luina was his younger sister. The doctor asked again, and the girl answered that this was her real name. The brother put his hand on her shoulder and said that she was still wasting her time. It seemed that nothing had changed since the moment she ran away from home in search of adventure. Then he leaned towards her and said that he said that this job was not suitable for her. And he also asked her what she was doing while he was doing things for the city. The guy with glasses understood the hand and tried to object, asked not to say that. But the man looked at him with an angry look and said that the only family he had left was Luina, so he was naturally worried because his only younger sister was involved in something dangerous. The guy got scared and hid behind the main character, said that no, he meant, maybe he could have said it a little more gently. The man exhaled and said that the same thing happened to the puppeteers, grabbed her by the shoulder harder and said that if there is no talent, then you should at least try. She did not even try to do anything. Hovered over her and said that of course she will answer him that she tried her best, but if there is no result, then how is it different from inaction? The girl with the text eyes, tears rolled down. The brother added that if she is going to live as an adventurer, then she should leave. The doctor grabbed his hand and told him to stop. He threw his hand aside and explained that he didn't know about the girl, but his colleague Rebecca was quite an important member of their group. The girl looked at him in shock. She wasn't ready for him to stand up for her. He smiled and asked if he understood what he meant. The man held his wrist. Then he smiled and said that it seemed like his younger sister had found a reliable colleague this time. Night, a city street. The girl was crying and saying that that was why she didn't want to date her brother. Junho stood in front of her and asked how it happened that such a guy was her brother. The girl replied that what he said wasn't entirely wrong, but that made it even more painful. She lowered her eyes and said that maybe it really would be better to stop being an adventurer. Well, the doctor handed her the elixir and said that the guy stuck in the safe village knows about adventurers. He smiled and added that they follow the world and complete tasks, trying not to die in the process. In his opinion, she is a real adventurer. She also added that she can ignore what people say. The girl looked at the bottle and sincerely thanked him. And the guy in glasses asked if he really plans to get involved with the church. The guy answered that of course not. He understood the head and said that this bastard clearly lied, that the group in masks is not associated with him. His friend asked again. He was shocked. The young man remembered how that person dissolved. A curse like instant death is a skill that creates a burden on the caster's body, so it is rarely used in exceptional cases when, for example, it is necessary to close someone's mouth, even if it means his death. He also added that the imposition of this curse means that he has important information. Such a person definitely cannot be an ordinary adventurer. He opened the bottle. He drank and said that he was curious about what was hidden. I'm sure there was more. After which his friend asked him, well, where should they start their investigation? And the girl looked up and said that earlier her brother said that he found information about the goddess of the house, after which she offered to inspect their house. The guys were shocked. Night, the Spencer family mansion. The observer skill is used. Look, attention, access is denied. A strong protective spell is in effect. Anyone who tries to enter without permission will be punished. The doctor studied all the entry options. The girl was surprised and said that the house had enhanced security, and the guy with glasses said that it did not matter since they were the owner of the house. She inserted the key and the lock opened. They went inside. The doctor noted that this place did not look like a house in which people live, and the guy with glasses asked if this man really lives in such a gloomy house. The girl walked forward and said that this house, where she once lived. She turned around and said that initially her brother left home early and lived in a dormitory at the workshop, and only after the death of his parents, he began to visit him often on the issue of the inheritance of the title of the head of the family. They went up the stairs. Junho asked who looked after the mansion. The girl answered that initially they had servants, but her brother fired everyone. She pointed her finger and said that after that, house cleaning. The guys were shocked, even a little scared. In front of them stood a robot housekeeper and butlers, many robots. The girl explained that these guys began to do the housework. The robots were actively cleaning. The guy with glasses was horrified. He began to scream and ask what this is. Maybe some kind of monsters. Is there a dungeon here? Well, the girl turned with a smile and said that these are mannequins for cleaning, dolls that her brother made in his workshop. The doctor put his hand to his chin and said that no matter how aristocratic they were, using dolls instead of people was a luxury. The cost of maintenance was enormous. He also exhaled and said that probably soon after he found the data on the goddess, all the employees of the mansion were fired. The friend asked, was it to prevent information leakage? The protagonist continued to watch the mannequins and said that yes, because the dolls do not talk about what they saw and heard. He looked ahead and said that since even now they use dolls, the materials that need to be hidden are still here. The girl entered the room, said that this was the room of her brother, the head of the family. It was dark and empty. It seemed like there was nothing special. The brunette looked at his friend and asked if he remembered what they talked about in the basement of the doll workshop. He did not understand what he meant. The guy explained what the higher-ups were talking about, and the friend began to list expensive, incompetent, ignoring ordinary people. The hero explained that it was all true. Then his eyes lit up. He said that for those above him, always. The skill of observational gaze was activated. He began to scan the room and looked at the painting, the sealed switch. Someone had recently removed the old seal from it. You can open the door leading to the basement. And he continued his sentence, saying that it is typical to have all the secrets. He pressed the switch. A passage began to open on the floor. Junho fell right into it, flew down the stairs. He was in great pain, and the doctor came up, squatted down and asked if he was right. His friend said yes. They went down, and found themselves in a basement where there was a lot of things. The girl noted that there was a complete mess and everything was dumped in a heap. The main character on the show board, there were hieroglyphs on it. It was written there that a great man who loved the city, here he will leave notes about the goddess. He raised his head and said that this was a thing left by the ancestor of the family. It also said that the goddess was a guardian deity worshipped in the city and the founder of doll makers. They stood in front of the wall and thought that, judging by the fact that the contents were generally similar to what was found in the doll workshop, It seemed that the original had been secretly copied and the copy hidden in the workshop. The guy with glasses noticed that the wall was made of plates, so they couldn't just move it to the workshop. Suddenly, the girl noticed that there was new information written there. She began to read a myth about the city, but the goddess loved the forest, loved all its inhabitants, and wanted to protect them. However, taking care of Ulcia alone was difficult and a task even for a goddess. In desperation, she divided her forces. She had several people in her hands and created her own children doubles. These were people from clay. The clones born in this way founded a village in the middle of the forest, and so a city was born to worship the goddess, and later she was named Trakoti. The boy said that in other words, the progenitor of the city is the doubles of the goddess. The girl was shocked and said that the current inhabitants of the village are the descendants of the goddess. The guy with glasses concluded that then the doll studio is a gathering of immoral bastards. In front of him, the statue began to move. The wolf's eyes lit up, and he pounced on them. He bit the boy right in the shoulder. He screamed. A fight began. The wolf noticed the next victim. He looked scary. Luina ran up to the guy. She said that it was a red wolf golem. And the boy lay there and thought about why only he always suffers like this. The doctor asked again if it was really a golem. The girl looked up and said that it was a special golem that only the oldest can create. They looked at the wolf. She added that although they do not have a soul, thanks to the magical power they are endowed with a will, can think independently and move like ordinary creatures. At that moment the golem attacked her. Luina screamed. The doctor took out his dagger. The silver one is summoned from your inventory. And he attacked. The dog flew to the side without a head. Something surprised the guy. The lack of a head did not prevent him from getting up. And now he was standing in front of the doctor. Rebecca explained that the golem will move until its core is destroyed. He asked where the core is, and the girl answered that it depends on its creator. The doctor's friend also took his shovel from the inventory, grabbed it, stood up and screamed so that the cowardly dog would pay attention to him. Why did he pounce on her and scream that it was a shameful surprise attack? And chopped off her paw. The rat began to tear her into pieces. The doctor was delighted. The girl was horrified. Then the guy started jumping happily and shouting that he killed the dog. The main character thought that there was no need to use an observational look. Rebecca came up and asked why the golem was in her house, and the main characters answered that her brother was studying it here. Junho looked away and said that then maybe the secret of the golem, which moves without magic, is hidden here. It dawned on the main character. He ran upstairs abruptly, without even answering the question of where he was. He ran and thought that this smell, coming from here earlier, is it really what he thinks? He ran to the door. He opened it. His friend said that they should go together. He has long legs, so if he hadn't rushed, they would have missed. Then he got very scared and asked if it was really a corpse. In front of them lay the corpse of a fox. The whole room was in animal pipes. They did not understand what all this was. There were rabbits, cats, and many others on the tables. The girl covered her mouth and said that it was terrible. How could he? The doctor came up, looked at the fox and said that this was the body. He remembered the dog. It looked like the red wolf they had just fought. It really was him. The guy came up and said that he killed them all just to watch them and then create creatures like them. The method he chose was really bad. And his sister kept saying that it couldn't be. She pressed her hand to her chest and said that her brother was so skilled that he could create a golem without killing any animals. Just a photo would be enough. The guy turned around and asked what it was all for. The doctor was leaving. He went back to that room and looked at the dead golem, thought that he hoped that it was not what he thought. The refining skill was used. He began to heal the golem. The front one was just a pile of sand. The red wolf golem was refining. A mana core appeared. The guys ran up and asked what it was. Then they stopped and realized in horror that it was the soul of a living creature. The doctor turned around and said that this madman was creating dolls using the souls of living animals. The girl grabbed her head and said what was she doing? She looked at the sand and added, what the hell is her brother doing? And the guy with glasses said that one way or another, this is definitely madness. He understood souls to put them into dolls. He looked at the papers and said that if they found anything, then maybe they would find out about his intentions. Suddenly, something really surprised him. He called the doctor and showed him the notebook. He said that they needed to read it. They began to study it. The girl realized that it was her brother's handwriting. He wrote that the goddess did not leave them. She spread her power throughout the red forest and assimilated with it. The goddess, as a divine being, disappeared, although her appearance changed. She always protects them. According to the notes left by the previous head of the family, it is impossible to contact her, who is assimilated by the forest, but he does not think so. The guy wrote all this and imagined the goddess, looked at the wall in hieroglyphs. Then he wrote that it was necessary to make her doll. If I convey the will, strength, and religiosity of the goddess and the created doll, then she will return to her divinity. They all read this in shock, did not understand what it meant. And the girl stood aside and said that she never thought that the goddess turned into a red forest. The guy jumped aside and asked if it was possible the church would put pressure on their religiosity. How was he going to convey the will and power of the goddess? And the doctor put his hand on the notebook. Her hand was drawn there. He explained that it was written here. It was written there that ordinary people cannot collect the power of the goddess. He began to read out loud. But this becomes possible if you use the remains of a god. After much thought, he decided to find what was left after the disappearance of the goddess and used his right hand. Suddenly, some kind of monster appeared above him. It was sitting right on the cabinet. At that moment, the doctor raised her head and it spoke to him, saying that they snuck in like rats and they did well. They turned around abruptly and did not understand whose voice it was, and the main character said that this bastard was spying on everything with the help of a doll. The doll was coming down and laughing. He also said that it was easy, and using her hand, to gather the power scattered throughout the red forest. Although there was a side effect, the forest lost its defense and became unstable. The guy frowned. The girl looked at him and said that then it became clear the reason why the monsters in the red forest became so cruel. He told her that although the main reason was the leakage of the city's magical energy, the secondary culprit was her brother. The monster was approaching them. The girl shouted, how could he do such a thing? How many people were injured in the red forest? He stood in front of her and said that if the goddess was restored, the city would recover. The injury was a very minor problem. The protagonist bowed his head and said that of course, it was a minor problem. Then he looked straight at him and added that the real problem was to gather the will of the goddess. The doll monster smiled. He said that the guy was thinking clearly. His comrade did not understand what they were talking about. And then he explained that there is only one will, and what was left by the missing goddess, it is like a monocore. These are the souls of the city's inhabitants, descendants. The core was in each of the city's inhabitants. These are the descendants that she left behind to protect the red forest. Suddenly, they were shocked. The guy took a step forward and asked that there were experiments to completely remove the soul inside the dead animals. At that moment, the soul of the forest was burning brightly next to him. And the girl held her sword with trembling hands. She asked if he had already harmed the villagers. And then she looked up at him and asked if what disappeared from the city was his fault. She really wanted to hear a negative answer, but he wilted, called her by name. Then he smiled and said that everything was right, it was his fault. He remembered how he collected these cores. He needed to extract them and see for himself if the souls really contained her will. The girl was simply horrified, and he added that it was all for Tracody. Tears were welling up in her eyes. She ran towards the monster and started screaming for him to stop talking complete nonsense. Junho tried to stop her, but she had already attacked. He grabbed her by the throat and threw her into the wall. The guys were shocked, but the girl just kept screaming that her brother was a hypocrite, a hypocritical piece of shit. She held her chest and with tears in her eyes said that he was putting the village in danger and killing innocent people. How could this be for the sake of the city? The monster approached her, saying that she did not know since she left the village. All this time the inhabitants of the city suffered from the contempt and persecution of Kamer. While she was crying, he continued to say that only a goddess could save the city. For something greater you need to be ready to make small sacrifices. He did not think that someone like her could understand this. The doctor attacked him from behind and cut off his head. The head flew and smiled, landed on the ground with the same smile. Then the protagonist approached the girl and said that it was not worth keeping him alive. He put his foot on the body and asked how he could deal with it. The hero extended his hand to the red-haired girl and asked if Rebecca could get up. The girl took advantage of his help and thanked him. Junho looked at the defeated puppet. He remembered Fengrel, who even took the soul out of a person to make a doll. The healer noted that the Adventurers Guild would not be able to remain silent if they provided Fengrel's diary as evidence. The hero looked at his friend and said that the puppeteer must be stopped before more victims appeared. The bespectacled man was surprised. The exit was blocked by purple flames. The men turned to the voice. The doll's head said that one of them should have been on the outside on guard, because once the door of this basement closed, it would not be possible to open it from the inside. Someone would have to press the switch again. Junho cursed. He exclaimed that the villain was trying to kill his sister. The voice replied that he was not going to do that because she was the only blood relative and they were her colleagues. However, he could not allow anyone to interfere with the sacred Vitsmal welcoming ceremony. The puppet head smiled. It said that it would take about 3 days to make the doll, so the heroes would have to stay here until then. Junho banged on the door. The villain said that he would open it as soon as he finished. The bespectacled man was indignant. The voice said goodbye while the men were expressing dissatisfaction. The hero stepped on the wooden head. He noted that they were out of luck. The girl looked at the brunette with concern and suggested digging a hole to make a tunnel out. However, Xiang Haiyan said that it was impossible. He approached the glowing door. The man said that judging by the state of the entrance, it was some kind of subspace. If they tried to break through, they would end up in a spatial abyss. The red-haired girl was upset. She apologized for coming here because of her. Junho quickly reassured her, saying that thanks to her, they knew what Fengrel was up to. The girl was worried that everything was useless if they couldn't get out of here. The bespectacled man frowned and turned to his friend. He told her not to worry because there must be some way. The two looked at the hero with hope. The brunette looked down. It seemed that his colleague considered him an expert in fixing everything in the universe. He kicked the remains of the doll with his foot. Calculations were being made in his head. The girl looked at him. The healer asked if she could use the powers needed to control the dolls. She replied that she knew the basics. The guy chuckled. He said that if she did well, then perhaps they would be able to get out. The interlocutors were happy. The red-haired girl asked how they could do it. The hero replied that it was a simple, yet complicated method. He needed to use his ability to control dolls to press the switch behind the door. The bespectacled man looked at his friend. The healer said that since they couldn't get out themselves, they would have to use someone from outside. Junho asked if that was possible since this was a subspace. It was different from the continent, so they couldn't influence what was happening there from here. The brunette picked up the doll's hawk. He began to reason that just a few moments ago, Fengrel had been controlling it. Since he was outside, it meant that outsiders could interfere in this place using their skills. It dawned on the two of them. The observant gaze skill was used. The hero grinned. He said that there was no way the descendant who was transmitting information about Vitsmal could be imprisoned here. The previous owner must have taken measures. The companions listened to him attentively. A glowing circle appeared in front of the heroes. A relay magic circle had been installed. Skills could be transmitted beyond the spatial walls. The brunette was serious. He explained that the circle was used to strengthen the effect of the skill and deliver it to its destination. The healer stood with his back to his friends. Junho asked if any skill could be used. The hero replied that there were conditions for use in the circle installed here. Only puppet theater skills could be transmitted, and only by members of the Spencer family. The red-haired girl looked at the man. He said that Rebecca was the only one who could get them out of here. The girl panicked. She protested, saying that with her skills, she couldn't control the doll made by her brother. Seong Hyan took her hand and smiled. She was shocked. The hero said that he didn't really care whether Trakoti was destroyed or not. He was an outsider, and this was someone else's business. The bespectacled man looked at him and noted that these were ruthless words. The girl was upset. The healer bared his teeth and said that he would do everything possible to bend this Fengrel. He was not going to give up and asked if the one who was born in Trakoti would give up. The girl shuddered. The guy continued to talk about how Fengrel knew about the existence of the magic circle, but still locked his sister here, openly ignoring her. The hero smiled, saying that he should take revenge on his brother for this. Rebecca doubted. Then she resolutely looked at the interlocutor and said that she would try. 2 days later, the girl was drawing on the floor with chalk. She sighed tiredly and said that she was finished. The men admired her, and yet she said that she had no talent. There were perfect magic circles everywhere on the floor. The red-haired girl dusted off her hands and approached her companions. The bespectacled man asked what this huge circle was. The girl smiled awkwardly and replied that other people's dolls usually do not allow anyone other than the owner to control them. The task is to neutralize this. Junho looked at her in confusion. The healer glanced at him and explained that the girl would be hacking her brother's dolls. The brunette smiled and extended his hand. He asked her to take care of them until the end. The girl smiled and agreed. She leaned her hands against the wall. She began. All the circles around her lit up. Blood splashed onto the window inside the building. Someone moved his hand. Jix was lying on the floor in blood. He asked what the villain's intentions were. Fengrel stood in front of him. The girl leaned against the wall with her eyes closed. She saw her brother's room. The doll closest to her was making the bed. The girl enclosed her in a magic circle. The doll was pierced by threads. It worked. The red-haired girl jerked and clenched her teeth. Blood was coming out of her nose. The bespectacled man became worried, but the girl assured her that she was fine. The hero watched her carefully. He thought that it seemed very difficult to control the puppet of a highly skilled puppeteer. Junho was worried that the girl was about to faint. The brunette looked down. There were rat golems at his feet. It seemed that Fengrel had also created them. The guy watched. He wondered if the rats felt the similarity between brother and sister. He looked at the animals and offered them to go help. The rats' eyes glowed. They rushed to the girl and climbed onto her shoulders. The magic circle lit up again. The bespectacled man looked in surprise. He noticed that the circle was being restored. The hero said that golems were also knowledgeable in puppetry. The girl frowned. She had to hold on. The puppet she controlled was walking towards the painting. Just a little more. The wooden hand touched the switch. The purple block began to dissipate. Junho looked in that direction and shouted that the passage was open. He admired Rebecca. The girl fell to her knees. The golem jumped off her. She breathed a sigh of relief. The guy behind her smiled. She did it. The healer was smiling. He said he knew she could handle it. Trakoti Square. Night. The heroes ran down the street. The red-haired girl said that nothing should have happened. Junho suggested checking Harvey's condition first. The four-eyed man turned around. The protagonist tensed up. They stopped. The man noticed that something strange had appeared in the atmosphere. The village was quiet. No one except them. The healer nodded. The girl behind him was out of breath. The guy agreed that the atmosphere was definitely different from 2 days ago. The girl pointed at a passerby and exclaimed that she saw a person there. The four-eyed man decided to go and ask him. He touched the man's shoulder and asked if something had happened in the village. The passerby turned around and started repeating that a certain person would come. His gaze was crazy. Junho shuddered and recoiled. The hero turned in the other direction. He noticed that the same passersby had appeared around. People were running around, saying, "This person." It sounded, "I have infinite faith in my mother," for Tracoti. The heroes were surrounded by the townspeople. The girl was nervous and shouted at them to come to their senses. The brunette used the observant look skill. Addiction. Confusion. The subject was addicted to ethanol. The villagers were out of their minds. The brunette frowned and said that it was a hallucinogen. The four-eyes man looked at his companion indignantly. The healer said that their opponent seemed to have a hobby, distributing drugs to others. The four-eyes man exclaimed that the others would now have to exist like this for the rest of their lives or something. The brunette replied that they just needed to wait until the medicine left their system. He looked through the crowd and said that since they couldn't fight the locals, they should just leave. The trio rushed into the alley. The hypnotized villagers studied, "This man will come." They reached out their hands for the heroes and ran after them. The red-haired girl and the bespectacled guy ran after the healer. They were out of breath. Junho exhaled that it seemed like they had broken away. Ahead was the doll workshop. They had made it. The hero opened the door and called out to Elder Harvey. His eyes widened. Jix was lying on the floor, covered in blood. The healer crouched down next to him and began to ask him to come to his senses. The wounded man opened his eyes. His face was pale. He asked for help and said that his teacher was killed by Fengrel. The red-haired guy left. He looked up and said that he thought so. An orange sphere glowed. The man said, "This look suits you very well, master." A huge golem stood in front of him. The healer bandaged Jix. He looked at the boy carefully. Ceramic fragments were stuck in different parts of his body. It was a miracle that he had lived to see them. The patient was sitting on the floor. Next to him, the red-haired girl was helping to wash the wound with water. The four-eyes man stood nearby. The healer finished giving first aid. The red-haired man thanked him. The four-eyes man turned to look at the master's corpse. Horror was frozen on the teacher's face. One of his arms was torn off. They asked Jix what had happened here. The boy became serious. He said that 2 days ago, when they had stopped receiving news from the trio, Fengrel had come to their workshop and made an offer. The boy recalled their meeting. The red-haired man had said that if they cooperated with him, he would give them the medicine. If it had happened earlier, Harvey would have been so angry that he would have kicked him out. But at that moment, the effect of his medicine wore off, and the protagonist was nowhere to be seen. The master was very nervous and finally agreed to the deal. Jix closed his eyes. The bespectacled man looked at him. The red-haired man quoted his teacher, "Life is above all else, so what's the problem with stepping over pride?" Junho noted that this guy is very consistent. The healer looked at the injured man and asked what Fengrel's demands were. The guy replied that it was about determining the problem of his ego golem. A golem that does not use magic still needs to be improved. The healer and the girl stood in front of the red-haired man. He continued that the teacher helped make the golem and easily found the problem, but it was as follows. Memories flashed of how Fengrel and Harvey fixed the golem. The red-haired man asked the master to continue to cooperate with him, but he refused. The puppeteer reminded that their workshop committed a huge sin against Vitsmal, and now the master will have to pay for the sins. Fengrel pierced the teacher's chest and pulled out his soul. The healer and his friend were shocked by the story. Did he really take his soul? Jix was upset. He said that he immediately rushed at the villain, but he was fooled. The hero looked at the guy with disapproval. He remembered that the puppeteer was going to make a golem out of the teacher's soul and also cut off his hand. The redhead looked into space. He said that ordinary people would no longer be able to cope with Fengrel. The brunette looked at him and noted that if a deity came soon, her minion would be able to increase his strength and ability to extract souls. In fact, it was no different from a boss monster. Jix covered his face with his hand and began to talk about asking for outside help. However, the hero interrupted him, saying that it was too late. The red-haired girl and the bespectacled man looked at the healer. The hero said that if the red-haired man had not yet created Vitsmal, then they had a chance. The wounded man was surprised and looked at the healer. The guy exhaled and said that he heard that there was an old abandoned temple of Vitsmal on the lower floor of Spencer's workshop. Fengrel would be there. The brunette smiled. A crossbow appeared. The hero threw the weapon over his shoulder and grinned. He suggested that they make some noise. The basement of Spencer's workshop. There were magic circles on the golem's many arms. In front of him sat a doll in the form of a deity. It had the face of a woman. Fengrel looked up at it and admired its beauty. He said that it was a good idea to entrust it to the teacher. The man grinned and thought that in a little while she would be ready. How much effort he had put in during this time. The golem burst open. There was a flame inside it. The red-haired man cried out joyfully. A large statue of a goddess sat in front of the fire. The man smiled joyfully and exclaimed that Vitsmal would finally be resurrected. The healer smiled and said that this would not happen. A blue arrow pierced the doll's head. The statue's head fell down. The puppeteer was shocked. The corner of his lips twitched. He looked at the statues in horror and shouted the name of the goddess. The red-haired man turned to the three, asking who did this. The brunette showed him the crossbow and smiled. All the heroes were fully armed. He said that there was nothing more exciting than breaking someone when this someone was one step away from the goal. The puppeteer's face distorted with anger. The brunette looked down at him with disdain and said, "Long time no see." The hero threw the crossbow over his shoulder and said that 2 days had passed. The red-haired man was furious. He asked in surprise how they got here. His eyes widened when he heard his sister's voice. The girl said that it was all over. She looked at him resolutely and demanded that he stop now. The puppeteer grinned. Then he looked angrily at Rebecca. He roared that she dared to manipulate his dolls. The man chuckled and noticed that she remained on the other side until the very end. He glared at her again and shouted that he should have renounced a person like her long ago. The red-haired girl frowned and asked again. She leaned on the railing and was indignant at how a brother could lock his little sister in the basement. The man replied that she didn't understand that this was a sacred ritual to save Tracoti. A fire was burning behind the statue. The puppeteer said that such a fool should not interfere. The healer pointed the crossbow at him and asked what he could know. A new arrow shone in the weapon. The guy reasoned that it would be okay if he deprived the statue of its arms as well. He fired. The puppeteer turned around and shouted, "Protection." The golem moved his hand and covered the doll from the attack. The arrow pierced the mechanical arm. Fengrel looked at the golem happily and exclaimed that this was what he expected from his excellent teacher. Then he frowned and turned to the heroes. The companions tensed up. The golem rose into the air. The puppeteer smiled and waved his hand. He ordered to crush the new arrivals right now. The golem raised his hand to attack and struck. The three managed to jump back. The girl landed on the railing, and the bespectacled man pushed off the wall. Junho noted that their opponent was scary. The red-haired girl apologized to Elder Harvey beforehand and began the attack. Together with the bespectacled man, she cut off several mechanical arms. The golem began to fall down. Red magic circles appeared around his intact arms. Junho was shocked. The golem was repairing its arm with the other one. The hero stared at the restored monster. His friend grabbed his head and dropped his weapon. The healer said that this was to be expected from an ego golem created by the best puppeteer. The brunette sneered. He said that whoever put his teacher in a doll and made him his slave must have hated Elder Harvey very much. The hero turned to the puppeteer. He smiled and replied that he respected the teacher more than anyone else. He was restoring the statue of the goddess with the help of magic circles. The red-haired man said that he had simply preserved the master's talents and got rid of his flawed humanity. The man smiled madly and exclaimed that now the teacher was devoted to Vitsmal, and with his current body he had become the best puppeteer in the world. The golem struck near the bespectacled man, but he dodged in time. The girl turned her attention to the statue and shouted that her brother was repairing the doll. The healer frowned and replied that nothing could be done. He borrowed a shovel from a friend. The observant gaze skill is used. The hero smiled and said that they needed to break through. The third connection of the Harvey sphere, golem. The fourth connection of the Harvey sphere, golem. The fifth connection of the Harvey sphere, golem. The enemy has been completely restored. The brunette rushed towards him. The golem swung its fist. The healer continued to dodge the blows. He jumped above the golem and thought that completely destroying the arm was ineffective. His gaze slid over the enemy's body parts. The guy thought that he needed to aim for the main joints and destroy them. The hero delivered several slashing blows, breaking the golem's arms. He needed to act quickly before it could restore them again. Seong Hyan noticed the approaching attack. The golem struck the hero, who managed to block the blow. He gritted his teeth and thought that he should have taken into account that he would be hit in return. The man pushed off with his foot and rushed towards the golem's head. Several blows cut off several more arms. The girl and Junho looked on in surprise. The golem lost all its limbs. The hero landed behind it. The red-haired girl exclaimed that it was amazing. The four-eyes man ran up to his friend and asked if he was okay. Rebecca ran after him. The healer leaned on the shovel and replied that everything was okay except for the broken bone. His companion winced and objected that it was not okay. The door of the huge oven slammed shut. The heroes turned around in surprise at the sound. The goddess doll began to bake. The red-haired man watched happily. The healer loaded the crossbow and pointed it at the puppeteer. Fengrel turned around. 2 arrows flew at him and pierced his arm and leg. The man screamed in pain and fell to his knees, his face distorted. He pulled the arrow out of his shoulder and hissed that the hero was in the way until the very end. The brunette smiled. The healer said that he came here to have fun. The red-haired man abruptly pulled the arrow out and stood up. He said that he tried to keep the brunette alive, but he would have to get rid of him right now. The puppeteer touched the floor. Red magic circles began to shine everywhere. Red silhouettes began to appear from them. Mass production of puppets. Seong Hyan looked back at the puppets and said that the enemy was using an annoying skill. Junho pointed at himself and asked to leave it to him. The young man asked if he would take on the role of a tank. The man pressed his feet on the floor. He made a dash, cut several monsters and said that the number was not a problem for him. The next second, the puppets' bodies exploded. Rebecca looked at the puppets and thought that perhaps the quality of the dolls produced had dropped due to the injury. She put her hands in front of her, created a magic circle and came up with something. Magic circles appeared above the puppets, stretching threads to the limbs of the monsters. The girl said that she could control them too. Seong Hyan ran between the puppets and such on his allies. He frowned slightly, took out the blade and thought that he did not have much time left, so he needed to finish off the enemy with one blow. He was approaching the red-haired man. Fengrel was kneeling with his head down. The young man decided that right now he let his guard down. The man suddenly looked at the healer. He put his hand in front of him. A scarlet mixture swirled in space. The man used an earthen shield. Seong Hyan raised his hand with a weapon behind his back. In front of him appeared from the earth and sand. He hit the defense. The man rested his hand on the shield. Shock waves spread to the sides. Just here the man coughed heavily. The hero smiled. He squeezed the handle tighter. His hand was covered with shining symbols. The guy said that, apparently, the enemy had completely abandoned luck. Fengrel looked at him from behind the shield. The system announced the activation of the Earthbone skill. The man's shield began to shine. Suddenly, the bones began to crumble. The system reported that the Earth shield turned into bones. The brunette ran past the remains straight to the enemy. He swung his weapon, smiled and said that he had good skills. Fengrel looked at him in fear. The young man stabbed him with a knife with incredible force. The man's blood spurted out of the wound. Rebecca squeezed her eyes tightly shut. The man frowned with a smile and said that the result was excellent and that the guy did it. He ran to the side. They say there that they need to quickly destroy the furnace. The brunette called what was happening strange. He held the handle of the knife and said that he did not think that the enemy died so stupidly. One of the man's puppets smiled and said that he knew it would be like this. She pulled the lever. The furnace door began to open, revealing a powerful flame. The guy turned around in surprise. Junho raised his eyebrows in shock. Flames began to burst out of the furnace. A figure of a goddess was visible inside. Junho fell down and said that the door opened on its own. The brunette added that this could not be. Suddenly he noticed one of the puppets. The doll with Fengrel's appearance spread its arms out to the sides. The girl raised her eyebrows, looked back at the doll and said that her brother had just died. The healer wiped his cheek and said that this crazy guy had done something and left a tiny bit of his soul in his body, just enough to keep his body moving. He noticed a bright glow in the monster's chest and then finished telling you that he had torn out the rest and placed it in the doll. The man with glasses looked at the opponent and asked if he was crazy and how he could tear out his own soul. Fengrel did not laugh and asked if they really hadn't figured it out yet. He smiled contentedly. The man looked at the statue of the deity, saying that he would do anything for her. Rebecca and Seong Hyan looked at what was happening. The man added that their lives would also benefit her. Suddenly, fingers appeared from behind the door. The statue rose on its leg and came out of the furnace. The man said that the goddess was coming. She kept her eyes closed. The woman came down from the furnace. Fengrel fell to her knees and called her name. He served her hands and reverently said her name again. He looked into the face of the goddess and said that she had waited a long time for this, and although it took hundreds of years to get here. Wismel kept her head slightly lowered. The man added that they sincerely congratulated her on becoming a god again. The Trakati guys looked at her in surprise. The girl called the statue an ancient goddess, the guardian of the city. Fengrel looked to the side and turned to the woman. He looked at the guys and asked if she saw these fools. His hair fluttered in the wind. The man added that they were sinners who interfered with the sacred ritual of resurrection. Wismel turned her head to the side. The guy ordered her to punish them. The woman walked towards the guys. The man said that it was still a doll, so if anything, they would smash it to pieces. He looked at it, which addressed him by name. The guy frowned and asked him to get ready. The woman raised her hand up. She put it in front of her and released a powerful aura. The energy began to press with incredible force on the heroes present. The guy raised an eyebrow in surprise, seeing a message that he was using a sense of awe. His mind's wear was reduced. The sword fell to the ground with a ringing sound. The woman continued to press on the guys. The man asked what it was, because his body was getting heavier. Seong Hyan frowned and said that it was awe. The woman looked at him with an ominous shining eye. The guy said that this is a special skill of divine beings that reduces the power of the mind, and because of this ability, low-ranking beings have a hard time resisting the gods. The man narrowed his eyes and said that his breath was caught, then asked the guy if he was okay or not. The guys looked at Seong Hyan in surprise. Hearing the words that he was about to die, the man said that compared to them, he looked normal. Energy began to circle around the goddess's hand. A powerful charge of magic appeared in front of her palm. The man screamed in fear. Seong Hyan stepped back slightly. He grabbed Rebecca by the arm. In the same way, he took Junho. Wismol made a powerful shot. The guy quickly ran away, holding his allies in his hands. Suddenly, a powerful explosion illuminated the space. The guys were lying next to the crater that had formed. The guy got up from his allies. The man said that this was probably a laser installation. Dammit answered that to be more precise, it was a wave of saturated divine power. Suddenly Junho noticed something. He grabbed the healer's hand and said that she was injured. The brunette put his palm on it and used the hemostasis skill, then said that it was just a superficial injury. The goddess walked towards them. The guy said that even weakened, she was as powerful as before. Junho asked him if he really thought this was weakening. Energy hovered around her body. The guy said that the god had half of the Trakati residents under his control, and even they were in a state of drug addiction, and compared to her golden times, she was much weaker. The man frowned slightly and asked if this meant that there was a chance. The messenger looked at him and said that in any case, the gods would easily destroy an ordinary person. Fengrel looked at them and laughed loudly, saying that this was incredibly stupid. He raised his hand and added that if they said right now that they wanted to become loyal followers of the goddess, he might also spare their lives. The man asked in surprise if he was really saying this. Seong Hyan turned around in irritation. Junho frowned angrily. The opponent added that he needed a guard golem to protect the city. The man pointed his finger at him and shouted, asking if he wanted a golem to use as a slave. The woman began to gather energy in her palm again. Put her hand in front of her and pointed it at the guys. The man exclaimed in surprise. The brunette picked up the girl. The man turned around. Seong Hyan said that it was time for them to get out. The blast wave threw Junho away. Seong Hyan ran away from the impact site. The man fell face down on the floor. He crawled away from the crater and asked if there was a real way to win. Hai looked at him and asked if the man thought he could fight a typhoon or tsunami and win. Junho said that they needed to run. It was impossible to fight such a disaster. The healer smiled and said that in the same way there are divine beings, it is better to avoid what is impossible to fight. The man lowered his head and remembered the city, asking what would happen to Trakati if they escaped. The guy frowned and thought that he would not allow the city to be destroyed. The woman walked towards them. The boy added that Fengrel, having come under the protection of the goddess, would absorb the surroundings of Lake Pitstall and moreover would completely capture the western continent. He chuckled and added that running away was clearly not his style. The woman rose above the ground. The boy thought that they needed to somehow seize the initiative. Suddenly, a scarlet silhouette of a woman appeared above him. Her voice sounded in his head. He looked back at his ally and wondered what kind of voice it was. A scarlet symbol appeared on the guy's hand. The voice in his head said that it wanted to help him. The boy looked at him in surprise. An unfamiliar voice added that the guy should use the power of his left hand. Wismol put her hand in the direction of the boy. The man said that this was a new attack. A powerful beam of energy was directed towards them. Junho said that he could not dodge. The young man looked at the attack with a calm expression. He rose on his foot. The system announced the acquisition of a new skill. The man turned to his ally and asked what he was doing. The goddess's attack was about to catch up with them. The boy extended his left hand in front of him, activating the faith of Wismol. A huge symbol of the goddess appeared in the space above them. A bright flash lit up the room. Fengrel smiled widely, laughed and said that the guy was really stupid. The entire room was filled with smoke from the explosion. The man raised his hand and said that they should have known their place and not stuck their heads out. Suddenly, he noticed something in surprise. The smoke cleared. The guys were standing on an untouched piece of land. The boy stood motionless with his hand extended upward. Fengrel recoiled in surprise and said that he was able to survive, receiving the wrath of a god. Seong Hyan slightly lowered his hands, confirming what was said. On the back of his palm there was still a pattern symbol. The system reported that the goddess's protection surrounded him, and the damage was greatly reduced. But it was also possible to ignore the awe. The guy thought that this was the power of a god, so it should be. The goddess's silhouette bowed its head. The guy said that although he did not know why, but he received power. Wismol hovered behind the boy, protecting him with her hands. The guy looked at the opponent, took hold of his wrist and said that now he can play around for a bit. The goddess statue walked towards them. Junho asked the guy if he was okay or not. The boy smiled and said that he was fine. The man said that if he had any abilities, he should have shown them earlier. The opponent gritted his teeth and asked how a human could reflect the mistress's attack. The statue stretched out both hands in front of itself, accumulating energy. The man said that it was simply impossible. The guys looked at the attack that was about to happen. The brunette ordered her ally to take cover in a safe place. Junho wanted to object. The brunette looked at him with a smile and said that it was his duty to protect his comrades. Junho looked ahead in frustration, thinking that the guy wanted to say that he should just leave so as not to interfere. He frowned and said that he understood him, so he would go and take care of the girl. The man took the ally in his arms and ran away. Fengrel felt sorry for the palm, frowned and asked the goddess if she would really let them escape. The statue attacked again. The guy raised his shining hand. He put it in front of himself, blocking the attack with a shield with a beautiful pattern. The young man smiled and said that it did not even bother him. He was confused and said that perhaps the goddess had weakened due to the wrong faith of his opponent. Fengrel stepped back slightly and said that something was wrong. The brunette raised his hands, smiled and said that no god would love followers who were considered puppets. The man gritted his teeth. The guy added that if he were in the vagina's place, he would kill him first. The statue prepared for the next attack. The man said that the guy did not dare to humiliate his faith, and because of this he would kill him. Seong Hyan jumped up. He flew between two explosions. The guy made his way closer to the statue, looking back at her attack. He rose into the air and headed towards the goddess. The guy took out his blade and asked the enemy about Tom whether he loved his faith. Seong Hyan delivered a powerful blow, but the goddess blocked it with a shield. Here his attacks began to diverge shock waves. The young man looked at the place of impact and thought that it was a barrier unusually difficult to even approach it. The guy's weapon glowed brightly. The system reported that Wismel's faith was emitting red light. He destroyed the barrier with one sweeping blow, thinking that it was all unimportant now. He aimed the attack at the head of the statue. A blade began to appear in the goddess's hand. She blocked the guy's attack with her weapon. The opponents exchanged several blows, missing each other. Junho watched from around the corner and thought that the guy was not giving in even when fighting a god. They crossed blades again. The guy continued to press on the goddess's weapon and thought that she had a vulnerability. Fengrel looked up at the battle. The guy thought that she was just a puppet in the hands of this man, and then wondered if someone who had never fought could properly control the power of a god. The man gritted his teeth. The guy said that even the strongest would not be able to show their abilities if the one who commands could not cope. He struck again and added that he could not show his abilities. The sword flew out of the goddess's hands. Fengrel frowned and shouted her name. The statue began to fall to the ground. The boy thought that if he struck, he could destroy this puppet. He frowned and wondered if it was safe. He remembered the images of the city dwellers he knew and thought that their souls were in the creature's body. Suddenly, he raised his eyebrows in surprise. Hearing the voice of the goddess, the woman addressed him. The giant silhouette of Wismel hung over him. The woman asked him to sever the connection between her and Fengrel. She kept her eyes closed, saying that if the boy did this, she would be able to awaken. The young man frowned and thought about her words. Suddenly, he raised his eyebrows in surprise. He looked at his opponent and said that the lady was giving him a message. He swung his blade to strike. Seong Hyan activated the observer's eye. The goddess's faith illuminated the red connection. Suddenly, the guy saw a giant cross and threads going to the goddess. Fengrel frowned and shouted at the guy, ordering him to stop. The brunette made a sweeping strike and used separation. The blade of his knife cut off all connections with the statue. Fengrel looked at his thread and quietly began to deny what happened. He watched as the statue fell to the ground and said that the connection was breaking. The woman continued to fall down. Fengrel loudly screamed about the connection between him and the goddess. Suddenly, she opened her eyelids. A powerful vortex of scarlet energy began to emanate from her body. The guy landed and slid several meters along the floor. He looked at the giant sphere of energy gathered around the goddess and thought there that this was her true form, freed from the shackles. Wismel came out and floated above the ground. The goddess, covered in various patterns, looked at the guy. Seong Hyan knelt before her. The woman smiled and sincerely thanked him. She fixed her hair and said that thanks to him she was able to awaken. The guy said with a smile that he did not deserve thanks. The goddess turned her head to the side. She looked at the craters formed by her attacks. Suddenly, she noticed a man peeking out from around the corner. She closed her eyes, lowered her head and said that she should have been a little faster. Seong Hyan said that there was nothing to worry about. She opened her palm and created a magical charge in it. Streams of aura from her hand went to Junho. The Mana goddess embraced the bodies of Rebecca and Junho. The system announced that the powers of the goddess were enveloping their bodies, and all wounds were being healed. And suddenly the girl opened her eyes. Mom also restored their spiritual energy. The guys were surprised by the effect. The goddess smiled happily. She turned to the brunette and said that he also had wounds. The young man replied that he was fine. He thought with a calm expression that she was really unique, because usually gods are arrogant and demand worship from people. Wismel looked at the guy with pity, putting her hand to her chest. The young man thought there that she was very kind to them. Fengrel with his head down said that the goddess helped his opponent. He looked at her, touched her chest and asked why she did it, because it was he who resurrected her. The woman turned to him. Seong Hyan smiled and said that the man brought her back to life to use her for his own purposes, so, as it seems to him, this will not please her. He put his hand on his waist, looked at the goddess and asked if she would tell him how he tricked her. Junho confirmed these words and called the opponent a heartless scoundrel who used a god. The woman smiled softly and said that she did not need it, and although she made a great mistake. Seong Hyan looked at her in confusion. The woman finished her sentence by saying that this child was also from Trakati, so she could not judge him. He was stunned and asked her if this was normal. The woman answered with a smile that parents cannot hate their child. The young man touched his chin and thought there that apparently he had been dead for too long, and his head was spinning. Fengrel looked ahead in surprise, realizing what had happened. He touched his chest, laughed loudly and said that this means that you are not mistaken. He raised his hand, looked at the boys and told the goddess that these three were interfering with her resurrection and the revival of Trakati. He smiled tensely, looked at the goddess and asked if she would punish them. The woman looked at him sadly. She did not take her eyes off the man, saying that she forgives him, but that does not mean that his sins have disappeared. Wismal asked him about how many lives he ruined to achieve this. The man looked at her confused and said that he knew he was a sinner, but it was all for the sake of her resurrection. The woman put her hand on his shoulder and called him a poor child. She approached and said that his greatest sin was that he tried to resurrect her. Fengrel was stunned by what he heard and asked why she said that. He remembered her lying body and said that he forgot about her because of the puppets. He imagined the transfer of the amulet from one hand to another and said that the transfer of Kamra's power was not enough, and he even contributed to the fall of the sect. The guy frowned tensely and said that they all hated him. The woman closed her eyes and said that she never hated him. The man could not understand why. She smiled softly, let him go and said that a parent cannot hate their children. Streams of smoke swept through the room. The goddess added that her existence was very painful, namely that her beloved children lost their identity and became her puppets. The guy stepped back and said that it was impossible. He despaired and added that she hated, which means that she did not want to be resurrected, and therefore all this time. Seong Hyan took a step forward and finished his sentence by saying that he was a complete idiot. He continued walking towards the man, saying that he was just a villain using the name of a god to create chaos. Fengrel denied it. The woman looked at the brunette. The guy added that the man did everything for Wismal, but always blamed the puppets and Kamra. He pointed his finger at the enemy and sternly said that he broke her heart. The man shed a tear and screamed loudly. He fell to his knees and begged her for forgiveness. Rebecca and Junho looked at him sadly. The man said that he was wrong and that he thought this would make her happy. The woman closed her eyes and turned away from him. The man added that he was unable to understand it. Seong Hyan kicked him in the face. He looked at the enemy with a calm expression and said that even if he killed him, order in Trakati would not be restored. Fengrel looked at him fearfully. The guy added that after his death, all this would definitely not happen again. The blade of his sword glowed red. Seong Hyan knelt down, stabbed the man in the chest and said that he could stop everything. Fengrel screamed loudly. His vision became cloudy. The man asked the goddess not to leave him. His head fell to the ground. The man said the goddess's name one last time. The debris and remains lay on the floor. The brunette said that now it was over. The goddess stroked the body of the dead man. The guy asked her if he should have left him alive. Wismal shook her head and said that this child had made too many mistakes and that she would forgive him, but others would not forget. She ran her hand over the tree of his chest and said that she was prepared for this, but it still hurt. Wismal looked at Junho, who approached her. The man said that it was all because they were family. Rebecca cried and said that no matter how bad they were family. The goddess looked at her in surprise. She silently hugged the girl. Pressing her to herself, the goddess said that it was very hard for her. The woman smiled softly and said that she was glad that she was okay. Rebecca raised her eyebrows pitifully and called the goddess's name. The women stood hugging. Silence hung in the room. The haze dissipated throughout the room. The brunette told the goddess that he still had a few questions that were bothering him. Junho consoled the girl. The goddess asked the guy about what interested him. The guy replied that he wanted to ask about many things that needed to be verified. She touched her chest, closed her eyes and said that he was the first hero to save Trakati, so he would answer any questions. The boy smiled irritably and thought that he was sure that all these tests were not in vain, because he needed to learn at least something about the administrators and the movements between dimensions. He looked at his allies and asked if she minded if they did not talk in private. The woman walked on her fingers and said that she would do something to protect them from prying ears. Mana vines appeared around them. The guys were surprised to notice that a tangle of magical plants appeared in the middle of the room. The goddess said that she would create a barrier, and that no one would hear them there, and that the power of the gods was truly incredible, after which he decided to get down to business. He remembered how the woman addressed him during the battle and said that she should have known that he came from another dimension. The guy lowered his head and said that he would ask her directly. He frowned, touched her chest and asked if she could return him back to his home world with her power. The girl smiled and apologized to him. Xiang Haiyan looked into her eyes and thought it was fair. The goddess put her head on her hand and said that to move between dimensions, divine power is needed, and now it is very weak. The guy scratched his head and asked her if he could return if he asked another powerful god for help. The woman said that it could be more difficult than he thought. She schematically imagined moving between dimensions and said that to move, you need to know the exact coordinates. She imagined many different pocket watches and said that finding the coordinates of his world is not that difficult, but it will take a lot of time from a human point of view. The guy grabbed his head and asked how long it would take. The goddess said that it would take at least several hundred years. She looked at her hand and asked if he got to this world by call, because the one who called him must know the coordinates of his homeland. The young man remembered the blue silhouette of the girl and thought that this is why none of those who came to Earth were able to return. He frowned slightly and added that this meant that he would have to cooperate with that bastard, the administrator. The woman's barrier blocked the sound. She asked if there was anything else that interested him. The guy replied that there were things he wanted to ask about first. He came close to her, remembered his new skill, and asked how she interfered with the status screen. The guy remembered how the system reported receiving a new skill and said that the woman used the status screen to transfer her power to him, and that he had met many beings, but no one could do anything like this. With a calm expression on her face, the goddess replied that it turned out that it was called a status screen and that it was not surprising that no one could interfere with it. She imagined the silhouette of a person and said that this system was created by a being of colossal power. They stood opposite each other. The guy asked her how she was able to do it. Wismo replied that it was quite easy for her. She touched her chest and said that she was registered in this status window. Xiang Haiyan remembered in surprise how she felt the touch of her hand on herself and thought that this is why he was able to register his left hand in the status screen. He looked away and thought about who this administrator is, because he needs to have enough power to become part of the god system. The young man presented various items and thought that if receiving holy items is a condition for registering a god, then why is the protection from Kirkarashtal not listed in the achievements or roulette? The woman listened carefully to his words about how when he received other holy items, the registration did not work. He took out a couple of things from his inventory and said that the status interference only happened in the case of this crossbow. The woman touched her chin and looked at the shining sphere. The young man asked her if there was a reason for this. The goddess replied that it was just an ordinary holy item with the power of a god. She touched her chest and said that her left hand contained her will. She looked at the weapon in the guy's hands and said that this crossbow was similar to this one, although it had become silent, but the divine will was still dormant inside. The guy asked her what she meant. The woman looked at him and said that divine beings leave flowers, objects filled with their will, before they disappear. Xiang Haiyan looked at the system notifications that appeared. The girl said that it was thus fair to say. The guy looked up at the inscriptions. The girl called it the will of a forgotten god. The system notification said that an artifact of a forgotten god was an achievement for finding an artifact left by a forgotten god. He frowned slightly and thought that the goddess was right, because all the damaged signs were restored, and although he did not know why this was happening, but the administrator. He imagined 2 magical items and finished his thought by saying that the administrator accumulates the will of the gods in items. The sphere in his hand began to dissolve into thin air. The young man thanked the goddess and said that he had received a great deal of information. The woman replied that she was glad to help him. He asked her with a calm expression about what had happened to Trakati in the past. The woman looked at him sadly. The boy asked if he understood correctly that she had sacrificed herself to protect the city. The goddess closed her eyes, apologized, and said that her consciousness of that long ago time was foggy. She folded her hands below and said that perhaps it was due to the unstable resurrection. With a calm expression, she added that she remembered exactly who had fought her. The goddess remembered how the cuts from their blows flew through the air. The blue-haired man hovered in front of her. He frowned and created a projectile. The woman said that his nickname was Natka. Xiang Haiyan frowned and thought that he had heard that name too. He looked at the goddess and thought about what it meant to not forget, unlike her. The guy imagined the white-haired boy standing under the skeleton, and thought that if you think about it, Kirkarashtal was also a Balgam who died and was reborn, and the administrator, apparently, also became a deity. The boy frowned and decided that if many gods disappeared and were forgotten, he imagined the appearances and battles of different deities. I will finish the question by saying that they probably waged war with each other. The girl's barrier began to disperse. She raised her hand. The guy walked away. The guys ran to him. The man asked him about what they talked about for so long. The brunette in response asked him about whether he was really so interested in it. The man lowered his eyebrows and said that if he stayed with the doctor, he would die of curiosity. Xiang Haiyan said that he was free and could not leave. The man shed a tear from what he heard. The guy touched his chin and thought that he had to find out the reasons for the attacks of the deities on each other and the reason why the gods disappeared and became forgotten. He stretched out his hand to the power of this girl and decided that he could understand why the administrator was accumulating the will of the gods. The guy squeezed his palm and decided that when he learned the true goal, he would make them crawl to his feet. He smiled maniacally and thought that he would return their debt tenfold. The administrator stretched out her hand to the image of the guy and said that they would meet soon. The space was covered with chains. The woman rose to her feet and said that they would meet soon and she would wait for it. The morning sun rose over the city. The guys walked along the street. The man said that outside the estate everything was still quiet. The brunette replied that half of the residents were under the influence of drugs and the enemy tore out the soul of the other half. The goddess suddenly stopped and said that because of her, many children lost their lives. Junho put his hands behind his head and asked the guy if it was really impossible to save Harvey. He replied that it would be difficult. He imagined the killed monster and his comrade, after which he said that even if they somehow got the soul, there would be nowhere to put it because the body had been dead for a long time. Rebecca looked down and said that she would probably never see them again, her comrades and sister. The goddess turned to her sad face. Tears appeared in the girl's eyes. The woman touched her cheek and asked her not to cry. She smiled softly and said that the girl had done everything she could. Rebecca took her hand. The goddess said that the girl could provide it to her. Her body shone with a bright light. The goddess asked the girl if she had forgotten about it. The woman smiled widely. Her hair rose into the air. The goddess said that she was the patroness of the city. Streams of wind and mana began to emanate from her, and a magic circle appeared under her feet. The energy of the goddess swept through the streets of the city. Suddenly, shining particles began to appear in the air. Silhouettes of people appeared along the street. Junho was very surprised by what he saw. The brunette explained that this was the resurrection of the dead. The man looked at him and asked if the guy meant a real resurrection. The man looked at the citizens appearing. The brunette confirmed his guess and said that this is one of the 3 greatest taboos for a person, an achievement that no person has managed to fully accomplish. The shining silhouettes of people became more and more distinct. The guy added that only gods are capable of such a thing. Rebecca looked ahead pitifully and said that everyone is returning to life. She ran to the goddess and thanked her loudly. Suddenly, the girl noticed that the goddess's body was falling apart. She took her hand and loudly called her by name. The man turned around and asked the brunette what was happening. The healer with a calm expression explained that the current goddess was created from the souls of the inhabitants. He remembered how the golden shells flew in all directions and said that since the dead were resurrected, their souls returned to their places. This means. Wismal looked ahead with a devastated look. The young man said that she would soon disappear, having lost her will. The girl shocked her and said that this could not be because they had just met without even having time to really talk. The goddess smiled softly. The guys were standing in the middle of the street. The goddess said heavily that the girl did not need to be sad because she was just returning to her place. She looked away. The brunette asked her how she could be so altruistic. The woman smiled and said that it was natural for parents to love their children. The man with glasses looked at her incomprehensibly, agreed and said that parents live to see the joy of their children. The brunette asked if this was true. He raised one eyebrow incomprehensibly and thought that he did not understand this, because why sacrifice yourself for others without hesitation? The woman with a calm expression turned to him. Hugging Rebecca, the goddess said that when she disappeared, he would no longer be able to use the power she lent him. The guy replied that he understood this. He presented a window of each of the new skills and said that they required the strength of the left hand, so they would become useless. He remembered the transmission of the amulet again and said that the relic of the goddess would also become an ordinary stone, and there would be fuss and camera again. The guy frowned and thought that it was a shame to lose such a brilliant skill, and most importantly, the bone of the earth cannot be replaced by anything. He looked at the shining goddess and thought about whether he should stop the resurrection. The woman said that therefore, so that he could continue to use the skills even if she disappeared. 2 system windows opened in front of the young man. They suddenly began to change color from red to blue. The woman said that they needed to be adapted to him. The system reported that the guy received the skill of influence on the soul and the hand of Horus. The guy thought that the skills were modified. Shining particles scattered through the air. The goddess said that she did not have time to explain in detail, but it would be useful to him. The guy sincerely thanked her. The man looked at the goddess and said that she was the best goddess he had ever met. The woman looked at him and with a calm expression said who he was, but the censors closed her speech. The man was confused but looked at her and wondered if it was a curse. The brunette said that he did not think so. Wismal looked in front of her and said that now she really had to go. Silhouettes of people shone behind the crying girl. The goddess said that she could no longer protect this city, and from now on they would have to protect the forest and the village on their own. The men looked after her. The guy thought that the power that protected Trakati would simply disappear. The rays of the warm sun fell on the crowns of the trees. The guy thought that now strangers would be able to wander through the forest. Monsters would freely attack this area. The woman smiled widely and said that she believed in them. Streams of energy from her body began to ascend to the sun. The goddess said that they needed to gather strength to overcome difficulties and that they were her children. Rebecca covered her tear-stained face and said that they would definitely do it. She smiled with tears in her eyes and said goodbye to the goddess. A light glow hung in the air. The goddess said that she loved them very much. Fluffy clouds floated across the sky. Junho closed his eyes and said that if the administrator was even a little like the goddess, they would have returned to Earth long ago. The brunette said that in that case, they would not even have been caught. He opened the system window with a smile and said that they still have achievements because they received the 4th skill for free. On the system window there was an inscription from the goddess saying that someday this text will be read by her child. The guy thought about when this message appeared. He imagined the goddess folding her arms across her chest. Wismal wrote that someday this text will be read by a child because it took a lot of energy to create a powerful skill for him. A task opened up in front of the guy with the goal of collecting 12,500 points. The woman turned to him and said that this is why she completed the task instead of him. The guy looked at the system window in a stupor. The woman apologized for using the points without permission because she did not have time to warn him, and then said that an unknown item had been received as a reward. She carefully placed it in his inventory. The guy raised his eyebrows in irritation. The next message was in the shape of a heart. The woman said that she loved him immensely. The system reported that the guy had 8 accumulated points left. He looked up at the sky, cursed, and said that she had done nothing and had put herself on display. An image of a goddess appeared in the clouds, making a heart with her hands. The guy continued to curse. The system reported the use of a skill. Above the guy's palm was a skeleton's palm. He clenched both hands into a fist, thinking that now it was clear, which meant that this was a skill that changed the left hand. With its help he would be able to use the power of his left hand again. He pictured a bird drawn, thinking that he thought the name was related to a hawk, but on the continent it meant bone. He looked down thoughtfully. Harvey asked what he was doing there instead of healing him. He was lying on the bed, saying that everyone else had gotten back on their feet long ago, but he was still lying there. Next to Seong Hyan was a skeleton hand. He thought that it seemed like the others couldn't see it. He was in a doll workshop. The information window said that the skill of interacting with the soul was being used. The skeleton hand was surrounded by a glow. The system reported that he could interact with the soul. The man screamed when the hand touched his chest. The system reported the use of the extraction skill. The bone fingers pulled the blue glow. The healer held it and told Harvey that it was a soul. He screamed for it to be returned. The boy imagined the diagram of the hand with the drop, thinking that the interaction with the soul, the skill that allows you to work with it, the power of the god of faith Wismal disappeared along with it. Seong Hyan remembered how the heroes stood in the square and thought that this is why it seems that a useful skill was added instead. The hand held the soul. The healer said that as he saw, everything was bad enough. He sat next to the bed, saying that because it was used as a source of energy for a huge golem, the soul was badly damaged. The body is fine, but the personality that should move it is damaged and cannot control it properly. The patient turned around dissatisfied and asked, in his opinion, he is stupid, enough explanations, let him heal. Seong Hyan said that there is a condition. His palm was surrounded by a glow. The healer said that he will have to cooperate with them to protect Trakoti. Harvey frowned and asked again, then heard a suggestion to think about how things were now. Many monsters rushed to the settlements. The brunette said that the blessing of Wismal, which protected the village, disappeared. This is a good time for monsters to attack. It will also affect the living conditions of the residents. The forest will become dangerous. They will not be able to freely collect herbs and food. He introduced a huge golem and said that the person needs to place combat golems to protect against attacks and teach the residents to make dolls so that they can protect themselves. The man indignantly shouted that he wanted to pass on technology to ordinary people. Was he crazy for him to do this? Seong Hyan twirled the blue ball on his finger and asked, does that mean he doesn't want to? The patient frowned, thinking that nothing could be done. He would pretend to cooperate and then run away. Harvey smiled, saying that if he, having been cured, tried to run away. The healer gloomily imagined the figure of the red-haired man and promised to personally send him to his favorite student. The man trembled and said that he understood. The bony hands manipulated the soul. Seong Hyan thought that he needed to collect and glue the scattered twisted pieces of the soul. He dripped a blue liquid and thought that if he poured in the soul essence necessary for the connection. A bright ball shone in front of the healer. Words were heard that it was ready. Now he would be able to move. The ball went to the man's chest. Seong Hyan looked at the vessel in his hand, thinking that Wismal had put the soul essence in the inventory, so the treatment was done right away. If only the administrator could learn such a feeling. The boy turned to the girl who came in, who said that Madame Marson was looking for him. He turned to the patient and said that he was leaving. Harvey shouted for him to leave here. In the Adventurers Guild, Trakoti Marson handed the boy a scroll, saying that the payment for the work done was deposited in the Adventurers Guild. The boy stood in front of him and asked what kind of paper it was. She replied that it was a letter of recommendation from the leader. If you present it to another guild, you can get privileges. The healer put it in his robe and thanked the woman, who said that she was also grateful for saving the village. She looked down and asked, did the doll workshop agree to cooperate in restoring the village? She imagined an angry man. The doctor said that he seemed easy to convince. She replied that after he died and was resurrected, even such an angry person changes. The girl touched his hand and said that the technology of making dolls was the last legacy of Wismal. The problem was that it was exclusive to a certain class. Rebecca said that their family wanted to actively cooperate with the doll workshop. Turning to the woman, she promised that they would sell off the family's property to allocate funds for the needs of the village. Junho touched his cheek and asked if this was too much. The girl replied that the guilt for her brother's crime should be covered by their family. She looked down, saying that she wanted to live like Rebecca. Looking at her, Seong Hyun advised her to try to master the art of dolls. Now any resident of Trekoti can become an apprentice. The girl looked out the window, saying that maybe she would study the art of dolls and take care of the red forest. There were trees near the village. There was a dense forest around. Now it is called the Wismal Forest. A lantern was burning near the Adventurers Guild Inn. Seong Hyun was lying on the bed, thinking that tomorrow he could leave this village. It was quite difficult and tedious before going to bed because he had to drink one portion of recovery. He looked at the information window, asking how many portions he had left, and was surprised. On the screen in front of him was an inventory in which there was a new item, a sleeping ticket. The description announced that it was received as a reward for the quest. An unspecified item was carefully placed in the inventory. Lying on the pillow, the guy thought that Wismal had mentioned this thing. In his hand was a blue ticket. He asked that it should be placed under the pillow before going to bed. The healer put the ticket under the pillow. On the bed, he thought that he did not know, but this is an item that he spent almost 30,000 points on. He hopes this is not another useless thing. His eyes began to close, but he thought that otherwise he would definitely kill this administrator. Drops of water splashed. Seong Hyun opened his eyes in surprise. It was as if he was lying on water. Sitting up, he looked around and asked, is this a dream, a sleeping ticket? So this is an item for sleeping. There were chains around. The hero said that since the status window does not open, it seems that this is really a dream. A notification appeared that he had successfully arrived. The brunette turned around in surprise. There was a large cube behind the chains. He approached and asked what it was. Next to the cube entwined with chains, there was a new window that said, will it be clearer if I say this? A blue information window appeared in front of the guy. It was in front of the cube, and it said that she was really waiting for his arrival. Seong Hyun frowned, saying, really? The new window reported that she was the creature that brought him here. There were seals with chains holding the cube around. The system reported that she was calling someone an administrator. The cube surrounded by chains floated in the air. A message appeared that she was a divine being forgotten in history and the memories of people. Seong Hyun looked forward in shock. He gloomed and asked, is she an administrator? The hero ran closer, saying, what a meeting. Swinging his fist, he shouted that he would beat her first. The chains flew apart from the blows. The guy kicked, leaving a flash. He looked at the cube, asking what the hell is this? She doesn't want to be beaten, so she put on armor with chains. He swung his leg and heard the answer that they are not for protection, they are what binds her. Standing in front of the cube, the healer thought that he should have beaten her right away, but like this he can't even approach. He stood in front of the information window, asking why this happened, and received the answer that it was a long story. It was sealed. The chains enveloped the cube. The receptionist said that there was a limitation on certain words, so she could not explain in detail. Let him imagine that she was betrayed by those she trusted. The figure of the guy was reflected in the facet. He saw that she brought him here because she needed someone who could remove the seal. Seong Hyun stood in front of the cube. The deity said that the place where she was sealed was the world of the subconscious. What is called a dream? More precisely, it is a dream within a dream or a dream within a dream. The guy turned around when he heard the question if he saw a door behind him. The door was in the form of a flexible drop. The receptionist said that this door is called Beyond the Subconscious. An ordinary person needs to go through this door to get here, which appears with a probability of 1 in 5922 in a dream. Seong Hyun put his hand on his hip and said that although it is difficult, the chance of getting in is not so small. The receptionist remembered the various people who stood before her and said that as she said, many people came here. She explained the situation to them and asked them to remove the seal. The girl pulled herself up on the bed, saying that she seemed to be dreaming. The receptionist said that they forgot all the promises as soon as they woke up. The healer chuckled, saying that they forgot the dream. Maybe it was also because of the seal. The chain came from a bright round seal. The forgotten deity said that it was true. This seal not only bound her, but also contained a special curse that made people forget about the dream as soon as they woke up. Seong Hyun spread his hands, saying that such a carefully thought out curse, it was obvious that it was not easy to remove, but she continued to explain. Putting his hands in his pockets, The healer said that it meant that she had created a blessing that could counter the curse. There was a blue glow next to the cube. The receptionist said yes, but there was another problem. She imagined a girl with her hands together in prayer and said that the people of this continent worship their own gods, so she couldn't cast a blessing on them. The cube was black. The receptionist said that she then thought. The girl was bound in chains, saying that if there was no being in this world that could save her, what if she tried another world? She imagined the universe, saying that she found the world like that and there is the influence of deities, but many people do not follow them. She imagined stretching out her hands to the universe, saying that a world where there is no magic, but there is the concept of skills and magic. She imagined the planet Earth and said that she was sure that the people of Earth would be able to help her. Seong Hyan pointed his finger at the window with displeasure and said that why Korea, judging by the fact that most of the displaced people failed, should it be crossed off the list. He pointed to the information window, which said that he was well aware of the status window. The shackled girl presented a smartphone and pictures, saying that while thinking about how to give strength to the inhabitants of the earth, she naturally came across their works. The most interesting element in them was the status window. Seong Hyan looked at her in amazement. He stood in front of the cube and said that he never thought that a god would read webtoons from another universe. The receptionist said that it was fun. Seong Hyan noted that she even learned the language. Words were heard from the cube that she also decided to quit the roulette. Seong Hyan kicked the cube, shouting angrily. He kicked it with his foot, shouting that she had mocked him from the beginning. She brought a person here to remove the seal. His foot froze over the chain when he heard that if he saved her, she would send him home, but of course, that was not all. He froze in the same pose when he heard that she could give him back what he had lost. The guy stood next to her, saying that he hadn't lost anything in principle. Speaking of what he had lost, it was the house he had left behind in Korea. He imagined the people he had met and heard that everyone she had brought here had lost something valuable. The healer waved her hand and asked to be more specific. Junho was crying and devastated. The deity said that she had chosen a man who wanted to return all his wealth, lost because he had bailed out a friend for 20 years. The guy looked at the cube that said that the one who did not strive could not save her, and thought that the only thing he wanted was to kill her. He shifted his gaze, thinking that of course he needed to return to Earth. He imagined the girl next to the broken smartphone, thinking that the promise made here. He waved his hands, saying that he had not lost anything valuable and did not want to restore anything. The brunette was surprised to hear the question of whether he remembered the last moments before he ended up here. He imagined the memories as if in a film, hearing that before waking up on this continent, the last day on Earth. Seong Hyan frowned, thinking that he did not remember. The only thing he remembered was the day he came here, the day before that was gone. The brunette opened his mouth and asked if she wanted to say that he had lost his memory. He crossed his arms, saying that it was not important enough to risk his life. The receptionist said that she wanted to explain in more detail, but she had her own circumstances. The hero was displeased to hear that in any case, it was not interesting to talk in advance, and said that she was a bastard. He grabbed the chains with his hand, saying that her impudence was irritating, but now it was more like stubbornness. He gloomily squeezed the chain, saying that he did not care about the loss of memory. He wanted an exchange for removing the seals. Frowning, the brunette said that he wanted a weapon or a skill with which he could defeat her. The cube surrounded by chains was silent. Then the answer appeared okay. A bright glow appeared next to the hero. It turned into a sword. The administrator said that with this weapon he would be able to inflict damage on her. The sword hovered in front of the guy. Seong Hyan saw that it could only be used in the subconscious or illusions, and said that if it was not suitable for the real world, then it was just trash. He took the sword in his hand. The deity said that after he got it, there would be a reason to use it. If he wanted to wake up from sleep, let him just pierce himself with it and wake up immediately. Looking to the side, Seong Hyan said that it was a bit unexpected. In her place, he would have simply refused and turned to someone else. Next to the cube was the silhouette of a girl. She said that gods can also be persistent. Seong Hyan stood in front of the cube and heard that among all those she brought, only 3 made it here. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.